Chapter 1954. Senior, what did my ancestor do to you? Why do you hate the Huang family so much? Huang Tianla's expression suddenly changed as he asked. No matter what, the blood of the Huang family flows in Senior's body. Haha, you're right. It's precisely because I have the Huang family's vermilion bird sacred bloodline that I was able to use my sacred blood to refine the Seven Eyes' amorous passion flame and resist the lightning tribulation for tens of thousands of years. I'm not afraid of Xiaohua's strange flame. Huang Yi first laughed, then sighed. If it weren't for that, I would have killed the entire Tianmen mountain with my own hands. Now that I've spared you all, it can be considered a favor. Is the curse so powerful? Xiaohua's eyes turned a few times, and he said in a low voice, Junior saw a secular family with the surname Zhu in Jinghua City. They were cursed, but it seemed to be cured with this pill. As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a parasol pill. Jinghua City's Zhu family? Huang Yi waved his hand, and the parasol pill flew in front of his eyes. He seemed to be thinking, why is this family's surname so familiar? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Your pill is a bit strange. Huang Yi's 7 eyes appeared, and after 7 flames flashed, he said, the material used to refine this pill is ordinary, but it seems to contain something rich in vitality. I'm afraid this thing can break the curse. Of course, the curse is a sinister art. It's related to the cultivation of the caster and the degree of sinister poison of the curse. I'm afraid your pill can't break my curse. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the parasol pill flew into Xiaohua's hand. This pill is very rare. It's effective against sinister arts, even the poison of the 9-headed dove just now. You could have used this to detoxify the poison just now. There's no need to use the poison of the green python. Junior is ignorant and inexperienced. I really didn't think so much. Xiaohua scratched his head and said awkwardly as he took the parasol pill. Senior. Shui walked out of the rabbit spell formation and accompanied Xiaohua. She still asked with concern, Senior still hasn't said how you became like this and how you endured for so many years. Also, where is Yu Zhongquan and Yu Shusheng? Looking at Shui, Huang Yi smiled and said, Yu Lang is naturally dead. He didn't have the opportunity to become a ghost like me. After so many years, he has probably been reincarnated several times. Senior, does a mortal scholar have such great charm? Shui asked curiously. He actually made you give up your cultivation. Young lady, you still don't understand. Huang Yi said, there is no reason for love. No matter if it is an immortal or a mortal, there is no difference in status. I understand. Shui hurriedly said, actually Junior and Xiaohua are about the same. This Junior just doesn't understand. What does a weak scholar like him have to make Senior fall in love with him? Huang Yi shook his head and said, you are wrong. The people of the world have been confused by the Immortal Alliance and the Huang family. Yu Lang is not a scholar. He is a Confucian cultivator, a ranger. Confucian cultivator? Ranger? Xiaohua was stunned. He looked at Shui, also baffled. Sai, you all don't know. Early in the ancient times, Xiaoyu continent didn't only have Taoism. There were also Yao cultivators, beast cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, Confucian cultivators, and other different cultivation paths. Huang Yi smiled bitterly. But later, for some reason, Taoism became the dominant sect and blocked all other cultivation paths. Yu Lang only became a ranger because he obtained the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. I understand. Huang Yi suddenly realized and said, Jinghua City's Zhu family was an extremely famous Confucian cultivator family after the ancient times. Their curse was probably left behind by Taoism's seniors. Really? Xiaohua asked in disbelief. Huang Yi said embarrassedly, I can't be sure. Yu Lang told me all this that day. And Yu Lang, because he had the inheritance of Confucian cultivators and cultivated the core of Dan, he was discovered by the Huang family's seniors and was discovered by the Immortal Alliance. At this point, Huang Yi was disappointed. She raised her head and saw another thick bolt of heavenly lightning striking down from the sky. The power of the heavenly lightning was stronger than the previous one. Huang Yi was already injured by the heavenly lightning just now, so this time it was even more difficult. She managed to eliminate the heavenly lightning with great difficulty, but her body faded a bit. Yu Lang, it was all this servant's fault. It's a pity that I became a ghost and became a ghost cultivator. I can't see Yu Lang anymore. Huang Yi said sorrowfully, if I wasn't injured and wasn't saved by Yu Lang in the ancient temple, none of this would have happened. Shui accompanied Huang Yi in her grief, but Xiaohua looked pensive. After Huang Yi dodged a bolt of heavenly lightning, he clapped his hands and took out Confucian clothes, core of Dan, and turtle shell. He asked, Senior, is this the core of Dan you mentioned? Ah? Once the core of Dan was taken out, a bright red light shone brightly. Huang Yi hurriedly blocked it with her hands and cried out, This is the core of Dan with overwhelming righteousness. Quickly put it away, I can't bear it. But just as Xiaohua was about to put the core of Dan away, Huang Yi shouted again, Don't worry, this core of Dan. Why does it have Yulang's breath? Yes, this is Yulang's core of Dan. As Huang Yi spoke, she floated up and resisted the red light from the core of Dan that was slowly corroding her body. She touched the core of Dan with her hand and said, That's not right, Yulang died in the cold river that day. How could he, seeing that Huang Yi's body was corroding? Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand and put the core of Dan into his space. Huang Yi was very disappointed and sad. He stared at the void and no one knew what he was thinking. He didn't care about his body at all. Maybe, Senior, you also had other opportunities and practiced Confucian cultivation after reincarnation. Xiaohua comforted her carefully. Haha, little friend Xiao, if you don't enter the ghost path, you won't know about reincarnation. Huang Yi smiled bitterly and said, Although I don't know the truth, I know that Yulang won't be able to. At this point, Huang Yi didn't seem to want to say anything more. He looked at the Confucian robe and tortoise shell in Xiaohua's hands and said, These are indeed items of Confucian cultivation. The Confucian robe is the same as the Dao sect's magic treasure and can protect the body. The tortoise shell records the Confucian cultivation method. The characters are different from my Dao sects. However, little friend Xiao, I won't tell you. Yulang is your predecessor. In the Dawn Rain continent where the Dao sect was at its peak, Confucian cultivation could only be killed. Yes, Junior, naturally knows. Xiaohua nodded and put the Confucian robe and tortoise shell into his space. Rumbled in the sky above the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, there was another burst of thunder. Huang Yi's waist was already empty. Obviously, he might not be able to withstand another lightning tribulation. Huang Yi looked up and said, I naturally cultivate the ghost path. 1,000-year small lightning tribulation, 10,000-year large lightning tribulation. I'm always worried about the future. Day and night, I have to think of ways to avoid the lightning tribulation. Today, I'm afraid this will be my last lightning tribulation. In the future, I won't exist in this world anymore. No one will know the real story of Little Cabbage. Since that's the case, I'll tell little friend Xiao the details. Senior, can't you enter reincarnation? Shui said anxiously. She really sympathized with Huang Yi. Silly girl. Huang Yi looked at Shui lovingly and said, The heavens are fair. Since I entered the ghost path and stayed in this world, I can't reincarnate and become a human again. So it's like that. Shui was extremely disappointed, but Xiaohua's heart was moved. Just as he was about to speak, Huang Yi said again, I remember that it was a bright and beautiful spring day. I met the enemies of the Huang family in the distance of the cold river. I was seriously injured and barely managed to escape to the cold river. They blocked me in the sky above the ancient temple. Just as I was about to lose my life, Wandering Man wore a Confucian robe and held a long sword in his hand. He was like an immortal descending to this world. Although he knew his cultivation was insufficient, he still risked his life to save me, a person he had never met before. Sigh, little friend Xiao, your actions today are very similar to Xiaolang's from that day. This is also the reason why I haven't made a move on you yet. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Huang Yi said again, Under Wandering Man's protection, the two of us escaped from the cold river for several thousand li and finally threw off the strong enemy. However, the two of us were also seriously injured. Sigh, what a miserable couple. It wasn't easy to find a secluded valley with beautiful spring flowers to recuperate. That was the beginning of the most beautiful memories in my life. Hee, Little Cabbage was the name I made up to deal with Wandering Man at that time. I remember clearly that for a total of 104 days, I didn't know why I didn't send a summoning talisman. However, after I returned to the Huang family, I didn't stop thinking about the days in the secluded valley. I didn't stop thinking about Wandering Man. It was only at that time that I realized that I had already fallen in love with Wandering Man. I fell in love with that Wandering Man who saw no evil, heard no evil, spoke no evil, moved no evil, was cautious and even somewhat inflexible. It was also because of him that I didn't want to send a summoning talisman for a long time. After that, I thought for a long time. I even paced back and forth in front of the ancient temple for a long time before I went to look for Wandering Man again. Huang Yi's tone revealed a trace of shyness and happiness. Fortunately, Wandering Man seemed to be the same as me. He was also absent-minded in the ancient temple and recited Guan Guan Ju Do on the river's continent. A gentle and graceful lady, a gentleman's good mate. When he saw my arrival, he was actually surprised and happy. It was as if our hearts were connected. We thought it was a love destined by the heavens. However, a few years later, when I was discussing the matter of dual cultivation with Wandering Man, I found out that Wandering Man was actually a Confucian cultivator that I had never heard of before. Furthermore, Confucian cultivators were the great enemies of the Taoist sect. I would never be able to openly dual cultivate with him. However, I didn't care at all. As long as I could stay by Wandering Man's side, everything else was not a problem. Huang Yi continued, "It's a pity that this servant's cultivation did not improve." In the end, the family head, who is also this servant's father, found out. I was too naive. I thought that I could narrow the gap between the Taoist sect and the Confucian cultivators with the love between father and daughter. I thought that I would be able to complete my beautiful dream of growing old together with you. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1955. However, I never expected that for the sake of the Huang family's future, my father would report this matter to the Immortal Alliance. In order to destroy the inheritance of the Confucian cultivators, the Immortal Alliance actually set a trap in the cold river. They used my name to lure Yulang here and tried to kill him with the strength of several people. However, I knew that the situation was not good. When I arrived, Yulang was already dying. I knew that it was because of me, so I severed all ties with the Huang family and even the Dao sect at the bank of the cold river. I swore that I would live and die with Yulang. But this servant's cultivation is really too shallow. Seeing Yulang die in this servant's arms, this servant was helpless. The people from the Immortal Alliance were even more ruthless. They didn't care about the consequences and killed me. Huang Yi said hatefully, however, that day was the same as today. It was the 15th day of the 7th month, the day of the 100 Ghosts' journey. A malicious ghost was in the same situation as me today, avoiding the tribulation on the cold river. Unfortunately, he couldn't avoid the tribulation. When he couldn't avoid the tribulation, he saw my soul. I inherited the true blood of the Huang family's vermilion bird. Although it hadn't been awakened, my soul was different from ordinary souls. That malicious ghost wanted to devour my soul to refine the seven-eyed amorous flame to resist the tribulation. Unfortunately, he was devoured by my soul. However, it was because I devoured that malicious ghost that I was forced to cultivate the ghost Tao. However, there were also experts from the Immortal Alliance who understood the ghost Tao that day. They actually used their divine ability to destroy my soul. In desperation, I divided my soul into thousands of pieces and placed them in the bodies of the fishes in the cold river. Huang Yi recalled, I wanted to use this to escape. However, after the experts from the Immortal Alliance killed all the fishes in the cold river, they were afraid that my soul would escape, so they made up a touching story. Alas, it wasn't really a story. They only told the story of the cabbage. They said that couples who ate the cabbage would grow old together. The fishermen on the cold river also added fuel to the fire. They worked even harder to catch the cabbage, which led to the scarcity of the cabbage. Over the past tens of thousands of years, who knows how many cultivators and mortals have consumed my soul. Seeing Shue's confusion, Huang Yi added, that day, after my soul escaped, I endured the pain of being steamed and devoured by others. I cultivated the Ghost Tao diligently, and when I achieved great success in the Ghost Tao, I immediately wanted to take back all of my soul. However, at that time, I realized that my soul had already merged with the fish and could not be taken back. I could only take back all of the imprints on my soul and let it perish on its own. Humph! As soon as this servant mastered my divine ability, I wanted to avenge Yulang. Unfortunately, this servant's cultivation base couldn't catch up to the experts of the Immortal Alliance, so I could only vent my anger on the Huang clan. This servant cast the curse technique of the ghost cultivator on the Huang clan's ancestor. Didn't this servant's greedy father want to plot against the Huang clan's future? This servant will not let him have his way. This led to the decline of the Huang clan of Tianmen Mountain. When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't know how to comfort Huang Yi. The pain that Huang Yi suffered was far beyond his imagination, so he definitely couldn't persuade him. However, the Huang clan's suffering for tens of thousands of years still can't resolve this servant's resentment. Today, this servant has made two preparations. If this servant can't survive the heavenly tribulation in Huang Mengxiang's body, then this servant is prepared to take a risk and see if I can seize Huang Mengxiang's body. Although it's almost impossible, Huang Mengxiang and I both have the Suzaka's sacred blood, so there's a glimmer of hope. If this servant can't survive the heavenly tribulation, then the Huang clan of Tianmen Mountain, from today onwards, it won't exist in the Xiaoyu continent. Alas, who knew that fate makes fools of people? This servant actually met fellow Xiao. Then, Huang Mengxiang's dream experience can be considered as a little compensation to the Huang clan. As he spoke, Huang Yi glanced at Xiao Hua. Although he didn't say anything, Xiao Hua naturally knew the meaning of this gaze. His face slightly reddened, and he felt unnatural for a while. Alas, actually, when this servant reached out to attack Huang Tianla and the others just now, I already couldn't bear it in my heart. Huang Yi sighed and said, "After all, they are of the same lineage, and they are all this servant's juniors. When I was casting the charm earlier, I felt that it was satisfying, and I was happy to take revenge. However, to really kill them, I still can't. To tell you the truth, fellow Xiao, when this servant saw that Huang Mengxiang's talent was outstanding and that he wasn't affected by this servant's charm, I also felt that this was the will of the heavens and that it was time for this servant to stop. Unfortunately, this servant's charm technique is easy to cast but difficult to remove. This servant is powerless. Alas, forget it, forget it." After Huang Yi finished speaking, he looked up at the sky and shouted, "Wandering man, a wandering man, this servant is going to leave. Saying that we will meet again in the next life is just a luxury." Kachacha, there was another burst of thunder, and the heavenly thunder descended. At this moment, Huang Yi no longer had any resistance. He only stared at the heavenly thunder with his 7 eyes, and gave up after a little resistance. Seeing the heavenly thunder rolling, Huang Yi's body was suffused with bits of lightning, and his entire body was gradually melting. Xiao Hua understood that Huang Yi had resisted the heavenly thunder tribulation for tens of thousands of years and was already exhausted. Moreover, at this moment she had revealed everything. The hatred in her heart had already been eliminated, and she no longer had the desire to live in this world. This heavenly thunder tribulation might be her release. Let this servant, turn into dust, dissipate in this Tianmen mountain, and become an eternal legend above the cold river. Huang Yi said sadly, "I also hope that all the lovers who have eaten this servant's body will be married." Shui couldn't help but cry, and her expression was sorrowful. "Senior," Xiao Hua bowed and said, "Junior has something that I don't understand." There's no harm in speaking." At this moment, the heavenly thunder tribulation had already passed, but the heavenly thunder tribulation was forming again. Clearly, it was not giving Huang Yi any time to breathe. But even if the heavenly thunder tribulation just now had already greatly damaged Huang Yi's vitality, most of his body had already disappeared, leaving only a badly damaged upper body and a very complete head. Junior wants to know, Senior has cultivated the ghost path for tens of thousands of years. Is it the same as a normal soul or soul essence? Is it possible to reincarnate after being reincarnated? Xiao Hua asked carefully. Huang Yi was shocked and said thoughtfully, "Little friend Xiao, ghosts are originally formed by powerful souls, which is the so-called condensation of 3 souls and 6 spirits. It is not fundamentally different from the so-called soul essence. According to this servant's knowledge, there are devil path methods that can suck away the servant's soul, or increase cultivation, or refine devil tools. Little friend Xiao is not a person of the devil path, so you will not have devil path methods. But little friend Zhao's dharma body seems to be somewhat strange, and somewhat related to soul essence. Little friend Xiao is not thinking of sucking away this servant's soul, right?" No. Xiao Hua said anxiously. Junior, seeing that Huang Yi had misunderstood, Xiao Hua hurriedly patted his forehead and circulated the exquisite leaf scripture. When the Buddha Saraira in Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace shone brightly with golden light, he immediately chanted the incantation, Lin. The hidden swastika symbol on his forehead gradually appeared, and then it quickly spun, and then projected a tiny swastika symbol of golden light in front of Xiao Hua's head. That golden light gradually expanded with the circulation of Xiao Hua's Buddhist mantra, and a Buddha Saraira with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground gradually formed. Chapter 1956. And this Buddha relic continued to grow until it was 1 foot tall before it stopped. The 1 foot tall Buddha relic shone with golden light, and a pair of blurry eyes looked at Huang Yi with compassion. Although his vision was blurry, Huang Yi could clearly feel the look in his eyes, as well as the compassion within them. Ah? Huang Yi instinctively dodged and called out naturally, Buddha. Buddhist sect? Lin. Xiaohua used the Buddhist technique again, and the golden Lin word spat out from the mouth of the Buddha relic and spun towards Huang Yi's body. Ah! Huang Yi's voice was pleasantly surprised at this time. Little friend Xiao, since you have this technique, why didn't you use it earlier? This is the nemesis of those wandering ghosts. Senior knows. Xiaohua saw that the Buddhist technique was effective and said with a smile, Junior doesn't want to follow in Senior Yu's footsteps. Moreover, with Senior's technique, this Buddhist relic, is Senior's delicacy right? Little friend is right. Huang Yi said with a smile, if you had used this thing earlier, your life would have been long gone. I definitely wouldn't have let you live a moment longer. Senior, please wait a moment. Since this technique is useful, Junior will lend Senior a hand and help Senior transcend and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Many thanks, Venerable One. Huang Yi put his hands together very sincerely and bowed to thank him. Kacha! Thunderous sounds rang out as the entire roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was ripped open. A purple ball of heavenly thunder flew down, and its sharp heavenly might suppressed the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Before the heavenly thunder even landed, Huang Yi's body had already begun to collapse. Sigh, Venerable One, I'm afraid I don't have this fortune. Huang Yi saw Xiaohua using all his strength to urge the Lin word of the exquisite leaf scripture to fly out. Although it hit his body, the Buddhist power was limited and it was difficult to completely transcend. He couldn't help but say sadly, even if I become the endless world, I will still be grateful for Venerable One's grace. Huang Yi, since you call me Venerable One, how can I not help you? Even if I have to give up this relic, I will still help you transcend. Come, I'll give you this relic. Hurry up and swallow it. Xiaohua laughed heartily. The originally blurry eyes of the Buddha relic suddenly became clear and opened. His feet also took half a step forward. Just this half step caused the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall to suddenly resound with the sound of Sanskrit. Countless heavenly flowers descended from the sky. This was the heavens and earth lamenting Xiaohua's act of sacrificing oneself for justice. Venerable One, Venerable One, Venerable One. Huang Yi's heart trembled. He prostrated himself on the ground and cried, I know I was wrong, I was really wrong. You are not in the wrong, it is the people of the world who are in the wrong. Since the people of the world have been eating your flesh and eating your soul for several tens of thousands of years, I will repay your debt on behalf of the people of the world. I will repay your affection and use my body to repay the evil that the people of the world have done to you. Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira actually opened its mouth. It was so compassionate and so kind. Thank you, Venerable One. Huang Yi expressed his gratitude, and the scarlet mark on his forehead became brighter. Senior, hurry. There's not much time left. The heavenly lightning is about to strike. Xiaohua was very anxious. He also didn't know why his Buddha Saraira suddenly spoke the words in his heart, so he hurriedly urged. Okay, Huang Yi's figure fluttered and pounced towards Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira, completely covering it. Ah! Intense pain emerged from Xiaohua's mind and deeply pierced into his soul. This was a pain that Xiaohua had never experienced before. Even when the heavenly tribulation descended last time and tore his body and meridians apart, he didn't feel this kind of pain. This pain was the pain of Huang Yi's loneliness for several tens of thousands of years. The pain of his body being eaten and his soul being eaten for several tens of thousands of years. At this moment, all of this pain was directed towards Huang Yi's body. Living a life worse than death, this was Xiaohua's only feeling. He was about to collapse. He definitely didn't expect that he only wanted to abandon his Buddha Saraira and help Huang Yi enter the cycle of reincarnation. How could there be such a great pain? How could he know that his thinking was too simple? What he was doing was a great wish of the Buddhist sect. This kind of great wish had great fortune, but since it was great fortune, it naturally had a great burden. Otherwise, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't have appeared in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. It was as if several tens of thousands of years had passed. At every moment, there was loneliness and desolation. At every moment, there was the boiling of his body and the tearing of his soul. However, Xiaohua couldn't do anything. His body couldn't move. His mind was also clear, and he wouldn't faint. In the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, time and space seemed to have stagnated just like that. Amitba, so sad, so good. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant resounded from Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira. Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira was completely swallowed by Huang Yi. Xiaohua's entire body became light, and all of the pain disappeared. Many thanks, Venerable One. At the place where the Buddha Sarira disappeared, Huang Yi's entire body completely disappeared. Only a wisp of white smoke remained. Venerable One's Niwen Palace seems to have been sealed by a powerful existence. Even when this servant's cultivation was at its peak, I still couldn't remove it. This servant just discovered it, but after hesitating for a while, I decided to inform Venerable One. Venerable One's enemy's cultivation is very high, so you have to be careful. Moreover, this servant has recorded all of my knowledge in this imprint. I hope Venerable One can be merciful and save all living beings. As he spoke, the scarlet mark that was originally on Huang Yi's forehead flew into the swastika mark on Xiaohua's forehead. This servant has to leave. Oh right, this servant's imprint contains a secret method to erase memories. Venerable One's Buddhist sect cultivation is the same as Yulang's Confucian sect cultivation. Both of them aren't favored by the Tao sect. Although Venerable One sacrificed himself, and his Buddhist sect cultivation isn't present, if Huang Yi still wanted to say something, but the wisp of white smoke gradually disappeared. Faintly, only a few words were left. Yu Zhongquan Yulang Yu. Where are you? It seemed to resound in Xiaohua's heart. Kachacha, the ball-shaped heavenly lightning, quickly fell like a meteor that streaked across the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. It smashed into the place where Huang Yi's wisp of white smoke disappeared. However, at this time, Huang Yi had already been saved by Xiaohua and entered the cycle of reincarnation. Who could the heavenly lightning strike? Boom! A loud sound resounded in Xiaohua's mind. Although Huang Yi disappeared, the aura of swallowing the Buddha's Sarira was still present. Huang Yi's lightning tribulation naturally fell on the location of Xiaohua's Buddha's Sarira. Whoosh! That ball-shaped heavenly lightning was like a mystical brush that touched Xiaohua's Niwen Palace. In an instant, the dazzling golden Buddha's Sarira rapidly formed from Xiaohua's Niwen Palace. Moreover, Huang Yi's lightning tribulation was the lightning tribulation of a 10,000-year ghost cultivator. It far surpassed the lightning tribulation that Xiaohua's phoenix body experienced last time. After the 1-foot-tall Buddha's Sarira was formed, it only paused for a moment before it once again grew upwards like a bamboo shoot after the rain. It only stopped when it was about 2 feet tall. But even so, the heavenly lightning still lingered above the Buddha's Sarira. Between each lightning bolt, there was a golden liquid that formed and spread over the Buddha's Sarira. Thus, as the golden liquid increased, it gradually flowed and gathered at the foot of the Buddha's Sarira. It was also the place where Xiaohua had obtained the 2 Sariras. When the golden liquid gathered enough, a second-rank golden lotus throne gradually formed under the Buddha's Sarira. Ah, this time, Xiaohua couldn't help but moan. However, the moan this time wasn't a moan of pain. Instead, it was a kind of itchy and comfortable moan that made his entire body feel like it was about to float. This kind of carefree and unrestrained comfort was something that none of Xiaohua's previous joys could compare to. Perhaps it could really describe Xiaohua's current feelings. When the 2-foot-long Buddha's Sarira was formed, the second-rank golden lotus throne was also formed. That purple heavenly lightning also disappeared. Because Huang Yi's aura had already completely disappeared, the lightning tribulation naturally also dissipated. The roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was facing a part of the sky. In that part of the sky, the dark clouds were disappearing and the dawn was gradually appearing. Even the pouring rain was gradually stopping. Xiaohua's Buddha's Sarira, at this moment, had already appeared. Its eyes were filled with indescribable benevolence, as if it had seen through all the sufferings of the world and the hardships of the human world. Moreover, the golden color of the entire Buddha's Sarira was clearly thicker than before. However, this thick golden body still had many areas that were not clear. Xiaohua knew that this was the reason why he still hadn't completely cultivated the exquisite leaf scripture. Bing! The Buddha's Sarira slightly opened its mouth and spat out a large Bing word from its mouth. It was precisely on the corpse of a cultivator. However, A wisp of green smoke could be seen gradually coming out from the corpse. Immediately after, from outside the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's door, another soul suddenly and leisurely flew in. It was precisely the soul of that cultivator that was scared away by the evil spirit that was controlled by the ghost cultivator from before. Excellent. Xiaohua sighed. The Buddha's Saraira opened its mouth again and hit that soul. Many thanks, Venerable One. That soul turned into a wisp of white smoke. It put its palms together and once again entered the cycle of reincarnation. The second divine ability of Buddhism, so that's how it is. It's soul summoning. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth contained a smile. His eyes also contained a faint benevolence. All of you wait a moment. Xiaohua flew up and looked at the dumbstruck Shui and the others. He took out the Buddha's Saraira and summoned the souls of all the cultivators that had died in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Only after he transcended did he descend. Many thanks, Venerable One. Huang Tianla's face was abnormally respectful. He brought Huang Mang, Yang Yu, and the surviving disciples of Tianmen Mountain's Huang family to all kneel on the ground. Excellent. Xiaohua blurted out. You all don't need to call me Venerable One. Although I have Buddhism's divine ability, I am still a cultivator in front of you all. You can just call me fellow Taoist. I don't dare. Huang Tianla didn't get up. Tianmen Mountain's Huang family has been cursed for several tens of thousands of years. Moreover, it was just about to be exterminated. Now it is in the hands of Venerable One. Venerable One is my Tianmen Mountain's Huang family's eternal benefactor. We don't dare to neglect our benefactor. Hee, Xiaohua laughed and said, Didn't Senior Huang Yi say it clearly? She wasn't willing to exterminate you all because of her benevolence. Don't put this merit on my head. Chapter 1957. Huang Tianla smiled bitterly. He knew clearly that Huang Yi had the intention of exterminating the Huang family today. If he couldn't avoid the lightning tribulation, the Huang family would disappear. If Xiaohua didn't appear, the Huang family would have already ceased to exist. Not to mention what Huang Yi would do before he disappeared. The ghost cultivator alone was enough to turn Tianmen Mountain into a ghost town. Even if Huang Yi's resentment didn't dissipate, Tianmen Mountain wouldn't be peaceful in the future. I naturally know. In the future, fellow Xiao. Forget it, this is an act of gratitude from Tianmen Mountain. There's no need to tell fellow Xiao in detail. Huang Tianla smiled apologetically. All of you, get up. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, The fact that I have a Buddhist cultivation cannot be revealed. I will have to trouble everyone to let me cast a spell to eliminate it. I understand. Huang Tianla stood up and nodded calmly. He waved his hand at the Huang family disciples, and everyone sat down cross-legged. We will also wait for fellow Taoists to cast the spell. Senior Brother Xiao, please do it. Everyone said in unison as they sat upright in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Xiaohua. Shui also smiled and said, I will also ask Xiaohua to cast the spell. Ah. You don't need to do it, right? Xiaohua was stunned and said, I didn't plan to hide it from you. I just didn't have the chance to use it. I believe in Xiaohua, and Xiaohua will also believe in me. Shui smiled and said, however, Xiuyu continent is where the Taoist sect is at its peak. Many seniors have wonderful spells. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will protect this secret. But sometimes, even if I lose my life, the secret may not be able to be protected. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua nodded silently. It was just as Shui said. The soul-searching technique could easily find his secret from her soul. Rather than letting Shui bear this risk, it was better to directly eliminate it. Moreover, whether it was Lan Jingming or Huang Yi, it was because of hatred. That hatred could actually last for tens of thousands of years. Xiaohua absolutely wouldn't allow his slight negligence to bring any trouble to Shui. Fortunately, although hatred can be engraved in people's hearts for 10,000 years, love can also be engraved in the bones. Huang Yi's love for Yu Zhongquan has lasted for so long, it really makes people sigh with emotion. Xiaohua's heart was somewhat indescribably glad. Inside Huang Yi's crimson mark, other than her experience as a spectral cultivator over the past tens of thousands of years, there were also a lot of strange and vicious secret arts. Not all of them belonged to her. Most of them had been cultivated by the wraiths in the past, including spells and techniques to erase memories. Xiaohua was a Dao sect member and a cultivator. Therefore, there was a 99% chance that he wouldn't be able to use these things. Therefore, he first looked at the memory-erasing secret technique. After pondering for a long time, he began to use it on the people in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. By the time he finished using everyone, it was already close to noon. Although Xiao Hua's cultivation wasn't shallow, he still felt somewhat exhausted. Looking at everyone who was sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and clapped his hands. A clear clap rang out, and everyone in the hall was startled awake. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Huang Tianle was the first to jump up from the ground. It seemed like he didn't want to die at all. He stepped forward and bowed. Fellow Taoist, thank you for helping my Huang family's ancestor. If it wasn't for your help, my ancestor would have definitely been devoured by the wraiths and wouldn't have been able to protect my Tianmen Mountains Huang family. Alas, it's a pity that this Zhao's cultivation isn't enough. Xiao Hua sighed. Killing that wraiths was all due to your ancestor's strength. This Xiao could only help a little. Furthermore, your ancestor was seriously injured and has already dissipated. Even so, this Huang is already extremely grateful. Huang Tianle anxiously said, I really didn't expect that Ancestor Huang you would actually throw away all of her previous hatred towards my Huang family and even protect my Tianmen Mountain. Now, she even gave up the opportunity to enter the cycle of reincarnation and perish together with the wraiths. My Huang family has really let her down too much. Yes, she's truly a great woman. Xiao Hua sighed emotionally. And she's also a rarely seen infatuated woman. Shui Shui also echoed, I hope that the fishermen on the cold river will stop fishing for cabbages in the future and let her live leisurely in the cold river. Alas, Tianmen Mountain's Huang family has experienced so many calamities. In the future, they'll probably be able to once again display their elegance on the Xiaoyu continent with a new appearance. Xiao Hua looked up at the roof of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall and sighed emotionally. Let's borrow fellow Taoist Zhao's auspicious words. That should be the case. Huang Tianle was in a great mood. However, this matter was done by the younger generation. I'm afraid I won't be able to see it. Soon after, Huang Tianle's heart moved and he cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Zhao's kindness towards my Tianmen Mountain is truly as great as a mountain. In the future, my Tianmen Mountain will definitely erect a merit tablet for fellow Taoist and offer incense to him day and night. There's no need. Xiao Hua stared blankly and hurriedly waved his hand. This Xiao seems to be living very well. If I don't do this, this Huang would be ashamed to face fellow Taoist and my ancestor. Huang Tianle said resolutely. Do as you wish. Xiao Hua was helpless. In addition, fellow Taoist Xiao, this Huang has a presumptuous request. If it was a normal day, Xiao Hua would have already said, since it's a presumptuous request, then don't say it. However, at this time, Huang Tianle had just mentioned the merit tablet. How could he refute? He could only smile bitterly and say, Fellow Taoist Huang, this is a trap for this Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this Huang is doing this for the sake of Tianmen Mountain. At the same time, it's also beneficial to fellow Taoist Xiao. Huang Tianle said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please stay for a few days. This Huang will discuss it with Jin Er later, and then tell fellow Taoist Xiao in detail. All right. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and said, just prepare a quiet room for this Xiao. Yes. Huang Tianle nodded and ordered the Huang family disciples standing beside him. Just as Huang Tianle was talking to Xiao Hua, Huang Mang had already arranged for the surviving Huang family disciples to gather the other Tianmen Mountain disciples and clean up the mess in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Xiao Hua had already removed the rabbit array. Yu Qian, Chong Li Hao, and the others were together. At this moment, Yu Qian stepped forward and bowed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, it was all thanks to fellow Taoist's protection last night that I was able to survive. Hee hee, you are too polite. This is all fellow Taoist Yu's fortune. Xiao Hua laughed. However, Yu Qian insisted, I understand very well. Furthermore, I have already promised fellow Taoist Xiao last night. Today, I will tell fellow Taoist Xiao everything I know to thank fellow Taoist Xiao for saving my life. After that, he turned around and said to Huang Tianle, Fellow Taoist Huang, please use the quiet room. Fellow Taoist Yu, please wait for a moment. This old man's body is no longer the same as before. After this disciple is ready, this old man will personally lead you there. Huang Tianle smiled bitterly. No rush, no rush. Yu Qian smiled and said. Xiao Hua took this opportunity to wave his hand at Chong Li Hao and the others, indicating for them to come over. Senior brother Xiao, Chong Li Hao, and the others really admired this person who called himself senior brother. This was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and his divine ability was so powerful. This is the token of your Mo Cloud Village. Take it. Xiaohua flicked his hand and took out the token of the guest elder of Mo Cloud Village. He smiled and said, "This matter is already over. This Xiao has also given you the artifact. This is the end of my position as a guest elder. What are your plans? Are you going to stay here for a few days or go back directly?" Chapter 1958. Senior Martial Brother Xiao. Chong Li Hao took the token and said with a bitter smile, "Since you have taken the token, you will be the guest elder of Mo Yun Village. If I take it back, I will be scolded by the patriarch." "Haha," Xiaohua said with a smile. "If this Xiao takes your Mo Cloud Village to heart, then even if I don't have this token, I can still help. If I don't take your Mo Cloud Village to heart, then isn't having this token the same as not having it?" Little friend Chong. Fellow Xiao is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Without the permission of the sect, he can't be a guest elder of other families. Fellow Xiao took your token as a game. Because of this token, he gave Mo Yun Village the sparrow drink of the Huang family. If you are too entangled, not only will it be bad for Mo Yun Village, it will also be bad for fellow Xiao. Huang Tianle quickly explained. "Oh, there is such a thing?" Xiaohua was surprised. He naturally didn't know about this. However, he didn't want to be a guest elder of Mo Yun Village. "Yes, I understand." Chong Li Hao's face turned red. He naturally remembered that Xiaohua reported his origin last night and was afraid that Huang Yi would cause trouble for Mo Yun Village. Then, Chong Li Hao took the token and looked at Chong Li Min and the others. He said, "We have received benefits from Sky Gate Mountain. Naturally, we can't go there easily. Also, we are juniors. We will stay at Sky Gate Mountain for a few days. Sky Gate Mountain may have a shortage of disciples, but we will follow Senior Huang's orders." "Great." Huang Tianle clapped and said, "Mo Yun Village is lucky to have disciples like you who know when to stop. Sky Gate Mountain will join hands with Mo Yun Village." While they were talking, a disciple came over to report that the quiet room had been prepared, so Huang Tianle personally led Xiaohua and the others to the quiet room. Before Xiaohua left, he used his divine sense to look at Huang Mengxiang, who was still sleeping. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with her, he felt relieved and left. After arriving at the quiet room, Yu Qian and Xiaohua went in first. After the time of a meal, the two of them came out. Yu Qian's face was filled with excitement, while Xiaohua had a slight frown. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is my greatest wish and also my hope. I've never told anyone about this before. If fellow Taoist is interested, I hope you can lend me a hand. My request is just a little bit, and fellow Taoist, you please be at ease. This Xiao has always been a man of his word. Just as I said earlier, if this Xiao has the chance, I will definitely send you a message." Xiaohua said with a slight nod. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao." Yu Qian was overjoyed. He actually bowed and expressed his thanks. Soon after, Yu Qian bid farewell to Xiaohua and the others and left Tianmen Mountain with his disciples. "All right, fellow Taoist Xiao, fellow Taoist Shui, you can rest here." Huang Tianle smiled apologetically and said, "Tianmen Mountain is in chaos now. I still have to do this one last time. Please go, fellow Taoist Huang." Xiaohua straightened his face and cupped his hands. "I await fellow Taoist Huang's summons." Alas, fellow Taoist Xiao is truly righteous. Huang Tianle couldn't help but say this again. Tianmen Mountain had undergone a great change, so there were bound to be thieves who coveted it. Furthermore, Xiaohua displayed his invincible might last night. Since he wasn't in a hurry to leave, those thieves definitely wouldn't dare to rashly come to Tianmen Mountain. For Tianmen Mountain, which only had peak stage aura refining cultivators, this was definitely another favor. Although Xiaohua didn't say it, how could Huang Tianle not know? After Huang Tianle left, Xiaohua and Shui entered the quiet room and activated the restriction on the quiet room again. After looking at it again and again, they still weren't at ease, so they set up their rabbit formation again. Only then did they sit down and look at Shui, whose face was serene but whose eyes were filled with exhaustion. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Wife, what is written in this jade slip of yours? Why can't you let your husband know now?" Shui's face reddened and she whispered, "If I let you know, then I will definitely let you know. If I don't let you know, then what? Then it's not time yet. It's useless for you to ask too much." "You," Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "Although you and I haven't dual cultivated, Our hearts are connected, and our feelings are deep. What is there that can't be said? You're making your husband suspicious by hiding things like this. Shue Shue's face became flustered. She lightly gritted her teeth and said, "This lowly concubine will swear a heart oath right now." "There's absolutely. Don't." Xiaohua was also flustered. He quickly clapped his hands, and a gust of wind blocked Shue Shue's mouth. He quickly said, "There's no need to swear a heart oath. I'm just casually asking. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." "Don't worry, darling Xiao." Shue Shui smiled and said, "You'll know the contents of the jade slip sooner or later." "And I know." Xiaohua looked at Shue Shui with a smile. "You're also tired. If you want to sleep for a while, then sleep. With your husband here to protect you, you'll be safe." Huh. Shue Shui was really tired. Last night was really too exciting. Wave after wave, until Huang Yi appeared in the end. Shue Shui's body was in the middle of it all. Whether it was her mind or body, she was exhausted. At this time, when she heard Xiaohua mention it, she couldn't help but yawn. She walked to Xiaohua's side and lay down. She muttered, "If this lowly concubine sleeps, I won't sleep forever like Huang Mengxiang, right? How can that be? Even if you don't wake up, your husband will definitely wake you up in your dreams." Xiaohua couldn't help but pinch Shue Shui's nose and said, Then darling Xiao, go ahead and cultivate. This lowly concubine will sleep for a while." Shue Shui whispered a few words. She felt her face become stiff, and she gradually fell asleep. "AI, it's been hard on you." Looking at Shue Shui's sleeping appearance, Xiaohua naturally knew that Shue Shui was worried about him last night. He couldn't help but feel guilty. But if he wasn't here last night, if he didn't step forward bravely, who would know the final outcome? How could a pitiful female ghost like Huang Yi reincarnate? Xiaohua's space rumbled. Under the starry sky of the heavenly Tao, the hand of karma shook again. Xiaohua's face was filled with joy. He immediately entered his space and carefully comprehended the way of karma. This continued for more than 10 days. Xiaohua sat cross-legged, his face devoid of joy or worry. He seemed to be cultivating, but there was not the slightest fluctuation of magic power on his body. It was the same situation as when he comprehended the heavenly Tao. The only difference was that Xiaohua's body did not fade away. He sat there like a mortal, breathing normally. In the way of karma, everyone was an ant, but it was also real. All cultivation, all realms were void. Whoosh! A summoning talisman flew in from outside the quiet room. It hovered outside the rabbit array for a long time before quietly stopping in midair. Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and smiled at Shue Shui, who was looking at him curiously, and said, "Hee, you actually took more than 10 days to send a summoning talisman. Fellow Taoist Huang is really patient." "I didn't disturb your cultivation, did I?" Shue Shui carefully asked. Since the last time she used her hand to touch Xiaohua's body while he was cultivating, although it didn't bring any trouble to Xiaohua, Shue Shui still felt uneasy in her heart. At this time, she couldn't help but ask in a low voice. No." Xiaohua pulled Shue Shui's hand, removed the rabbit array, and opened the restriction of the quiet room. Outside the quiet room, there were only 3 people. One was Huang Tianle, one was Huang Meng, and the last one was naturally Huang Mengxiang. Xiaohua's gaze fell on Huang Tianle. He couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Huang Tianle had been gone for more than 10 days, and he seemed to have completely changed. Not only was he all skin and bones, his face was full of wrinkles. His white hair, his trembling body, and the walking stick in his hand all showed that he had already reached the end of his life. "Fellow Taoist Huang," Xiaohua quickly cupped his hands and said, "I've been waiting for several days. Does fellow Taoist Huang have any instructions for me?" Huang Tianle quickly returned the greeting. It was very difficult. Xiaohua quickly supported him and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Huang, you don't need to be so polite. Alas, I'm already an old man without any magic power. I'm indebted to Taoist Xiao for thinking so highly of me, and even calling me fellow Taoist." Huang Tianle sighed and said, "How would this old man dare to order Taoist Xiao? Fellow Taoist Huang, just call me fellow Taoist. Don't call me Taoist, I can't afford it." Xiaohua said very sincerely, "And, since it's like this old man will still call you fellow Taoist." Huang Tianle nodded. "I've called you that my whole life. I really can't change it all of a sudden. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please." Seeing that Huang Tianle actually didn't talk in this quiet room, Xiaohua knew that the matter Huang Tianle wanted to talk to him about was very confidential. However, After thinking about it, he was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Although the magic power he displayed was very profound, his opponent was at most at the early stage of foundation establishment. Huang Tianle couldn't possibly covet him? Or perhaps, thinking of this, Xiaohua unconsciously slanted his eyes slightly and looked at Huang Mengxiang, who was supporting Huang Tianle. He secretly said, this little girl couldn't have told Huang Tianle everything that happened in her dream, right? But what happened in her dream, even I don't know. She can't just blame me because of this, right? Perhaps she wants to entrust Tianmen Mountain to me? Xiaohua made an even bolder guess. However, he knew that this was impossible. After all, he was an outsider. 10 days ago, Huang Tianle still didn't know who he was. He was also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Entrusting Tianmen Mountain to him was the same as gifting Tianmen Mountain to the Imperial Thunder sect. This young master is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. I can't bear such a heavy responsibility. Xiaohua shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about it. Huang Tianle was now an old man with one foot in the grave and couldn't fly. Moreover, it seemed that because he wanted to see more of Tianmen Mountain's scenery and stay here for a while, Huang Tianle didn't urge Huang Mang, Huang Mengxiang, and the others to fly. He just wandered around the beautiful scenery bit by bit. The Huang family's foundation was indeed extraordinary. 10 days ago, only the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was destroyed by the lightning tribulation. The other places were safe and sound. Moreover, Huang Yi and that ghost cultivator only killed the people around the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The ordinary disciples of the Huang family, and even the family members who didn't have any magic power, were not hurt. At this time, what Xiaohua and Shui saw was different from the first time Huang Tianming led them. After passing through several gardens and avoiding people, they came to an extremely barren place. Chapter 1959. Lush green grass flourished in this barren land, reaching the height of half a person. All kinds of withered old trees could be found everywhere, all of them lying horizontally, with withered branches sticking diagonally into the air. A wave of gloomy and cold air blew towards the face. Fellow Taoist Xiao, Huang Tianle said slowly, I've been cultivating since I was young. Although I'm not as outstanding as Tianming, I'm still considered one of the few people in the withered Huang clan. Once I was able to fly with the help of the yellow talisman, I no longer walked peacefully. Whether it was leaving Tianmen Mountain or inside Tianmen Mountain, I always flew and never walked. Presumably, fellow Taoist Xiao is also like this, right? Xiaohua was very surprised by Huang Tianle's words. He smiled and said, I'm also like this. Why would I walk when I can fly? Fellow Taoist Xiao, I used to think like this too. However, since I couldn't fly and could only walk a few days ago, I realized that sometimes people still have to have their feet firmly planted on the ground. Walking on the ground more often, that kind of steadfast feeling far surpasses the carefree feeling of flying. Grandfather, Huang Mengxiang smiled and said, Senior Xiao is now unsheathing his flying sword and showing off his sharpness. I can't compare to you who's experienced the vicissitudes of life for more than 100 years. When people get old, they talk too much. They always feel that their own understanding is a treasure and hope that others can share it with them. If there's anything wrong with what I said, fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't blame me. Huang Tianle smiled and pointed at the barren land. There was a courtyard near the foot of the mountain and beside the river. He said, This is Ancestor Huang Yi's old residence. This is Senior Huang Yi's old residence? Xiaohua said in surprise, It's been several tens of thousands of years, but it's still here. This place is protected by a formation. Every 4 or 5 years, someone comes to clean it. Huang Tianle stood still and said in disappointment, Moreover, there's often a cold wind here. Apart from the person who cleans this place, very few people come here. To be honest, this was the first time I came here a few days ago. I really didn't expect this place to still be so intact. However, thinking about it, I'm afraid that Ancestor has always been here. Shui looked at the pavilion in the distance, but her eyes were blurred. She would rather believe the touching legend she had heard on the cold river than believe the tragic story Huang Yi had told her that night. Fellow Taoist Huang, could it be that you want this Xiao to see Senior Huang's old home? Xiaohua said with a beaming smile. Huang Tianle shook his head and said, Of course it's not that simple. Please explain, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist Xiao. What do you think of the formation protecting Senior Huang Yi? Of course it's good. Xiao Hua said curiously. It's already been several tens of thousands of years, yet this place is still protected so well, practically unaffected by the erosion of time. This Xiao has never seen such a formation before. Hee, fellow Taoist, Xiao must already know some of the origins of my Huang family. Huang Tianla said with a smile. Back in the day, my Tianmen Mountains Huang family was an all-powerful cultivation family in the Sioux continent. This kind of array can't be considered rare. Yes, exactly. Xiao Hua nodded and said, this Xiao has tasted the might of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's Vermilion Bird Blaze Grand Array. I nearly died without a burial ground. Fellow Taoist Xiao? Don't tell me you don't want to know why an array controlled by an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator can eliminate a nascent soul cultivator? Huang Tianla suddenly said. This. Xiao Hua suddenly had a bad feeling. Fellow Taoist Huang, this is... Fellow Taoist Xiao, this Huang invited you to take a look at Ancestor Huang Yi's old residence. On one hand, this Huang wants Ancestor Huang Yi's spirit in heaven to bear witness to this Huang's sincerity. On the other hand, this Huang wants you to know the power of my Tianmen Mountains Huang family's array. Huang Tianla said in all seriousness, fellow Taoist Xiao saved this Huang, and even the Tianmen Mountains bloodline on the night of the lightning tribulation. Don't. Fellow Taoist Huang. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, Senior Huang, he has already made it clear that he has already given up on the Huang family's grievances. This Xiao is just adding fuel to the fire. The more Xiao Hua evaded, the more satisfied Huang Tianla was in his heart. He said with a smile, then this Huang will be frank. This Huang wants to make a deal with fellow Taoist Xiao on behalf of my Tianmen Mountains Huang family. Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao, it won't involve the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiao Hua's eyes turned rapidly. He couldn't think of Huang Tianla's words. He asked curiously, this Xiao is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. What kind of deal can't involve the Imperial Thunder Sect? It's actually quite simple. Huang Tianla said with a smile. Previously, fellow Taoist Xiao has already seen the power of the Vermilion Bird Flame Array in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. It's also because of this that many small sects don't dare to have any ideas about my Tianmen Mountain. Of course, the 7 major cities such as Haoming City, the 3 major cultivation sects, the Imperial Thunder Sect, and the Rinsing Flower Sect. These large sects don't put the declining Huang family in their eyes at all. This array isn't something they can absolutely rely on. However, on the day of the lightning tribulation, that array was completely destroyed, and there's no possibility of it being repaired. This way, my Tianmen Mountain has lost its reliance on fat meat, and everyone wants to take a bite out of it. Moreover, this old man is about to leave this world, and my Tianmen Mountain no longer has a foundation establishment cultivator. I'm afraid that any cultivation family will want to take advantage of us. Xiao Hua frowned. If they wanted to rely on the Imperial Thunder Sect, why would they make a deal with him? They can't let him marry into their family. They want him to support Tianmen Mountain? Could it be that Huang Mengxiang said something? Xiao Hua really had a guilty conscience. He couldn't help but think of those things again, and he looked at Huang Mengxiang slightly. Huang Mengxiang's expression didn't change, but he looked a little sad. Obviously, he was reluctant to let Huang Tianla pass away. On the day of the lightning tribulation, I saw that fellow Taoist Xiao also knows the Tao of Array, and his attainments are extremely high. Even my ancestor had to spend some effort to crack it. Therefore, I'm bold enough to ask fellow Taoist Xiao to help repair the defensive array of my Tianmen Mountain. Ah? Xiao Hua thought for a long time, but he didn't expect Huang Tianla to make such a request. Fellow Taoist Xiao, the spirit stones used to repair the array are all provided by my Tianmen Mountain. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry. Huang Tianla hurriedly said again. Also, all the Tao of array in my Tianmen Mountain can be comprehended by fellow Taoist Xiao. In other words, my Tianmen Mountain absolutely doesn't guard against fellow Taoist Xiao. This. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. He came out to experience and accompany Xue to see the sea, but he was actually asked to repair the array. He was an array master. Huang Tianla saw Xiao Hua hesitating, and he was delighted. Since Xiao Hua could save Tianmen Mountain, he naturally didn't worry that Xiao Hua would covet anything from Tianmen Mountain. Moreover, he hoped that Xiao Hua would covet it. At least he still had a beautiful granddaughter. He was afraid that Xiao Hua would flatly refuse, or his Tao of array wasn't enough. Now that Xiao Hua was hesitating, what did it mean? Naturally, he had the confidence to repair the array. He was thinking. Chapter 1960. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Huang Taoist said again, actually, it's just repairing my original formation. It's enough to defend against the enemy. It's not too difficult for fellow Taoist Xiao. In addition to my Tianmen Mountains formation, the Huang family also has some. Huang Tianle quickly winked at Huang Liang. Seeing this, Huang Liang transmitted his voice. Senior Xiao, my Huang family used to control a spirit stone mine. Although it's now abandoned, we still have our own collection. Not to mention the spirit stones, we even have the jade essence for making jade talismans, and even the most basic jade talisman method. Of course, these jade talismans are incomplete. If Senior Xiao is willing, this junior is willing to give it to Senior Xiao to comprehend. Jade talismans. Xiao Hua stared blankly. He had absolutely never thought that this ruined Huang family would actually have such a rare and attractive item. However, after thinking about it, it was possible. Since they controlled a spirit stone mine, they were considered rich. Since they had the jade essence, it was possible to obtain the jade talisman refining method. Xiaolang. Shue spoke. Senior Huang Yi was alone for tens of thousands of years, but the main culprit was the Immortal Alliance. We can't criticize the Immortal Alliance, but for the innocent Huang family, shouldn't we make up for Senior Huang? In this way, won't Senior Huang Yi's sin be reduced, so that she'll suffer less in the underworld? Amen, Xiaohua nodded. Although he had suffered a lot when he transcended Huang Yi, the returns were also remarkable. Not to mention that he had cultivated 2 feet of Buddha's Saraira. Just the scarlet imprint that Huang Yi had given him already contained many things. That was an inheritance that was similar to the path of ghost. If he could do something more for the Huang family, he would also be happy. Haha, as I said, Senior Xiao will definitely agree. Huang Mengxiang, who had always been gentle, couldn't help but reveal his true colors. He jumped up and clapped his hands. Cough, cough. Huang Tianle smiled apologetically and said, "Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist Xiao. However, if possible, when fellow Taoist Xiao is repairing the formation, can Xiang or watch from the side?" Huang Tianle's fox tail finally showed itself. He took out the Heavenly Gate Mountains array, and even took out the jade talisman refining method that was almost extinct in the Dawn Rain continent. Naturally, it was impossible for him to just help Xiao Hua repair the array. His true purpose was to let Huang Mengxiang practice the array. Of course, if there's anything Xiang or doesn't understand, I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can give me some pointers. Huang Tianle smiled apologetically. Of course, if it's the secret inheritance of the Imperial Thunder Sect, fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to pay attention to it. However, according to what this Huang knows, the Imperial Thunder Sect doesn't seem to specialize in formations. So this Huang made this deal with fellow Taoist Xiao in private. Seeing that Huang Tianle had considered everything clearly, Xiao Hua didn't refuse anymore. He nodded and said, "Since it's a deal and fellow Huang has taken out such high sincerity, I really can't think of any reason to refuse." "Great." Huang Tianle clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. It is my great fortune to have met fellow Taoist Xiao. Please, while I still have some time, quickly explain the general situation of the Tianmen Mountains formation to fellow Taoist Xiao. And fellow Taoist Huang, please." Xiao Hua didn't hold back and raised his hand. As if he already knew that Xiao Hua would agree, Huang Tianle had already prepared a quiet room in a very secretive place in the Tianmen Mountain. Inside the quiet room, the same jade slips, formation plates, formation flags, and other things were all prepared. When Xiao Hua entered the quiet room, Shue, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, cultivated in another quiet room. Huang Tianle very familiarly picked up a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is the general outline of the Tianmen Mountains array." The Tianmen Mountains array was set up by a gold core realm ancestor when the Tianmen Mountain was at its peak. He spent a lot of money to invite another great master who was proficient in formations to set it up. These jade slips were all left behind by the great master. Unfortunately, the talents of my Huang family have withered, and no one can understand them, let alone repair them. This Huang originally wanted to wait a few days until little Jean reached the foundation establishment stage before making arrangements. Who knew? I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Xiao first. As he spoke, Huang Tianle bowed and saluted. Huang Tianle couldn't be so serious. This move of his was to hand over all of the Tianmen Mountains assets to Xiao Hua, and then let Xiao Hua transfer them to Huang Mengxiang. If Xiao Hua had a little bit of selfishness in this, then Huang Mengxiang's gains would be greatly reduced. This was also what Huang Tianle couldn't decide for so many days. Although Xiao Hua did a lot of things on the night of the lightning tribulation, that was a critical moment. If Xiao Hua didn't save himself, he wouldn't have been able to survive. Who could guarantee that Xiao Hua wouldn't be disloyal after gaining his freedom? However, Huang Tianle's time of death was approaching, and he couldn't not make arrangements. Xiao Hua just happened to come at the right time, and he also understood formations. If he didn't let Xiao Hua pass them on, then these jade slips could only be dead objects, and Huang Mengxiang would probably never understand them in his lifetime. Xiao Hua had already used a secret technique to erase Huang Tianle and the others' memories of him transcending Huang Yi. He had even erased the flying swords. Therefore, Huang Tianle's trust in Xiao Hua had decreased by a bit. That was why he used the formation and the incomplete method of refining the jade talisman to lure Xiao Hua. If he still had his previous memories, he was afraid that he would only take out the formation and not the method of refining the jade talisman. Xiao Hua took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense in it. At first, it was still easy, but the more he read, the tighter his frown became. Although he had studied formations before, such as the rabbit formation and the fire formation, after all, he hadn't studied formations systematically. He still had very little understanding of the daybreak continent's formations. How could he completely understand such a profound general outline of formations all of a sudden? Naturally, he had to ask questions one after another. How is it, fellow Taoist Xiao? Seeing Xiao Hua's frown, Huang Tianle was also apprehensive. Do you not understand? I'll let fellow Taoist Huang know. Xiao Hua didn't hide it in the slightest. I really don't understand. This general outline looks very simple, but if you carefully examine it, there are many parts that are very difficult to understand, such as... Then, Xiao Hua pointed out the parts of the general outline that he didn't understand at the beginning. Good. Huang Tianle nodded. He clapped his hands again and took out another jade slip from his bosom. He said with a smile, that was left behind by a great formation master. This jade slip was recorded by my ancestor, and it also contains the parts of the general outline that my ancestor didn't understand. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao has any use for it. Oh, that's great. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, your ancestor is very meticulous, and his preparations are very complete. After he finished speaking, he took the jade slip, looked at it for a moment, and said with a bitter smile, there is a lot of content inside. I'm afraid it's not something that can be comprehended in a short time. No hurry, fellow Taoist Xiao just needs to know. Huang Tianle then picked up a jade slip from the table in the quiet room, and took out another jade slip from his bosom. He said, this is the detailed explanation of the Heavenly Gates water-cutting formation, and some of my ancestors' records about this formation. Xiao Hua took it, looked at it casually, and put it aside. Then, Huang Tianle actually took out nearly a dozen different jade slips and the records of the Huang family's ancestor. Xiao Hua was a little dumbfounded. He knew that the Huang family's foundation was very deep, but he didn't expect it to be so deep. The entire Heavenly Gate Mountain was actually protected by a dozen different formations of different sizes. Moreover, these dozen formations formed a large formation, and it was said that it could withstand the attacks of nascent soul and spirit-severing cultivators. After roughly explaining these dozen formations, Huang Tianle's spirit was already exhausted. He said tiredly, fellow Taoist Xiao, this is all I can say for the time being. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you can comprehend here first. If there is anything you don't understand, you can come and call me. Xiang Air will accompany you here. What I'm thinking isn't necessarily to completely repair these array formations. Just focus on protecting the Heavenly Gate Mountain's lineage according to the priority. After all, everything still depends on Xiang Air and the others. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. He didn't send Huang Tianle off. He frowned and looked at the jade slip in his hand. According to Xiao Hua's thinking, wasn't it just laying down some formations? How long could it take? A few months, half a year would be enough. Who would have thought that he would repair the formations in Heavenly Gate Mountain for a whole 3 years? Huang Tianle had already passed away more than 20 days after Xiao Hua agreed to repair the formation. Xiao Hua was originally somewhat puzzled, because after all, the Dharma body was only a kind of divine ability, Even if it was destroyed by other people's great transcendence energy, it might not necessarily die. However, after asking Huang Tianla in private, he found out that he didn't just put his avatar into the vermilion bird blazing formation. He also put in blood essence and other things along with the avatar. This was one of the strange things about the vermilion bird blazing formation. It was Huang Tianla's last resort to protect the Huang family of Heavenly Gate Mountain. During these 3 years, Xiaohua's main focus was naturally on the art of formations. While he was comprehending, he had also repaired nearly 10 of the dozens of large and small formations. Naturally, he told Huang Mengxiang in detail about the details of the repairs. Xiaohua even told Huang Mengxiang about the reasons behind the repairs and the things that Huang Mengxiang did not understand. During this process, Xiaohua recalled many things about the rabbit talisman. Although these talismans did not match the formations of Tianmen Mountain, as long as they were involved, he would tell Huang Mengxiang about them. Huang Mengxiang did not know the inside story and only thought that he had passed it on to her, so she just listened to him. There were also several other formations. First, they were too damaged. Instead of repairing them, it was better to set up new formations. Moreover, if the formation exceeded Xiaohua's ability, he wouldn't be able to do it. Second, those formations were all local formations of Heavenly Gate Mountain. They were considered secondary, so Xiaohua didn't put them on the schedule to repair them. As for cultivation, to be honest, Xiaohua didn't focus on the cultivation of the earth expansion technique. Instead, he focused on comprehending the tens of thousands of years of pain and loneliness that the Buddha's Saraira had obtained from Huang Yi. Although he had already experienced this feeling when he reincarnated Huang Yi, the unforgettable pain remained in Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua was very sensitive to the preciousness of this pain. He couldn't fully comprehend it during the short period of time when he reincarnated Huang Yi. Therefore, he slowly comprehended it in his spare time while repairing the formations. Although this didn't directly improve Xiaohua's cultivation, its effects were very far-reaching. Chapter 1961. Of course, while Xiaohua was experiencing Huang Yi's pain, he also took a look at the ghost cultivation inheritance she left behind. This inheritance was really huge, so Xiaohua didn't examine it carefully at all. He only picked out the things he was interested in and could cultivate, such as the art of talismans and so on. In particular, he also found a secret technique that could attack divine sense, the soul thorn, which was the same as the Taoist sect's secret technique that Qian Diheng and the others said. 3 years, although it was a long time for mortals, for cultivators like Xiaohua, it was really short. He only had a simple understanding of some spells and had even just begun to cultivate. As for Xue, Xiaohua was really puzzled. The reason Xiaohua couldn't build his foundation was because he had to cultivate to the 18th layer of qi refining. It wasn't that he didn't make any progress. However, although Xue had been cultivating in the quiet room next to Xiaohua every day for the past 3 years, she couldn't build her foundation. If Sun Shu and Qian Diheng did indeed have an opportunity to build their foundation, Xue didn't lack it. She had already taken the Zhongyao milk and even made some progress in the hibernating thunder escape. So why couldn't she build her foundation? Perhaps building foundation was really a threshold for cultivators. Even if all the preparations were complete, without an opportunity, it was still in vain. Compared to Xue, Tianmen Mountain had changed a lot. Not to mention that those damaged formations were repaired by Xiaohua. Huang Liang and Yang Fan were suddenly attacked by an inexplicable cultivator one day. Under the pressure of a worn-out demonic spear shaft, they suddenly built their foundation, and that cultivator was inexplicably forced back by Huang Mengxiang's appearance. The appearance of 2 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators greatly increased the strength of Tianmen Mountain, and also covered up the fact that Huang Mengxiang easily stepped into the 10th layer of qi refining. Huang Mengxiang was just as Huang Yi had said. He was a genius who had broken away from the art of charms. Not only did his cultivation far exceed Xiaohua's expectations, but his understanding of formations also left Xiaohua flabbergasted. Although Xiaohua was able to set up formations when he was in the qi refining stage and had his own understanding of formations, it was clear that Xiaohua had dabbled in formations before he lost his memories. However, this was Huang Mengxiang's first time coming into contact with formations. The speed of his comprehension and the precision of his formations could only prove that he was a genius. On this day, Xiaohua was standing on top of a pavilion with a triangular formation disc in his hand. Most of the runes on the formation disc were old. Only about 30% of them were newly repaired. Xiaohua smiled and said, Miss Mengxiang, if this formation disc is effective, then this 3 stars thunder formation will be repaired by us. This Xiao can be considered to have done his best. Hee, Senior Xiao, let's not talk so much. We'll know once we try putting it in. Huang Mengxiang's face was full of joy. This formation disc was personally repaired by her under Xiaohua's guidance. She naturally wanted to see if she could succeed. Hee, seeing Huang Mengxiang's joy, Xiaohua also faintly smiled. This girl had been following Xiaohua for the past 3 years. Perhaps because of the dream, she had a kind of attachment to Xiaohua from the bottom of her heart, a kind of emotional dependence. However, Xiaohua no longer made it clear. Although at the beginning, Huang Mengxiang had a lot of intimacy, but as time passed, Xiaohua's indifference, as well as Xiaohua's intimacy with Xue, had all been seen by her. Those seemingly frivolous actions had lessened by a lot. As for whether she understood the difference between reality and the dream, or tried her best to be a dignified person, Xiaohua didn't know. Do it yourself. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the formation disc flew into Huang Mengxiang's hand. I'll do it myself. Huang Mengxiang seemed to be in a fit of pique. Her left hand formed a seal, and magic power gradually condensed in her hand. Go, Huang Mengxiang lightly shouted. The seal hit the formation disc, and the formation disc emitted a fiery red brilliance. Then, Huang Mengxiang pointed again, and the formation disc slowly flew down, gradually landing on the foundation of the pavilion. The foundation flashed with fluctuations of spiritual power, and the formation disc was about to merge with it. But at this moment, the fiery red brilliance on the formation disc extended, and the spiritual power became somewhat chaotic. The formation disc, which had just disappeared halfway, was completely revealed again. Senior Xiao, Huang Mengxiang pouted and said with dissatisfaction, Xiang Er's magic power is insufficient. I can't embed the formation disc. Hee, Xiaohua pointed his finger and sent out his magic power. The formation disc slightly shook and effortlessly merged with it. Following a wave of spatial fluctuations, the entire foundation returned to its original appearance. Senior Xiao, it's not that Xiang Er's cultivation in formations is insufficient, but that my magic power is insufficient. Huang Mengxiang was still a little angry. If this junior also built his foundation, this formation would definitely be easy to fix. Hee, what you said makes sense. How could Xiaohua argue with her? He only smiled and said, This Xiao wants you to try it yourself because I want to tell you that all kinds of array formations rely on magic power, and magic power relies on cultivation. For tens of thousands of years, the Huang clan has had some seniors who only had magic power but didn't understand array formations. There were also seniors who knew array formations but didn't have magic power, so no one has been able to repair this array formation. Now that you have learned the way of formations, but your magic power is still insufficient. This is your weakness, and it is also the weakness of the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain. You must not throw away your magic power and focus on the details just because you have a rough understanding of formations. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he suddenly laughed involuntarily. Why did this statement sound so similar to his master's nagging in his ears? Senior Xiao, how can Xiang Er forget? Huang Mengxiang pouted and said, Before my grandfather died, he repeatedly told me that if Xiang Er didn't build his foundation, Xiang Er must not be allowed to leave Tianmen Mountain. Besides, my Tianmen Mountain Huang family has a gold core stage master. Hee, it's not as bad as Senior Xiao said. Okay. I'm just saying, Xiaohua waved his hand. Tianmen Mountain was glorious, and it had a deeper foundation than Shang Huaming and 100 Herbs Gate. He didn't need to know so much. Okay, the formation disc has been placed. This is the formation flag. In addition, I have also passed on the chant to control the formation without the formation flag. You can activate this formation. Xiaohua said again. He patted his hand, took out a small red flag from his storage bag, and handed it to Huang Mengxiang. Yes. Huang Mengxiang took the small flag and said with a smile, The chant is based on magic power. I'm afraid Xiang Er can't do it. It's better to use the formation flag. With that, Huang Mengxiang closed his eyes and chanted in the air. He held the small flag in his left hand and made a gesture with his right hand. First, he hit the small flag, then he hit it in the air. Then he shook his hand as if he was lifting something heavy. With the wave of the small flag, a wisp of flame was born from the tip of the small flag and shot into the air. On the top of the pavilion, there was a swish sound, like the spring breeze blowing through the willow branches. Layers of magic power spread from one pavilion to another, and then from that pavilion to a rockery, and then from the rockery to the distant lake. Chapter 1962. Rise! Huang Mengxiang lightly reprimanded. A few drops of sweat seeped out from the tip of her jade-like nose. She poured all of her magic power into the formation flag. With a rumbling sound, it was as if a layer of clothing was peeled off in front of her. A layer of tiny flames the size of a thumb suddenly appeared where her magic power extended. Then it suddenly disappeared, and a wisp of flame was quickly absorbed into Huang Mengxiang's formation flag. Pa pa pa, Xiaohua's clapping sound came from beside Huang Mengxiang. Not bad, this formation should be completely repaired. Miss Mengxiang's contribution cannot go unnoticed. Hee Xiaohua, just call me Mengxiang. Huang Mengxiang giggled. Suddenly, she blinked and said with a smile. Xiaohua smiled slightly and ignored her words. He just said, now this, just as Xiaohua was speaking, a communication talisman flew over and stopped beside Huang Mengxiang. Huh? Huang Mengxiang glanced at Xiaohua and said with a smile, Xiaohua, please speak. Maybe it's a communication talisman from my father. Take a look first. Xiaohua stood with his hands behind his back and no longer spoke. Huang Mengxiang was helpless. She pinched open the communication talisman and heard Huang Mang's voice. Xiang Er, Jing Qifeng, Jiang Yu Schoolchong, and Qi Mingzong each brought their own disciples and a few early-stage foundation establishment cultivators to help. They are challenging in front of Tianmen Mountain's formation. You should come with Senior Xiao. Sai, hearing this, Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. Long before Huang Tianle died, he had already sent out disciples to explain what had happened in the Tianmen Mountain to the deceased cultivator sects and families. He had also brought corresponding gifts to them. In fact, Tianmen Mountain didn't need to prepare an explanation, but Huang Tianle had to be so careful in order to prevent some sects from using this as an excuse to make things difficult for the Huang family. But in this world, there was no shortage of people who would kick a man when he was down. In the first year, the sects and families were still watching. Later, when they saw Huang Tianle's death, some cultivation families couldn't sit still. In the next 2 years, such things happened several times, but they were all dispersed by Xiaohua and driven away one by one. Everyone didn't know Xiaohua's origin, and when Xiaohua faced the enemy, he also used befuddlement, so he was very mysterious. These families couldn't figure out the details and began to watch again. Now that the cultivation families didn't dare to make a move, these cultivation sects came out. Aunt Huang Mengxiang was a bit. She looked at Xiaohua with a bitter face. She said, Xiaohua, Senior Xiao, of course. Of. Cough, cough. Xiaohua looked at the formation in front of him and said, you go by yourself. This formation doesn't look right. I'll stay here and carefully repair it. I can't fail fellow Taoist Huang's trust. This. Huang Mengxiang was at a loss for words. She understood that Huang Tianle's arrangements before his death didn't include Xiaohua helping Tianmen Mountain to defend against the enemy. In the previous few times, because Tianmen Mountain's formation hadn't been completed, and Huang Liang and Yang Fan hadn't reached the foundation establishment stage, Xiaohua volunteered to go out when the Huang family was at their wits' end. Huang Mengxiang had seen Xiaohua's means before, and he was definitely more powerful than Huang Tianle. Now that she saw Xiaohua refuse, she naturally had nothing to say. All right, then this junior will go and help father and mother. Huang Mengxiang sniffled, as if she was about to cry. The people who came this time didn't come with good intentions. They are all cultivators from cultivation sects, and their means are more powerful than my father's. Senior, please repair the formation here first. When Junior and Mother are killed by them, please help us collect our corpses. It's best to bury my father, mother, and grandfather together. Let Junior be buried near ancestor Huang Yi's old residence, so that Junior can accompany my ancestor after death. Let her see that the Senior Xiao she spared actually didn't help Junior. Okay. Xiaohua waved his hand angrily, patted his hand, and took out a few formation flags from his storage bag. He said, I'll go now, okay? Hee. I knew Xiaohua was the best. Huang Mengxiang immediately had an expression that turned from tears to laughter. Remember, if you call me that again, I'll leave immediately. I definitely won't make a move. Xiaohua scolded with a straight face. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's face was only 18 or 19 years old. Even though he had been experiencing the pain that Huang Yi had inflicted on him for the past 3 years, these changes couldn't completely change Xiaohua from the inside out. Looking at Xiaohua's face that was even younger than her own, Huang Mengxiang slightly stuck out her tongue and coughed twice. Yes, Junior will follow Senior Zhao's orders. Seeing the secret joy in Huang Mengxiang's eyes, Xiaohua knew that this girl wasn't really obedient. He snorted from his nose and waved his hand, causing a few formation flags to fall in front of her. First, take some medicinal pills and restore your magic power. The great formation of Tianmen Mountain has already been set up. You go and give these formation flags to your father and mother. I have already taught them how to use it. The 3 of you should be able to block those cultivators outside Tianmen Mountain. Yes, Huang Mengxiang replied crisply. She patted her hand, and a few medicinal pills were also sent into her mouth. Soon after, Xiaohua and Huang Mengxiang flew over many pavilions and flew out of Tianmen Mountain. However, the current Tianmen Mountain was somewhat different from the Tianmen Mountain that Xiaohua and Shui came from. The originally beautiful scenery that could be seen at a glance was now covered by an extremely thin mist. This mist covered both sides of Tianmen Mountain, making it look like an immortal mountain. However, it was this light mist that blocked the group of Foundation establishment cultivators above the cold river. This group of cultivators was about 6 or 7 people. Each of them didn't look young, and all of them had a heroic appearance. The one in the lead was wearing a white Taoist robe and even had a horsetail whisk in his hand. His face was like a full moon, and he looked like an expert. Senior brother Yun, junior brother Xie was killed in Tianmen Mountain. A cultivator wearing a navy blue Taoist robe next to this cultivator whispered, although Tianmen Mountain's Huang Tianla later returned junior brother Xie's storage bag and other things to my Jingqi Peak. It is obvious that junior brother Xie's cultivation was at the early stage of Foundation establishment. He was far from being killed by a ghost. What Huang Tianla said is definitely not true. Besides, even if what Huang Tianla said is the truth and a disciple of my Jingqi Peak died in Tianmen Mountain, even if the sect master doesn't say anything, we disciples who have a good relationship with junior brother Xie can't just let it go. We have to get justice for junior brother Xie. That's right. My River Jade sect's senior brother Chong is also like this. He died here without knowing why. The sect leader can't say anything. After all, senior brother Chong came out because of something. We can't ignore this matter. Otherwise, senior brother Chong, fellow Taoist Xie, and fellow Taoist Zhu will die in vain. Huang Tianla has a good plan. He only used some spirit stones to send us 3 sects away. Does he really think that we are those cultivation families who haven't seen the world? Another cultivator with a red face who was obviously from the Qi Mingzong said fiercely, and I don't know where he found a Foundation establishment cultivator with a bewitching soul to drive away the provocation of the cultivation families. He wants to use such means to scare us disciples of the cultivation sects? Junior brother Hong Qianfei, the message talisman has been sent out for a long time. Why haven't we seen any disciples of Tianmen Mountain come out to greet us? They don't put us in their eyes, but don't they put fellow Taoist Yun Xingshan in their eyes? A thin cultivator couldn't help but complain. Fellow Taoist Yun is a cultivator at the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Yun Xingshan was the cultivator from the Jingqi Peak. At this time, he was a little angry when he heard this. He snorted and said, Tianmen Mountain is a famous cultivation family tens of thousands of years ago. Except for the 3 major sects and the 7 major cities, they don't put any other sects in their eyes. What's the big deal about letting us be left out for a while in Tianmen Mountain? Senior brother Yun, the light fog of Tianmen Mountain is a little strange. The cultivator who instigated just now was Li Ming from the Jiangyu sect. At this time, he frowned and said, I heard that Tianmen Mountain will be covered by a thick fog in the morning or before the rain. It can even affect the travel of the river boats on the cold river. However, I have never heard of such a large area of light fog. It almost covers the entire Tianmen Mountain. Senior brother Li is right. Ji Shiping from the Qi Mingzong also nodded and said, I came to Tianmen Mountain dozens of years ago. At that time, I flew directly into Tianmen Mountain and didn't see any light fog here. Tianmen Mountain has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. This should be their gatekeeping array. Yun Xingshan frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Hee, senior brother Yin, we have seen the gatekeeping array, but Tianmen Mountain shouldn't have won at this time, right? Gao Fu from the Jiangyu sect smiled apologetically and said, their foundation establishment master has died long ago. Tianmen Mountain is full of Qi refinement disciples. How could they repair the broken array? Oh no! Yun Xingshan suddenly realized. Could it be? Tianmen Mountain has turned to that major sect? That cultivator in camouflage is also from the three major sects? Of course. Gao Fu was also dumbfounded. I'm afraid it's the five-element sect, the mechanism sect, or even the Qiqiao sect that can repair all the arrays of Tianmen Mountain, right? It could also be Haoming City. Another person said in a low voice, I heard in private that Haoming City has been interested in Tianmen Mountain for a long time. Before senior brother Zhu came, he came because he heard that no one from Haoming City came. Hee, even if Tianmen Mountain has turned to the major sects, we won't offend anyone by asking about the details of our senior brothers, right? Yun Xingshan suddenly laughed and said, besides, if the person in the camouflage is from the three major sects or the 7 major cities, would he need to upload the camouflage? I guess Tianmen Mountain can't wait to take off his clothes and write the details of this person's background on it so that others can know, right? Yes. Everyone nodded. At this moment, there seemed to be a gust of wind blowing in the faint mist above the foothills of Tianmen Mountain. A dozen cultivators flew out of the mist and bowed at the edge of the mist from afar, but they didn't go up. I'm Huang Liang of Heavenly Gate Mountain. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Huang Liang, who was the first to greet them, bowed and said, what can I do for you? Chapter 1963. Fellow Taoist Huang? You've built your foundation? Ji Shiping of Qimingzong had obviously seen Huang Meng before and said in surprise. Then he saw Yang Fan and said, fellow Taoist Yang has also built his foundation. Haha, fellow Taoist Huang. You and your wife are really lucky to have 2 foundation-building cultivators in Tianmen Mountain. Hee, I wouldn't dare. My Tianmen Mountain has been in decline for too long. Now that we have 2 cultivators in the foundation establishment realm, fellow cultivator Ji, it really makes me feel bad. Huang Meng said with a smile, but there was a hint of pride in his tone. Ji Shiping scanned the area again with his divine sense, only to see Huang Mengxiang standing behind Huang Meng and Yang Yu, as well as a group of aura-refining disciples. He didn't see any other unusual people, especially the one they already knew was bewitched. What's wrong? Fellow Taoist Huang, aren't you going to invite us to Tianmen Mountain? Ji Shiping said with a smile. Of course, I'm here to invite you in for a chat. Huang Liang said calmly, cupping his fist and bowing. His calmness made the others hesitate. Even Yun Zhishan glanced at Ji Shiping with slight displeasure. He stepped forward and said with a smile, we won't go to Tianmen Mountain to nag fellow Taoist Huang. This is? Huang Meng smiled apologetically. Haha, this is senior brother Yun Zhishan of Jingqi Peak. Don't you know him? Ji Shiping said with a sneer. So it's senior brother Yun. Forgive me for not recognizing you. If we come to Tianmen Mountain, I'll hold a banquet to apologize and meet all of you in person. Huang Meng said with neither arrogance nor humility. These are. Ji Shiping knew Huang Meng, so he introduced them to him. Huang Meng pretended not to know and greeted them one by one. When he finally raised his head, he was very surprised and asked thoughtfully, fellow Taoist Ji, Jingqi Peak, Jiangyu sect, and Qimingzong came together. Is there an urgent matter? Before Ji Shiping could speak, Bai Huachu of Qimingzong sneered and said, you keep calling me fellow Taoist Ji. Do you have any respect for Qimingzong? Don't you know why we're here? Tell me, how did senior brother Zhu Feng die? What about senior brother Xie and junior brother Chong? Were they going to die in vain at Tianmen Mountain? If you don't tell me the truth, don't even think about returning safely today. Hee, fellow Taoist Bai, you sure talk big. Huang Liang sneered and said, fellow Taoists from the 3 sects have come to Heavenly Gate Mountain for this? Our Tianmen Mountain has already explained this matter in detail to your sect leader 2 years ago. The Taoist friend who died in Tianmen Mountain came here to treat my daughter, but it was not Tianmen Mountain's intention to have an accident in Tianmen Mountain. Besides, Tianmen Mountain offered a reward with a magic weapon, which was dangerous in itself. The Taoist friend who died must have been prepared in advance. The responsibility of this matter is not necessarily Tianmen Mountain's responsibility. Furthermore, Tianmen Mountain will return all the storage bags, corpses, and other things of your Taoist friend. I can't think of anything that your esteemed sect is dissatisfied with. Ha ha, of course our sect leader is satisfied. Who can blame Tianmen Mountain? Bai Huachu laughed and said, however, your Tianmen Mountain dismissed us by saying that it was done by an old ghost. The sect leader didn't say anything because he was magnanimous. We are good friends of senior martial brother Zhu. If we don't come out to uphold justice, wouldn't there be no justice in this world? Would people die in vain? What my Huang family said is completely true. Many of Tianmen Mountain's disciples died, and my father and uncle also died because of it. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? That old ghost is from Tianmen Mountain. Who knows where he came from? Tianmen Mountain is dead. How can you drag others into it? Seeing that Bai Huachu began to pester endlessly, Huang Liang knew that it was useless to continue talking. He sneered and said, "What do you mean, fellow Taoists? You don't come to Tianmen Mountain to sit down and talk, but you want to find justice that doesn't exist here. You're really putting me in a difficult position. I don't know what to do to make you understand." Do you still not understand what to do, fellow Taoist Huang? Bai Huachu glanced at Yun Shishan and saw that there was no special expression on his face. He simply took half a step forward and said with a smile, "Either show us some sincerity from Tianmen Mountain and satisfy us so that we know that what you did was not done by Tianmen Mountain, or let us take you down." At this point, Bai Huachu clapped his hands, and a rope-like magical item was thrown into the air. With the activation of his magic power, it went straight toward Huang Liang. He then shouted, "Senior brother Yun, if not now, when are you going to do it?" This. Yun Shishan seemed to be a little hesitant, but at this time, when the others saw that Bai Huachu was the first to shed all pretense of cordiality, they threw away the little scruples in their hearts and clapped their hands. In fact, each of them had prepared a magical item long ago, and they threw it toward Yang Fan, Huang Mengxiang, and the others. "Sai, why can't we talk nicely?" Yun Shishan smiled bitterly, but his hands did not slow down much. He rubbed his hands together, and rich water-based spiritual energy quickly gathered around him. Dozens of thumb-thick water swords stabbed toward the people of Tianmen Mountain. This group of sanctimonious people. How dare they call themselves disciples of a cultivation sect? They're worse than itinerant cultivators. Huang Mengxiang cursed. Itinerant cultivators don't even look for a reason to attack directly. They're really despicable. These shameless people even dare to make up a reason. They're too hypocritical. Rise! Without waiting for Huang Liang's order, Huang Mengxiang raised the small flag in his hand and shouted, "Disciples, listen to my command." Yes. The several disciples behind Huang Mengxiang clapped their hands and took out their own small array flags. Go! Huang Mengxiang activated his magic power, and the small flag in his hand glowed red. On the flag, a small vermilion bird fluttered in the wind. Go! The disciples also began to chant and wave the small flag. As their magic power was rapidly absorbed by the small flag, the disciples opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the small flag. After the small flag absorbed the blood essence and magic power, it gave birth to an even smaller vermilion bird. They flew out with the small flag and flew toward Huang Mengxiang's small flag. Swoosh! Huang Mengxiang saw several vermilion birds flying toward him. He waved the flag even more fiercely, and the small vermilion bird also flew out. With a soft boom, the several vermilion birds merged together. Go! Huang Mengxiang pointed his finger, and the vermilion bird flew into the air. The surrounding spiritual energy was absorbed by the vermilion bird. When the vermilion bird grew several times bigger, it let out a cry and returned to Huang Mengxiang's array flag. Return! Huang Mengxiang's face lit up with joy. He quickly waved the small flag, and several clusters of fire suddenly appeared on the cold river that was originally sandwiched between Tianmen Mountain. Chapter 1964. Huang Liang was infuriated when he saw Bai Huachu unleash his magical item, which was flying toward him like a snake. Just as Huang Mengxiang had said, Bai Huachu's behavior was no different from slapping Heaven Gate Mountain in the face. Wasn't it the same as Shang Qinghe's behavior in Haoming City? While the magical item was flying, it was absorbing the surrounding natural energy. Before it could even get close, Huang Mang felt a faint restrictive force. Not daring to be careless, Huang Mang slapped his hand and took out a small flag from his storage bag. With a wave of his hand, a few wisps of pale white smoke emerged from the small flag. As soon as the smoke appeared, it quickly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it had enveloped Huang Mang and the others. Bai Huachu's flying magical item twisted a few times, but was unable to land on the ground. However, the magical instruments of Ji Shiping and the others had also arrived. Yun Shirshan's magic also fell and smashed into the white smoke. Bang! 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 It sounded like boulders rolling down. Wife, help me quickly. Although Huang Liang could control the formation, his magic power was limited. When everyone attacked the formation, he also suffered from the backlash. Husband, don't worry. Yang Fan had already taken out the array flag. They had practiced this array many times under Xiao Hua's guidance. When he saw that Huang Liang could not hold on any longer, he immediately waved the array flag, and a faint mist flew out from her array flag. However, the areas that were produced were different, and when the mist from these areas connected, they were able to block the attacks of the 6 or 7 people. Oh, this formation is really powerful. Yun Shirshan was slightly surprised. But at that moment, a few wisps of flame controlled by Huang Mengxiang appeared above the cold river. This formation can attack and defend. The Huang family of Tianmen Mountain really lives up to its reputation. Ji Shiping was also stunned when he saw the wisps of flame. However, the flame looked very small. Besides, they were above the cold river, where the spiritual energy of the water was abundant. Moreover, Yun Shirshan had a water physique and was very good at water magic. Ji Shiping and the others invited Yun Shirshan here to deal with the Huang family's fire physique. However, the development of the situation was beyond everyone's expectations. The flame controlled by Huang Mengxiang was like a spark that could start a prairie fire. As soon as it appeared, it immediately ignited the air and the ground under everyone's feet. It quickly spread and enveloped everyone from all directions. How dare you? Yun Shirshan was enraged. He didn't think that the 2 foundation establishment cultivators would only dare to defend, but Huang Mengxiang, a Qi refining junior, would actually dare to attack. Yun Shirshan waved his sleeve, and a layer of white mist appeared. Like a ball of water, the mist spread out with him as the center. He did not believe that a little girl who was only at the Qi refining stage, even with the help of a formation, would be able to compete with him, who was only at the foundation establishment stage. However, what happened next easily crushed his disdain. It was like a snowflake being roasted by a flame. The mist of Cloud Shroud Mountain was ignited the moment it came into contact with the flame. Boom! The flame became even more ferocious and directly rolled over. Ah? This is Samadhi true fire? Yun Shirshan was shocked, but he never thought that even if it was Samadhi true fire, with Huang Mengxiang's cultivation, it would be impossible for her to ignite his spell. Run! Yun Shirshan knew how dangerous the situation was and did not dare to delay any longer. He waved his sleeves and a strong wind appeared. He did not dare to mix in any water element spiritual energy. Within the strong wind, a wheel-shaped magical artifact spun rapidly and flew towards the place where the flames had not yet closed. Yun Shirshan's body also flew along with the strong wind. He wanted to seize the opportunity to strike first. With a sizzling sound, the water-blue wheel of the magic tool spun vigorously in the fog, as if all the fog was sucked into the magic tool. However, the fog did not seem to be light at all. Pooh! Yun Shirshan's body flew over, and his face changed slightly. He opened his mouth and spat out a light blue bead, which quickly hit the wheel of the magic tool. Kacha! The bead seemed to be extremely cold. When it hit the mist quickly froze, and under the attack of the magic tool, it shattered into pieces. Great! Yun Shirshan scanned the area with his divine sense, and found that there was a flaw in the array. He was overjoyed and flew towards the frozen fog. But at this time, there was a boom as the Samadhi True Fire's flames came from behind the layer of ice. How dare you? Yun Shirshan was furious. He slapped his forehead and spat out a mouthful of profound qi onto the light blue bead. There was a buzzing sound, and the bead suddenly expanded and turned white. A natural water essence, smaller than a thumb, flew out from the bead. As soon as it appeared, it immediately turned into a net and rushed towards the oncoming flames. I don't know where you got this Samadhi True Fire from, but you dare to be so arrogant? Who doesn't know that the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain has the bloodline of the vermilion bird? Yun Jishan was furious. He was actually forced to use his Xiantian water essence by a little girl who was only at the qi refining stage. Even if he managed to escape from the array, he would still lose all his face. Boom. Yun Shirshan's natural water essence was also ignited by the flames. Yun Shirshan's face turned pale as he murmured, How? How? How is this possible? While he was hesitating, the flame that could burn anything jumped from the water essence to Yun Shirshan's body. Yun Shishan couldn't do anything and screamed like a mortal. He waved his sleeves left and right as if he wanted to stop the flames. However, a strange thing happened. The flames that were about to ignite Yun Shishan suddenly froze and floated in front of him. It was as if a powerful cultivator was trying to stop the tragedy from happening. Phew! Yun Shirshan was stunned as he looked at the flame. It was as if it was right in front of his eyes. He let out a long sigh. But in the blink of an eye, the flame jumped up again like a frightened snake. It bared its fangs and pounced on Yun Shirshan's defenseless body. Yun Shirshan let out a heart-wrenching scream. The flame was extremely overbearing. Although Yun Shirshan had a protective magical item and a few layers of light, it was almost extinguished upon contact. Boom, boom, boom. Yun Shirshan only had time to scan the area with his divine sense. Other than Yun Shirshan, the other 6 cultivators were all covered in flames. The flames were pure blue with a tinge of crimson red. Huang Mengxiang is too cruel. This was Yun Shirshan's last thought. Miss Mengxiang? What Yun Shirshan didn't know was that the moment the flame touched him, Huang Mengxiang heard Xiaohua's voice. These people. You don't have to kill them all. Just teach them a lesson and let them know the power of Tianmen Mountain. They won't dare to come again. Senior Xiao. Huang Mengxiang naturally didn't use telepathy. She wasn't afraid at all. She turned to the source of the voice and said, Senior, you seem to have done a lot of vigilance in the past 2 years, right? But what's the effect? The number of cultivators harassing Tianmen Mountain hasn't decreased at all. Moreover, the behavior of these so-called famous sects is not as good as that of the previous cultivation families. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will probably go back and bring more powerful senior brothers. The cultivation of these people has reached the critical point of our Tianmen Mountain's resistance. If they bring out some martial uncle, how can our Tianmen Mountain deal with it? Senior Xiao, are you going to stay in Tianmen Mountain forever? Even if Senior Xiao stays in Tianmen Mountain, what about their sect masters? What if the sect masters of the 3 sects gather? What will Senior Xiao do? Senior Xiao, you might not know what Tianmen Mountain looks like in the eyes of other sects. Seemingly afraid that Xiaohua would be angry, Huang Mengxiang immediately explained, We are now a toothless tiger. They can kill and take as they wish. If it weren't for my ancestors scattering all the things that might cause covetousness, leaving only Tianmen Mountain, I'm afraid we would have been devoured by them long ago. Now that Tianmen Mountain has a formation, what's the point of not teaching them a lesson? Senior Xiao, haven't you seen the Lan family? It's been tens of thousands of years, but they still want to kill the descendants of my Huang family. If we had paid more attention earlier, how could granduncle have been killed? Looking at the determination in Huang Mengxiang's eyes, Xiaohua seemed to see the ghost of Huang Yi again. He couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed and said softly, This is your Tianmen Mountain's formation. You are the person in charge of the formation. You decide everything. Thank you, Xiaohua. Huang Mengxiang said softly. No one else could hear it, but Huang Mengxiang knew that Xiaohua must have heard it. Just as Huang Mengxiang was speaking, the small flag in her hand danced again. The flame controlled by Xiaohua jumped up again and rushed toward Yun Shirshan and the others. Although it was not as powerful as the Vermilion Bird flame formation in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, which could instantly kill Yun Shirshan and Shang Qinghe, this small flame was like a bone-chilling pain. It was impossible to get rid of it. It swallowed Yun Shirshan and the others bit by bit. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the howling stopped. Disciples, go and take the storage pouches of these cultivators. The flame controlled by Huang Mengxiang was very small. It only destroyed the cultivators' physical bodies, but left the storage pouches intact. Yes, the Huang family disciples were overjoyed. They activated their flying talismans and entered the formation. They took the storage pouches that were supported by the formation. Father, Mother, stop the formation, Huang Mengxiang said loudly. Okay. Huang Meng looked at Yang Fan with a helpless expression. The two of them put away the small flag, and the thick fog above Tianmen Mountain gradually dispersed. Behind the thick fog, Xiaohua's tall and thin figure appeared. Senior Xiao. Huang Meng and Yang Fan didn't show any disrespect to Xiaohua because they had already reached the foundation establishment stage. They still called him Senior and bowed. Thank you, Senior. The formation can be considered complete today. Chapter 1965. Yes, that's true. I didn't expect that these dozens of great formations would be so interconnected. If I don't repair the many formations in Tianmen Mountain, this Tianmen Great Formation won't be able to form. Xiaohua said indifferently. However, since such a formation can stop a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, it can also trap a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Tianmen Mountain should be safe. My promise to fellow Taoist Huang can be considered fulfilled. Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a man of his word. As Huang Liang spoke, he glanced at Yang Fan. Yang Fan reached out his hand and took out a small storage bag from his chest pocket. Then he stepped forward respectfully and said with a smile, "This is what my father promised Senior a long time ago. My husband said that he would give it to Senior, but I was afraid that Senior would take it. Alas, it's all my fault for measuring the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. I hope Senior can understand." Haha, it's fine. Xiaohua reached out and took it. He didn't look at it and put it in his arms. I've been comprehending formations for several years and didn't have time to look at this thing. It's just right for me to give it to you. Senior Xiao, I'll hold a banquet in Vermilion Bird Palace tonight to thank Senior for your merit. Please be punctual. Huang Meng smiled apologetically. Haha, Vermilion Bird Palace has also been repaired? Unfortunately, the Vermilion Bird Flame Formation is a fierce formation that can kill nascent soul cultivators. It's not something I can set up with my current cultivation. Xiaohua chuckled and said indifferently. Huang Meng was slightly disappointed and smiled apologetically. If Senior Xiao can repair it, my Tianmen Mountain will be safe for 1,000 years. Father, you're wrong. Huang Mengxiang reminded. Previously, Vermilion Bird Palace had a formation that couldn't be exposed to the outside world. Now that my Tianmen Mountain's mountain defense formation has been completed, let alone 1,000 years, even 10,000 years won't be a problem. Yes, Junior is a little greedy. Huang Meng said self-deprecatingly. Senior Xiao has worked hard. Junior will invite Senior to the banquet later. Okay, Xiaohua flicked his sleeves, nodded slightly, and flew away. After Xiaohua left, Huang Meng frowned and said, Xiang was it Senior Zhao's idea to kill Jing Qifeng's cultivators? What? Huang Mengxiang raised his eyebrows and said, I made the decision. It has nothing to do with Senior Xiao. Sai, I knew it. How could Senior Xiao be so decisive? Yang Fan also shook his head. Killing the cultivators of the three sects will probably cause a lot of trouble. So what? Huang Mengxiang sneered. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. Let's see who dares to come. You may leave. Huang Liang sighed. Perhaps father is too conservative. Our Tianmen Mountain has been wronged for too long. Humph. As long as Senior Xiao is here, I may not be afraid even if the Haoming city comes. Huang Mengxiang didn't admit that she was wrong and sneered. All right, I didn't say you were wrong. Yang Fan said with a smile. It's rare for Tianmen Mountain to be so proud and elated. Why do you have to be so conflicted? Let's invite Senior Xiao for a drink. He has done too much for our Tianmen Mountain. If it weren't for... As she said that, she turned to look at Huang Mengxiang, seemingly thinking about something. Senior Xiao doesn't like spirit wine that is too spicy. I've just found a very bland one. I don't know if it will suit his taste. Huang Liang apparently did not notice Yang Fan's gaze, nor did he notice Huang Mengxiang's slight uneasiness. However, when night fell and Huang Mengxiang came to the quiet room again to invite Xiaohua to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, he was stunned. There was only a jade bottle and a jade slip on the futon that Xiaohua often sat on. Xiaohua was nowhere to be seen. Xiaohua. Huang Mengxiang's heart suddenly felt like it was being torn apart. It was as if something that he felt he had suddenly disappeared. His heart was so empty that it was frightening. Huang Mengxiang grabbed the jade bottle and saw that there was only a pill without any fragrance in it. It looked inconspicuous. Huang Mengxiang didn't have divine thoughts, so he couldn't see the jade slip. He waved his hand and the jade slip flew into his hand. Then he suddenly turned around and ran out of the quiet room. Father, mother. Huang Mengxiang's tone was almost crying. Senior Shao is gone. What do you mean Senior Shao is gone? What's going on? Hearing Huang Mengxiang's voice and seeing that he didn't use a flying talisman or a messaging talisman, Huang Liang was shocked. Has Senior Shao left? There is no trace of Senior Shao in the quiet room. This is the jade slip and pill left on the futon that he usually sits on. Huang Mengxiang handed the jade slip over. Hurry up and see what Senior Shao said. When Huang Liang took the jade slip, Yang Fan also asked with a pale face, Xiang, didn't you go to the quiet room next door to take a look? If Shui is still there, Senior Shao will definitely not be far away. Yes, I forgot. Huang Mengxiang suddenly realized. I'll let me go and have a look. Then she turned her head and said, Hurry up and have a look. No need. Huang Liang waved her hand and said, Senior Shao has already left Tianmen Mountain. Ah, when did Senior Shao leave? I'll go after him. Huang Mengxiang was almost crying when she heard that. She was no longer the decisive female cultivator, just now. Seeing Huang Mengxiang take out the flying talisman, Huang Liang sighed, grabbed her arm, and said, Senior Shao has already left after coming back from the formation. You don't know where he has gone. Where are we going to find him? The Imperial Thunder Sect. I'll go to the Imperial Thunder Sect to find him. Huang Mengxiang said anxiously. He must be angry that I didn't listen to him and didn't let those cultivators go. Huang Liang had never seen Huang Mengxiang so anxious, so how could she not know what she was thinking? She sighed and said, Xiang, don't go. Senior Shao doesn't blame you. He said clearly in the jade slip that this is your choice, and he won't blame you for it. He just has something else to do. He has been in Tianmen Mountain for too long, and he can't wait any longer. Really? Senior Shao didn't say where he was going? Huang Mengxiang asked again with a relieved look on her face. Haha, of course not. If he had said, how could I not tell you? Huang Liang said lovingly. Okay. Huang Mengxiang stretched out her hand and said, Father, give the jade slip to me. When I have a divine sense, I'll check it myself. Haha, no problem. Huang Liang handed the jade slip to Huang Mengxiang with a smile. Huang Mengxiang took it and hid it as if it was a treasure. Husband, the Suzaku ring seems to still be with Senior Shao, right? And what's with this jade bottle? Seeing Huang Mengxiang's behavior, Yang Fan looked at the jade bottle in Huang Liang's hand and reminded her. Chapter 1966. Mother, why would Senior Shao care about the family heirloom of Tianmen Mountain? Huang Mengxiang clapped her hands and took out the vermilion bird ring. She said regretfully, Senior Shao gave this to me 10 days ago. I was only immersed in repairing the array and didn't think much of it. Now that I think about it, Senior Shao had already thought of leaving. Good, that's good. Yang Fan looked at the Suzaku bracelet and whispered. Then he looked at Huang Liang, who was faintly excited, and said, Alas, Senior Shao. It's really. Come, let's talk in the quiet room. Seeing Huang Liang so excited, how could Yang Fan and Huang Mengxiang not know the rarity of the pills in the jade bottle? However, Huang Mengxiang was even more confused. All the elixirs that he had seen before had a medicinal smell that assailed his nostrils. How could this ordinary-looking elixir be anything good? Hundreds of miles away from Tianmen Mountain, a pair of beauties were flying leisurely. The woman with skin as white as jade and eyebrows as beautiful as a painting laughed and said, Shao Lang, you gave the Tianmen Mountain the parasol pill that can break the curse. They will burn incense every day for your kindness. TSK, who knows if that thing can break the curse of the Huang family? Senior Huang, you didn't know, so how can I know? But since it's possible, why not give them one? The woman was naturally Shui, and the one who answered was Xiao Hua. Anyway, I have as many of these things as I want. That's strange. Shui shook her head again. Since you have so many, why not give them more? Only one. This doesn't seem to be your style. If you give too many things, others won't cherish them. Moreover, this parasol pill has a special meaning to me. If it wasn't useful to the Huang family, I wouldn't have given it to them. Xiaohua explained. Moreover, Huang Mengxiang's curse has lost its effect. If this parasol pill is effective, his and Yang Fan's children won't be affected by the curse, and the curse of the Huang family's direct bloodline will be broken. It's already good enough that I can help up to this point. There's no need for me to do more. Even if it's a favor, it should be limited. Too much will ruin things. Exactly. I thought you wanted to help me until the end. I was still waiting for Huang Mengxiang to reach the foundation establishment before you leave. Shue Shue said faintly, I even thought you wouldn't leave. How could I? I still want to accompany you to see the sea. How can we not leave? Hee, don't tell me that this young lady isn't infatuated with you. Shue Shue said with a smile. Others may not know, but this concubine can see it clearly. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Shue Shue was in the quiet room next to him. Whenever Huang Mengxiang came to the quiet room to listen to Xiaohua's lecture on the Tao of array formations, Xiaohua would open the restriction of the quiet room. Shue Shue's divine sense could sweep in at will. Huang Mengxiang didn't know about this and would often say some ambiguous words. Xiaohua didn't explain and simply ignored him. He only treated it as a child's depression. Hee, your husband is upright and upright. I'm not afraid of these things. Xiaohua smiled and held Shue Shue's hand. Your husband feels that little cabbage is really pitiful. It's better to make some. Xiaohua originally wanted to say that he had obtained a lot from transcending Huang Yi and couldn't not repay Tianmen Mountain. However, when he thought about how this kind of memory had been erased by him, he changed his words. Alas, no wonder little cabbage is so infatuated. Just look at Huang Mengxiang. He knows that you have a dual cultivation partner, but he's still so entangled. Shue Shue also said unhappily, could it be that everyone in the Huang family is like this? Oh, what about little cabbage? Can you still keep it well? I keep it well, I keep it well. Do you want to see it? Xiaohua smiled apologetically. No need, it's fine as long as she's living well. Shue Shue bit her lips and said, it's better than the real little cabbage. Alas, I should have put little cabbage in Senior Huang Yi's old residence, but you just had to take it. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Humph, even if it was put back in the Han River, near Tianmen Mountain, it's hard to guarantee that those unscrupulous and ignorant fishermen would take it away and make it into other people's food. Rather than that, it's better to keep it with us. Shue Shue snorted coldly and said, I don't know what kind of powerful people this immortal alliance is. They actually made up such a vicious story and used the hands of others to destroy Senior Huang Yi's soul. It's really hateful. Xiaohua put his index finger to his mouth and whispered, just by hearing this name, I know it's not easy to get along with. It has nothing to do with us, so it's fine if we don't talk about it. Hee, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. As long as it doesn't stop you from accompanying me, why should I care about it? Shue Shue giggled and said. A trace of gloominess flashed through Xiaohua's eyes. It seemed that he had a little impression of this immortal alliance, but if he thought about it carefully, there was no clue at all. In addition, fellow Taoist Chong from Mo Cloud Village came to Tianmen Mountain several times and seemed to want to see you, but you always refused. It's fine if you don't want to see him, but you still want me to go out. It's really embarrassing for me. Shue Shue complained again. It's not like you don't know Mo Cloud Village's plan. I don't mind helping them, but I can't be trapped, right? Xiaohua said in a bad mood. Moreover, fellow Taoist Chong brought a lot of gifts, which made me feel a little distant and didn't let Chong Lihao and the others feel close. Besides, Chong Xuemei seems to have some disputes with Ling Feiyun. Isn't it just right for you to go? Forget it, forget it. It's Feiyun's business. I'm too lazy to care about it. Shue Shue looked into the distance and whispered, should we take a detour now? Or fly directly to Haoming City? Xiaohua thought for a moment, let's take a detour. If Huang Mengxiang and the others come, we might encounter them. I don't want to see them. Oh, are you angry? Shue Shue looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. Just because of what you said just now? Huang Mengxiang killed 6 or 7 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. That's not it. Xiaohua shook his head. Miss Mengxiang's methods are indeed ruthless, different from mine. But thinking about it, her choice at that time was not wrong. If we didn't kill them, they would inevitably attract more fellow Taoists to come and cause trouble. Instead of that, it's better to kill them at that time and take advantage of them first. Haha, I think so too. Shue Shue nodded. Uncle also encountered a lot of such things in the Misty Mountain. Not to mention others, Pu Jianyuan of the Flying Phoenix Ridge is a very typical example. That's what it means to eliminate all evil. And I always feel that the heavenly Tao is merciful and should always give people a way to live. Xiaohua also looked into the distance and nodded slightly. That's because my husband's methods are powerful. I don't care if they find more people. Shue Shue said, and the more people they bring, wouldn't my husband's harvest be more? Ha ha ha, Xiaohua touched his nose and laughed. Maybe. My husband. Seeing Xiaohua's action, Shui smiled. In these 3 years, although my husband's cultivation seems to have not improved, I can feel that it's not stagnant. Moreover, my husband is becoming more and more profound, and I can no longer see through him. It really makes me feel uneasy. But today, hearing my husband's words, it seems it's still the same Xiaohua. Huh, is it? Xiaohua said in a daze. Why didn't I feel it? Good preparation, amazing the world with a single brilliant feat. Isn't it all prepared for my husband? Shui pursed her lips and smiled. Xiaohua blinked his eyes, looking very pitiful. Wife, you think so highly of your husband. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Ha ha ha. Shui couldn't help but laugh while holding her stomach. When she finished laughing, Xiaohua took her arm and asked, Let's not talk about my husband first. I also have a question to ask you. Huh? What? Shui's bright eyes turned and smiled. If it's about the jade slip, I won't answer. Of course it's not about that. Xiaohua shook his head and said, I want to ask you something. In these 3 years, you've been cultivating hard. Although I didn't say anything, from my observation, your magic power has also been improving. It seems to be different from the usual peak of qi refining, where magic power is stagnant. Of course, this is your privacy. I'm just concerned about it. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Hee. Shui cast a glance at him and said, I thought you could always hold back, but I didn't expect you to still ask. Do you think I'm like Senior Huang and Senior Yang, having such a good opportunity to build my foundation all of a sudden? Hee, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Just pretend I didn't ask. Xiaohua knew that Shui had other secrets and quickly changed the topic. Alas, forget it. In fact, even if you didn't say it, I would have told you. Shui sighed and said, My decision to go to the Misty Mountain for this foundation establishment experiential learning was correct. Uncle didn't expect that I would be able to build my foundation so quickly, so he didn't tell me in advance. I was afraid that it would delay my cultivation. Presumably, Xiaolang already knows that I have the true bloodline of the Thunder Beast, right? And naturally. If not, why would the Thunder Beast protect you? Xiaohua nodded and said, But it's precisely because of the Thunder Beast's bloodline that the success and failure of the bloodline. Not only is the Thunder Beast's bloodline difficult to awaken, but it also has extremely high requirements for building one's foundation. Shui smiled bitterly and said, Uncle said a lot, so I won't explain it to you one by one. When it comes to building my foundation, Uncle told me to go with the flow and not be in a hurry to build my foundation. If I rush, not only will I fail to build my foundation, my life will also be in danger. Ah, why is that? Xiaohua was shocked and secretly rejoiced that he didn't act rashly. It's actually quite simple. Shui smiled and said, Because the bloodline contains the true bloodline of the Thunder Beast, this characteristic also appears in the meridians. After reaching the peak of the qi refining realm, the hidden thunder physique will compress true qi. This way, although one's magic power will increase, the time it takes to condense true qi will be delayed. Moreover, because it's compressed true qi, it will be more difficult to condense it. However, if the true qi isn't compressed enough, it won't be easy to control when condensing it. When building your foundation, it's very easy to reverse the true qi into true qi. Chapter 1967. Haha, I understand. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, Once you reach foundation establishment, your magic power will definitely surpass those of the same level, even more powerful than qi refinement great circle. It really is the true blood of lightning beasts. Hee, it's exactly as Xiao said. Shui's brows were filled with indescribable joy. Only then can I be worthy of husband. Xiaohua nodded and smiled. Since it's like this, you should have told husband earlier. You've been so quiet and full of worries, it really makes husband worried. AI, it's easy to say. Shui said again, it's precisely because there are so many benefits that foundation establishment is even more difficult. There are very few disciples in my Shui family who can reach foundation establishment. Although I'm already at the peak of qi refinement, when it comes to foundation establishment, I have no confidence at all. Is there no other way? Xiaohua asked softly. If there's anything husband can do, don't hesitate to tell me. You can accompany me in cultivation. I don't want anything. Shui said very happily. Huh? Xiaohua said curiously. So there are still some ways? Right, Do you use the things from the lightning beasts? Eldest senior brother gave us the corpses of the 2 lightning beasts. Seeing Xiaohua asking like this, Shui pondered for a moment, then clapped her hands and took out a jade slip, handing it to Xiaohua. This is what uncle gave me last time. I only took a simple look at it. Refining this thunder pill is really too difficult. Not to mention that we don't know alchemy. Even if we did, the materials are extremely difficult to find. Just foundation establishment is already so tiring. I have a headache just thinking about it. Thunder pill? Xiaohua took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense in it, but after looking for a moment, his expression changed slightly. What was recorded in the jade slip was exactly the pill that Shui's ancestors used to promote foundation establishment. However, this pill was different from others. It was specifically targeted at the Shui family with the lightning beast bloodline. Wife is right. Xiaohua sighed and returned the jade slip to Shui, and said with a bitter smile, not to mention that this pill refining technique is somewhat skillful, and not to mention that the soaring thunder pill requires the different blood of a male and female lightning beast. This husband has never even heard of that heavenly een grass. This spirit pill of yours doesn't just seem to be used for foundation establishment. I'm afraid it's used to stimulate the lightning beast's true blood, right? Hee, my husband is indeed brilliant. Shui took the jade scroll and said with a smile, that's right. It's not easy to awaken the bloodline of the thunder beast. If you can conjure a Dharmakaya, it'll be easy for you to build your foundation. That's right. Such a precious item is so difficult to refine. If there wasn't a generous reward, the pill formula of this high thunder pill would have been useless long ago. Xiaohua curled his lips. However, as he curled his lips, his heart moved, as if he had thought of something. Just as he was about to think about it again, he heard Shui say with a smile, when I was in Misty Mountain, I already knew that it would be difficult for me to build my foundation. Uncle sent me to the Imperial Thunder Sect to see if he could borrow the secret technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect to improve the possibility of building my foundation. However, he didn't expect that the Imperial Thunder Sect wouldn't have the power to reverse the situation. It's not that there's no power to reverse the situation. It's just that you didn't know at that time that eldest senior brother's Tao Foundation was supplemented by the Thunder Pill secret technique. You will also have a way. Look, although you didn't intend to look for the lightning beast, didn't the true blood of the male and female lightning beast already arrive in front of you? Once you know what heavenly een grass is and find a senior who can refine pills, won't your problem be solved? How could it be so simple? Shui snorted disdainfully. To extract the lightning beast's true blood requires a secret technique, and refining pills also requires a secret technique. Without the strength of a gold core, don't even think about it. In my situation, I can only ask my master, but she also doesn't know how to refine pills. Don't panic. If 3 years isn't enough, then 5 years. If 5 years isn't enough, then 10 years. Xiaohua held Shui's hand and said, your husband will always be waiting for you. After you build your foundation, I will dual cultivate with you. Husband. Shui's face was slightly red. She leaned against Xiaohua's side and leaned on his arm, looking indescribably charming. But at this moment, a very inappropriate voice sweetly sounded. Good morals are really degenerating with each passing day. A great beauty with a virgin body is calling a pretty boy husband in broad daylight. Which family's disciple is this? This has really opened my eyes. This is simply more demonic than my heavenly demon sect. Who? Shui's face was even redder. She raised her head and saw that several dozen feet away, 3 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators wearing strange clothes were walking over on clouds. The one who spoke was the person in front. This person was half a head shorter than an ordinary person. He was obviously a male cultivator, and his Adam's apple was very high. However, his face was as white as jade, and his facial features were picturesque. Especially his pair of elegant eyebrows, they were both thin and long, very beautiful. Unfortunately, the pair of eyes under his elegant eyebrows flashed with a somewhat lascivious light. In addition, he was wearing a brocade of flowers, making him look like a bride of the secular world. Looking at the 2 people behind him, one had a ferocious appearance, and the other looked simple and honest. However, they were both tall and strong, and incomparably majestic. Not only was their hair shaved clean, their clothes from head to toe looked like Taoist robes, but also like the sloppy clothes of a street beggar. Their arms, thighs, and tan chests and thick chest hair were exposed. Among them, the simple and honest-looking man was holding a petite female cultivator in his right arm. That female cultivator's beautiful hair was already scattered, and her clothes were also disheveled. Her head hung low, only revealing a snow-white nape. Seeing that they were three strange early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, Shue's heart was greatly relieved. She sneered and said, "I am talking to my husband. What does it have to do with you? Although I haven't dual cultivated with my husband, I have already given my heart to my husband. What's so funny about this?" Ha-hop, as expected of a pure little girl. The voice of the male cultivator in front was even more pleasant to listen to than Shue's. "Little girl, you don't know the joy of dual cultivation. So why are you talking about dual cultivation here? Look at your husband, he's just a pretty boy. How can he compare to this servant? Look at this servant's two husbands. Both of them are comparable to you, the husband of this servant's. How about this? If you come with this servant will teach you the ability of dual cultivation. I'll let you have a taste of dual cultivation." Scram! Xiaohua saw that this guy's words were becoming more and more filthy and couldn't help but become angry. "If you say half a word more, this young master will chop off your neither male nor female dog head." He. The male cultivator pursed his lips and laughed. Unexpectedly, there was a hint of flirtatious feeling in his voice. "I didn't expect little Longjuan's temper to be so irritable. I just don't know how good your skills are. This servant hasn't finished speaking yet. Little Langjun, you should also follow this servant. This servant is definitely more interesting than a young and inexperienced little girl like you." Damn it, what kind of people are they? Xiaohua couldn't help but feel disgusted. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Suppressing his disgust, he asked, You're from the Heavenly Demon Sect?" Naturally. Since you know we're from the Heavenly Demon Sect, why don't you immediately join us? Our Heavenly Demon Sect accepts disciples. Someone like little Langjun who has face, integrity, and cultivation will definitely be welcomed by the sect master. When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but think of the incomparably handsome and devilish Zhang Qingxiao he saw in Lingpei Mountain Villa. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to have such a hobby. That day, I was still grateful that he seemed to have the intention to let go. Now that I think about it, this guy, I'm afraid he has other plans. Thinking of this, Xiaohua felt a burst of disgust and goosebumps almost appeared on his body. Chapter 1968. You're neither a man nor a woman. Xiaohua resisted his disgust and pointed his finger. I don't want to lower myself to your level, and I don't want to get entangled with you. If you know what's good for you, quickly leave now. I'll pretend I didn't see you. That male cultivator still didn't get angry. He even stretched out his hand, made an orchid gesture, and pointed at Xiaohua. You're such an enemy. How did you know I like this kind of person who looks cultured and refined, but has a violent temper and actions? You're really a gift from the heavens. Soon after, he said to Shui with a smile, Little girl, don't be jealous. I'll return your little husband to you. Moreover, eat. He laughed again and said, I can also serve you together with your little husband. Shameless. Shui couldn't bear it anymore. Her face flushed red. She clapped her hands, and the magic tool, Thunder Whip, appeared in her hands. Without hesitation, she circulated her magic power and swung it. The Thunder Whip produced traces of lightning, and it streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, lashing towards the male cultivator. Oh my, you actually didn't listen to my words. You're really a virgin. The male cultivator covered his mouth. His movements were very charming. He swiped his orchid fingers and took out a pink-colored magic tool from his storage pouch. He shook his hand and threw it. From the magic tool, a sky full of flying flowers flew out. They all turned pink, and like peach blossoms, they blocked the attack in midair. Puff, puff, puff. The Thunder Whip broke the numerous peach blossoms, turning them into bits of pink powder that floated in the air. The Thunder Whip was also blocked by the remaining peach blossoms, unable to descend. Seeing the pink powder drifting away with the wind and gradually disappearing, Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed. He angrily cursed, Damn it! His figure flew to Shui's side. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind came out of his sleeve. In an instant, the powder in the air, which was almost invisible, flew towards the male cultivator. The male cultivator was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Xiaohua to be able to discover his trick. Moreover, when he saw Xiaohua's profound cultivation base, his eyes lit up with joy. He smiled tenderly and said, Ayaya, I didn't expect that little Lang Jun, who looks like you've just built your foundation, would have such a profound cultivation base. This really makes me secretly happy. You can stay. I'll let you have a taste of my yin and yang dual cultivation. With that, the demon cultivator waved his hand. The other two burly male cultivators also clapped their hands and took out banner-shaped magic tools from their storage pouches. Each of them stood in a direction, surrounding Xiaohua and Shueshui. The female cultivator in their hands was also rudely thrown into the air. However, the female cultivator was still facing down, so they couldn't see her true appearance. Xiaohua hugged Shueshui, his gaze roamed over the three figures and transmitted his voice. The demon's magic tool is a bit strange. There seems to be poison inside. Don't let these filthy things touch your body. Shueshui's face was a bit red. Just now, she was angry and made a move. Indeed, she didn't think too much. After hearing Xiaohua's words, she was a bit scared. She immediately clapped her hands again. The butterfly orchid flew out and fluttered around her body, protecting her with butterflies. Good magic tool. The demon cultivator saw such a beautiful appearance of the butterfly orchid, and his eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, This magic tool is really beautiful. Little Lang Jun, if you give this magic tool to me, I'll also let you feel comfortable. Your grandmother. Xiaohua was so angry that he laughed. If you have the ability, then come and take it yourself. I'll let you die right now. With that, he clapped his hands and took out the yang leaf fan. Good, it's a fire attribute physique. Really wonderful. The demon cultivator clapped his hands again. I didn't expect to meet such a wonderful person along the way. Little Lang Jun is really a gift from the heavens. Of course, if it wasn't for you, how could I walk this path? Xiaohua slightly urged his magic power, and the yang leaf fan was suffused with a red brilliance. Then let me and my two Langjuns have a taste of little Lang Jun. As the demon cultivator spoke, he threw two coquettish glances at the two strong men. When the two strong men received the coquettish glances, it was as if they had eaten 10 great tonics. No matter if it was their essence, energy, or spirit, they were overflowing. The two men waved their hands at the same time, and magic power flowed out. The two magic tools' banners were suffused with a pink color, and within the pink color, countless images of women appeared. Following the two strong men's light rebuke, the magic tools in their hands were waved, and the countless women actually flew out of the pink banners, fluttering around Xiaohua and Shueshui. There's this kind of magic tool? Xiaohua was a bit dumbfounded. Seeing that Xiaohua was holding the yang leaf fan in his hand, and only the light was overflowing, but he didn't wave it, Shueshui couldn't help but become anxious. She waved her hand again, and the lightning whip flickered with lightning as it struck towards the woman. Pa, a burst of light sounds rang out, and the woman seemed to be hit by the lightning whip like a bubble. However, immediately after, one after another, vivid and lifelike women were born. Shueshui's whip didn't seem to have any effect. Immediately after, from the direction of the sound, the pink undergarments once again flew in. With a shake, peach blossoms entered the woman's body, and with every peach blossom that touched her body, the woman transformed into an incomparably strong and robust man. Well, was there even a need to say it? As for what would happen next, Xiaohua didn't even need to use his heels to know what was going to happen. How could he allow such a filthy thing to dirty Shueshui's eyes? Bang! A flame dragon that had been condensed and hadn't been unleashed finally rose up from Xiaohua's yang leaf fan. It was like a real dragon, and it roared, rolled, and coiled as it pounced towards those women formed from the banners. Although that demon was incomparably lascivious, he was also a person with discerning eyes. As soon as he saw Xiaohua's yang leaf fan move, that imposing manner, that masculine fire, he immediately knew that his and the other two cultivators' magic treasures were all restrained by it. All the hidden tricks inside were about to fail. However, looking at Shueshui's pure white skin and the radiance in Xiaohua's eyes, he was somewhat reluctant. He clenched his teeth, clapped his hands, and took out a similarly bright red medicinal pill. He swallowed it, and in an instant his face flushed red. Rise! The demon's eyes were wide open, and his hands were like forks as they shot straight towards the sky. From his palms, a circle of magic power was released. But seeing Xiaohua's fire dragon fan, it was definitely several times more tyrannical than when it was used against Pu Jianyuan at Misty Mountain. The two people surrounding Xiao Hua only saw a flash of fire in front of their eyes and felt the blazing heat in the field. Their eyes slightly closed, and their divine sense swept out. At this instant, the illusions formed by the magic banners and the insidious medicine under the illusions were all swept away by the fire. But at this moment, the demon's attack arrived again. The bright red undergarment was suddenly torn apart, and bursts of blood flowed out from the undergarment. That blood was incomparably fishy, and faintly, there was a baby-like evil spirit that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Swoosh! The fire dragon that was incomparably powerful just a moment ago was immediately extinguished when it came in contact with the blood. Moreover, the blood covered Xiao Hua and the others. Before it could sprinkle down, a strange dizzying smell rushed into Xiao Hua and Shue's nostrils. This is menstrual water and a purple placenta that hasn't given birth yet. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and his complexion greatly changed, immediately becoming gloomy. From Huang Yi's inheritance, he understood a lot of ghost cultivator techniques, and he understood a lot of extremely sinister tricks. Although he didn't know what this thing that the demon took out was, he was very clear about the things that were used to refine it. There was no need to talk about the menstrual water, but that purple placenta was something used to give birth to babies. If it was a simple purple placenta, how could it possibly have a sinister effect? How could there be a baby-like evil spirit? Needless to say, the demon must have taken out an unborn baby from a pregnant woman's body, and then used it to refine it. Only then could he have a method that even Xiao Hua, who was at Foundation establishment, would find difficult to handle. Xiao Hua knew how powerful this was, and he naturally also knew that magic artifacts like the Yang Leaf Fan, and even magic treasures like the cloud-suppressing seal couldn't be touched by this filth. Otherwise, the array within would definitely be corroded, and it would be completely useless. Humph, this young master originally didn't intend to take your lives. Since you're so sinister, the heavenly demon sect isn't any good either. Xiao Hua sneered. This young master will transcend all of you. As Xiao Hua spoke, he put away the Yang Leaf Fan, and with a wave of his hand, he took out the banner that he previously obtained from the heavenly demon sect. Ah, Profoundine banner? Why do you have the Profoundine banner? When the demon saw Xiao Hua's banner, he was also stunned, but what happened next made him feel even more inconceivable. He saw Xiao Hua toss the Profoundine banner into the air, and his left hand slightly stretched out, as if he was grabbing something from the void. Soon after, he waved his hand again, and the Profoundine banner suddenly opened up in the air, emitting a pitch-black brilliance. Ah, what? You're also a member of my devil sect? The demon was shocked and anxiously asked. Why would Xiao Hua pay attention to him? Activating the Profoundine banner, the banner swayed, and the ink-black brilliance not only blocked the blood spilled by the demon, but also produced a boundless suction force from the banner, sucking the fanged ghosts in the blood into the Profoundine banner. You. Which senior of my heavenly demon sect are you? The demon hurriedly activated his sinister magic artifact, wanting to take back the ghosts, but the suction force from the Profoundine banner was not something he could resist, so he could only cry out and ask. Go to hell. When Xiao Hua saw that the Profoundine banner had sucked away the ghosts in the blood, he rubbed his hands together, and streaks of purple true samadhi fire appeared in his hands. Following Xiao Hua's wall of fire technique, they immediately surged toward the three people from the heavenly demon sect. True samadhi fire. The demon was anxious, and he did not care about his other two companions. His feet moved slightly, and his entire body was about to fly away. You want to leave now? How is that possible? Xiao Hua sneered, and with a wave of his big sleeve, the great confinement technique was cast at the three people at the same time. Immediately, a force that made them feel as if they were invincible was born, and it sucked away the heaven and earth spiritual energy around them. It was as if a large hand was squeezing them, and they were unable to move at all. Chapter 1969. Senior, please spare my life. Senior, please spare my life. This junior didn't know that Senior was a cultivator of my heavenly demon sect. This junior has offended you. This junior deserves to die. At this moment, not only the demon, but the other two cultivators were also anxious. They shouted and struggled with all their might. Xiao Hua was not moved at all. Like a tidal wave, the wall of fire rushed into the air and ignited the three sinister magic tools. Then something fell down and covered the three cultivators. Ah! At the same time, three miserable screams were heard. The true Samadhi fire turned the three cultivators' bodies into ashes in an instant. Although this power could not be compared to the Vermilion Bird Great Formation of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, it was still extremely easy to kill a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Darling Xiao, seeing the power of the true Samadhi fire, Shue couldn't help but be stunned. Although you've been repairing Tianmen Mountain's formation these past 3 years, your cultivation seems to have not stopped. Especially this true Samadhi fire. It's even more powerful than when you dealt with Senior Huang Yi that day. Hee. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the three people's storage pouches flew into his hand. He casually looked at them and put them away. He said with a smile, Tianmen Mountain has the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird. They are also proficient in fire spells. Most of those formations are also related to fire. Even if your husband did not specifically cultivate, how could the control of the true Samadhi fire be lacking after being immersed in the formation for 3 years? What is this profound Yin banner? Shue looked at the pitch-black profound Yin banner in the air with some confusion. Sigh! I obtained this banner by chance when I was training with senior sister Sun Shu and the others. I don't usually use it. Later, I saw how powerful the ghosts were, and your husband had no way to deal with them. Only then did I remember this demonic item and casually refined it. Today, I used it to collect the ghosts. It's quite convenient. As Xiaohua spoke, he pointed his finger, and the profound Yin banner rolled up and flew into his hand. Yes, since you used ghosts to refine a magic treasure, it must be something that harms people. This kind of demon should be eliminated as soon as possible. Shue did not ask Xiaohua how to deal with the ghosts and said hatefully, As for this female cultivator, I don't know where she came from. I'm afraid she was forcefully captured by the demon. Xiaohua's divine sense swept and looked at the female cultivator who was facing down. I'll go take a look. Shue. Let your husband do it. Xiaohua flung his sleeve, and that female cultivator was flipped over by a big hand. Shue smiled and said, Xiaolang, what do you want me to say? Your magic has really risen with the tide, making it difficult for this lowly concubine to look up to you. Hee, you'll know once your magic power is refined. Xiaohua smiled. He knew that his magic power was profound, but his magical techniques were shallow. Although he didn't have the time to truly organize the bags of holding of the gold core cultivators, he still had jade slips that he could use to gain enlightenment. Although it seemed easy to casually flip over the female cultivator's body, it was much more difficult to do so, as if he were actually moving a hand. Shue and Xiaohua were chatting. When the female cultivator turned around and saw the female cultivator's face, Shue was somewhat surprised. What do you think? Previously, it was already said that those who could cultivate and enter the Tao all had outstanding aptitudes. They were the gathering of heavenly spirits, especially female cultivators. Which one of them wasn't abnormally beautiful? But this female cultivator in front of her was clearly an exception. Not only was her figure bloated, her face was like a pancake, with a sunken nose, a bloody mouth, and a few large pockmarks on her face that shone with oil. This is a female cultivator? Shue was somewhat surprised. If it wasn't for this female cultivator's good skin and her bulging chest, she would almost think that she was a male cultivator. Yes, she's definitely a female cultivator. Xiaohua concluded based on his male intuition. I just don't know how a demon from the heavenly demonic sect would take a fancy to this kind of beauty. Are you a demon? Shue asked in all seriousness. Xiaohua was stunned. Of course I'm not. Why? Then how do you know her hobbies? Speaking up to hear, Shue's face reddened again, and she glared at Xiaohua. You clearly could have used Yiyang Fan to break the illusion from the beginning. So why didn't you do it? Could it be? As she spoke, she looked at the female cultivator's chest. I'm innocent. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, I just want to see what other tricks they have, and see if they're worth killing. You want to kill even the demons from the heavenly demonic sect. Don't blame me for not reminding you in the future. Shue put her hands on her hips and said angrily, but then she felt that she was too arrogant, so she put her hands down again. Seeing Shue's arrogance that hadn't been seen for a long time, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. I know. Yes, then wake this female cultivator up and ask about the situation. Shue immediately withdrew her arrogance, and said somewhat charmingly. Okay. Xiaohua looked at the female cultivator, and his divine sense swept over her. He then took out the demon's storage pouch, took out a few jade slips, and looked at them for a long time before taking out a jade box. He shook his head and said, Dawn Rain Continent is really full of knowledge. If this storage pouch is gone, it'll be a bit difficult to wake this female cultivator up. Inside the jade box was a light green ointment that emitted a pungent fragrance of cosmetics. Xiaohua raised his hand, and a piece of ointment flew up and landed under the female cultivator's nose. Achoo, achoo. The female cultivator sneezed dozens of times in a row, then immediately woke up. However, before she could open her eyes, she cursed angrily. Damn you, Fan Qian, you actually dared to plot against your mother? Don't tell me you forgot? When you were a loose cultivator, it was your mother who gave it to you. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and dozens of fireballs flew out from her hand, enveloping Xiaohua and Shui. Good gracious, it's actually a female cultivator who just entered foundation building. Xiaohua didn't expect that he would casually save a foundation building cultivator. Moreover, her temper was so fiery, attacking and injuring people without even opening her eyes and sweeping her divine sense. Unfortunately, this female cultivator's angry attack was still not enough for Xiaohua to see. Xiaohua swung his sleeve, and a surge of magic power caught all the fireballs like a large hand and threw them far away. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A burst of chaotic sounds. Only at this moment did that bloated female cultivator open her eyes. Her divine sense swept over, and she said in shock, Sleeve Cosmos Technique? You're a disciple of Blood Ray Island? Fan Qian? Where's that guy Fan Qian? Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased in his heart. This technique was something he learned from a jade slip, and he was called out just as he used it. I'm not a disciple of Blood Ray Island, and there's no one called Fan Qian here. May I know where you're from? You were actually captured by 3 Heavenly Demonic Sect cultivators? Heavenly Demonic Sect. The female cultivator sneered. That androgynous fellow is called Fan Qian. Previously, he was just a loose cultivator. Damn you, I haven't seen him for more than 10 years, and he actually entered foundation building. When he met me, he actually used a secret technique to knock me out. Damn you, he entered Heavenly Demonic Sect? What kind of sect is Heavenly Demonic Sect? How come I don't know about it? Chapter 1970. I am Xiaohua, and this is my junior sister. Today, we came out to gain experience and just so happened to run into those 3 people. This Xiao saw that the young lady was unconscious and was held by someone at the waist. It seemed like she had been poisoned, so I stopped them and questioned them. Xiaohua coughed. Xiaohua said with a smile, Who would have thought that the 3 of them would attack me without saying anything? With the help of my junior sister, I was lucky enough to kill them. Saying this, Xiaohua pointed at the place where the fire burned and took out the demon's storage pouch. Ah, is that so? So you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. You're really well known. The female cultivator heard this and slightly relaxed her vigilance. She cupped her hands and said, I'm a disciple of the ardent fire mountain called Huofurong. Thank you for saving my life, fellow Taoists. If I hadn't met you, I would have been a virgin. Saying this, a shy expression appeared on her face and she bowed. Hee, Senior Hua, you don't have to be like this. It was just a coincidence. Moreover, the Ardent Fire Mountain is also a famous cultivation sect in the Dawn Rain Continent. It's not inferior to my Imperial Thunder sect. Shui quickly helped her up and said, Ardent Fire Mountain? Xiaohua revealed a thoughtful expression. He naturally remembered that when he was at the 2nd layer of the Qi refinement realm, he was mistaken for a disciple of the Ardent Fire Mountain when he was refining and selling fireball talismans in Jingbua City. Now, many years had passed, and he actually met a real disciple of the Ardent Fire Mountain. Moreover, they even helped him. This was really karma. Perhaps it's because this Huofurong has a pure fire constitution that she was chosen by the demon of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Xiaohua thought to himself. No need to call me senior. Huofurong pulled Shui's hand and said with a smile, Just call me sister. I've never put on the airs of a foundation establishment senior. Moreover, little sister Shui is my savior, so I can't call you senior. Little sister Shui's name has Shui, and sister's surname is Hua. It's really fate. Although Huofurong's appearance was unsightly, when she spoke, her personality was very straightforward. It was so much so that she seemed to not have any shrewdness. In just a few sentences, she told Xiao Hua all the things that he wanted to know. As it turned out, Hua Hibiscus had followed the Grand Master of the Ardent Fire Mountain to Haoming City to participate in an auction. However, because there was still a long time before the start of the auction, she sneaked out to relieve her boredom. It was in Shouting Town not far from here that she met the androgynous Fan Qian as soon as she stepped out of the teleportation array. Fan Qian was also very happy to see Fire Furong. He shouted that he wanted to repay Fire Furong's kindness in the past and lured her into the trap set up by the three of them to capture her. Little sister Shui, Xiao Hua, there's nothing good in this servant's storage pouch. It's still on this servant's waist. That demon won't take it. Hua Furong smiled. I wonder where the two of you are going to train. If you have time, follow me to Haoming City and let my old ancestor thank you properly. Although Shui knew that they were going to Haoming City this time, she still looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. We're also going to Haoming City. We're going together. Haha, very good. Hua Furong clapped her hands and said, I heard that the scale of this auction in Haoming City is very large, and only Golden Core cultivators can participate. Follow me and I'll let you see the world. Okay. Xiao Hua smiled. However, I still have something to do, so I can't go with you for the time being. Ah, is that so? Hua Furong was a little disappointed. However, I'll send you to the teleportation array in Shouting Town and entrust my junior sister to you. How about you take her to Haoming City first? Xiao Hua suddenly said. Senior brother Xiao? Shui was stunned and asked curiously, Where are you going? I naturally have something to do. It's a little inconvenient to take you with me. Since fellow Taoist Hua is here, she can also escort you to Haoming City. No problem. Just watch me. Hua Furong patted her chest, and her breasts surged. Senior brother. Shui was a little resentful, but when she thought about her cultivation, she could only be a burden to Xiao Hua. She said sadly, You be careful. Go early and come back early. Don't worry. Xiao Hua blinked at her. When have I ever suffered a loss? Moreover, I'll give you a surprise when I return. Shui didn't look happy at all, and only nodded slightly. This lowly concubine doesn't want any surprises. I only hope you come back safely. And I will. Don't worry. Xiao Hua nodded. Seeing Shui and Xiao Hua talking like this, how could Hua Furong not know their relationship? She looked at them enviously. Xiao Hua sent Shui and Hua Furong to Shouting Town and watched them enter the teleportation array. Only then did he reluctantly part with Shui. Xiao Hua knew that the reason why Hua Furong was captured by Fan Qian was partly because she was careless, and partly because the teleportation array was too far. Even if she resisted, there wouldn't be any cultivators helping her. After this lesson, she would definitely be vigilant. From Shouting Town to Haoming City, she would definitely use the teleportation array. Even if there were some places where she had to fly, as long as Hua Furong showed the sign of being the direct disciple of the three old monsters of Blazing Fire Mountain, who wouldn't help her. Besides, only people like Fan Qian with ulterior motives would covet Hua Furong. Other people probably wouldn't be interested, right? Therefore, it should be appropriate for Shui to follow Hua Furong. Afterwards, Xiao Hua didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he hid in a hidden place and released his Buddhist awareness. He observed the teleportation array of Shouting Town for a long time until he felt that there were no conspicuous cultivators or cultivators related to the heavenly demon sect. Only then did he feel relieved and leave. After all, this was related to Shui's safety, so no amount of caution was excessive. Xiao Hua came out of his hiding place and didn't look around. He just randomly chose a direction and flew away. After flying for half a day, he stopped and scanned the area with his divine sense. He found another cave and cleaned it a bit. Then, he waved his hand and took out 100 or so shiny jade talismans. He placed them in various parts of the cave in an orderly manner. Then, he made a grabbing motion in the air and several dozen flashes of light appeared as the rabbit formation was set up. During the 3 years in Tianmen Mountain, Xiao Hua mainly focused on repairing the array. While he was comprehending the array of Tianmen Mountain, he also refined a lot of rabbit spirit talismans. It had to be said that the Huang family was indeed a prominent family from tens of thousands of years ago. Although it had declined, its foundation was still there. The materials used to refine the spirit talismans were all given to him by Huang Mengxiang without hesitation. Of course, as Xiao Hua's assistant, Huang Mengxiang had to stay by Xiao Hua's side almost every day. In addition to the usual cultivation, and comprehending the rare and painful traces left behind by Huang Yi, Xiaohua didn't have much time to organize his gains. Even the heaven and earth in the sleeve that he used before was something that Xiaohua occasionally obtained when he was busy. Of course, Xiaohua's current spiritual power was comparable to the gold core realm. Although he had just practiced the heaven and earth in the sleeve, it was still more than enough to deal with Fan Qian and the others who were in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. However, Xiaohua sat cross-legged and didn't hurry to organize. Instead, he shook his body and released the Phoenix Dharma body. In these 3 years, he didn't cultivate at all and didn't make any progress. It was still about 200 feet tall. It flapped its wings and floated above Xiaohua's head. Alas, I don't know if it's right to change the Great Strength Guardian Dharma body to the Phoenix Dharma body. Xiaohua's divine thought swept over and sighed. The Great Strength Guardian Dharma body can still be tempered with a cultivation method, but I don't know how to cultivate the Phoenix Dharma body. Although I previously swallowed the Fire Ape Soul Essence and Chao Wu Soul Essence, and went through the tempering of the Fire Essence Flame Crystal, Earth Crystal Yao Milk, and the Origin of Fire, I didn't see any special progress. I can't just rely on swallowing soul essences, right? Moreover, I was beaten to the point where I couldn't even fight back when I met some Five Suns evil ghost. It's really sad. It's so difficult. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and kept the Dharma body back into his body. However, he smiled again. Damn it, I have such good fortune. How can I blame the heavens and others? I don't have any true spirit bloodline. I was really lucky to be able to produce this Dharma body. Moreover, if I didn't have this Phoenix Dharma body, could I save Fairy Hongxia? Could I dual cultivate with her? Thinking of Fairy Hongxia, a smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. It was a happy smile, a smile of reminiscence. Then, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and spat out the execution dream from his mouth. As soon as the execution dream appeared, it immediately turned into 32 sword lights and flew in all directions of the cave. Seeing the cold sword lights in the sword array and the tight defense, Xiaohua smiled and said, "This sword array is now a great weapon of mine. It's a pity that this is still sword light. It's fundamentally different from a real flying sword. It shouldn't be a problem to kill cultivators below the golden core stage. However, if it really encounters a golden core stage cultivator, it's not bad if it can trap them. Sigh, sword spirit, oh sword spirit. Does a flying sword without a sword spirit really have no spiritual energy? Can it be used at will, and its power can be multiplied? The other 8 sword balls have been nurtured for such a long time, but there are still no signs of flying swords. I really want to see if the 10,000 swords of the world can be compared to the sword array of a sword cultivator." Xiaohua was not in a hurry to keep the sword array. Instead, he spent another 2 hours practicing the sword array until he was familiar with it. Only then did he keep it. After practicing the sword formation, Xiaohua once again circulated the exquisite leaf sutra and revealed the 2-foot-long Buddha Sarira. Immediately, the entire cave was filled with Buddhist light. The Buddhist light was golden and dazzling, extremely gentle. Coupled with the Buddha Sarira's abnormally benevolent expression, it really showed the divine ability of Buddhism. This Buddha Sarira is also strange. Previously, it was 1 foot tall, but now it's 2 feet tall. Coupled with the 2nd-grade golden lotus under its feet, it should be 2 feet tall. Xiaohua looked at the Sarira, similarly benevolent expression in his eyes. However, this Sarira is completely different from before. The previous Sarira was an empty shell, just like the Phoenix Dharma body. Now, because of Senior Huang Yi's lightning tribulation, not only did it fill the 2nd-grade golden lotus under the Sarira's feet, it also filled the Sarira quite a bit. Of course, it's probably because my cultivation technique is not complete. There are still many places in the Sarira that are blurry. Sigh, to be merciful and deliver all living beings from torment. Senior Huang, these words are easy to say, but who knows how difficult it is to put them into practice. Although this little one has promised you, you still have to let this little one do it slowly. Only when one's cultivation base and divine abilities are profound will one have greater power and greater mercy. Chapter 1971. Putting away the Buddha Sarira, Xiaohua opened his mouth again, and 2 balls of flames flew out. One was a scarlet-red spiritual flame, and the other was a 5-colored spiritual flame. At this time, the spiritual flame was already the size of a fist. As soon as it appeared, It immediately gave off heat, while the scarlet spiritual flame was the opposite. It quietly floated in the air without any heat. The fire can already refine tools now. Wait until I collect all the materials to repair the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal is an earth-type magic treasure, so it should be something I can use when I'm in the foundation establishment stage. Xiaohua frowned and thought, however, this spiritual fire isn't as powerful as I thought. Senior Huang Yi's seven-eyed amorous passion fire can actually resist it. Of course, Senior Huang had the body of an evil spirit. Her seven-eyed alluring flame had the characteristics of both the netherworld and the vermilion bird primordial flame. It was used to resist the heavenly tribulation. Compared to such a wondrous item, young Master Huang's spirit fire was not bad at all. It's a pity that the ancient fire control method is also incomplete. Now I can only cultivate the spiritual fire without any progress. I don't know what level it can reach in the end. Putting away the spirit fire and frigid Ju fire, Xiaohua checked his Buddha's heart again. Above the Buddha's fire was the sword pill and the shabby small dough. Xiaohua had long turned a blind eye to the small dough, so when he took it out to take a look, he still couldn't see any abnormalities. Immediately after, Xiaohua checked his basic cultivation base, and his divine sense fell on his meridians. Is this dragonization ability useful or not? This young master had used the blood shadow technique to cultivate his meridians on their own. He had been cultivating it almost all the time without stopping at all. If it were any other divine ability, after cultivating it for so long, there would at least be some signs of improvement. But this brat, even though the lightning tribulation had come, he had been torn apart and restored, and then continued tearing apart. This young master had already tasted countless sufferings, but he had not changed at all. Isn't this a blow to my confidence? However, although he thought this, Xiaohua still faintly felt that the dragonization art was very powerful. It was impossible for him not to cultivate it. He didn't need to worry about it. He could cultivate as long as he wanted. After checking his cultivation, Xiaohua somewhat sighed. Master said I was greedy, and sure enough, it's like that. If I take out any of these things, Master will scold me. Alas, fortunately, I'm already in the foundation building realm, so I can still cope for several decades. Immediately, Xiaohua began to sort out the storage bags. There were a lot of spirit stones, pills, spirit grasses, materials, and other things inside the storage bags. Xiaohua didn't know much about them, so he put the things he knew together into categories, and the things he didn't know were simply separated. He didn't put everything together like before. This simple tidying up took Xiaohua nearly half a day's time. Looking at the dream mirage butterfly egg that hadn't changed in the past 3 years, Xiaohua was still the same as before. Before he could find a way to restrain the dream mirage butterfly's incomparably powerful innate talent, he didn't dare to have the slightest idea of moving it. In the end, Xiaohua's gaze fell on a pile of magic tools and magic treasures. Looking left and right, Xiaohua couldn't find anything suitable. Forget it, I'll put them all away first. Isn't there going to be an auction? If it doesn't work, then I'll exchange it for other things, like spirit stones. Hey, eldest senior brother is really generous, giving these spirit stones to me. That's right, according to the records in Huang Yi's imprint, a great divine ability is a great magical technique. Where do I have a great magical technique right now? How can I teach it to little Xiangjili? Damn it, that's an exaggeration. However, fortunately, great divine abilities are only possessed by nascent soul stage cultivators. Perhaps I'll be able to find one in the future. Xiaohua finally understood what a great divine ability was. Alas! In the end, what was left was a pile of jade slips. There were too many things recorded in them, including cultivation methods, secret techniques, secret stories, and so on. Xiaohua used nearly 3 days to roughly look through them. From them, he picked out 2 Earth attribute magical techniques and prepared to practice them. One was called Earth Congealing Technique, similar to the Great Confinement Technique. However, it used Earth attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth to confine and pressure the enemy from all sides. It was even more powerful than the Great Confinement Technique. The other one was Earth Shield Technique, a defensive technique. It could form an Earth attribute shield around Xiaohua. The sturdiness of the shield was related to Xiaohua's magic power. After recording the chants of the 2 magical techniques on a separate jade slip, Xiaohua thought of the talisman technique. However, Huang Yi's talisman technique was performed using the soul body. If Xiaohua wanted to use it, He must first practice the ninth heavens of spirit origin cultivation method to the great perfection stage and cultivate the power of the soul. After taking out the simple soul cultivation method, Xiaohua thought of the Confucian cultivators tortoise shell and core. After pondering for a long time, Xiaohua still didn't take out the tortoise shell. Instead, he first recorded the memories of the Confucian cultivator's scarlet imprint on a jade slip. After finishing this, Xiaohua thought of God guidance, lightning evasion, jade talisman technique, and the soul thorn in the scarlet imprint. Alas, there are too many magical techniques to practice. There's not enough time. Xiaohua immediately wailed. If I could use the blood shadow technique to practice, that would be great. Yes, Xiaohua now had magical techniques and many magical techniques. Compared to the time when he was a loose cultivator, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. But now there was another problem. He didn't have enough time. Unfortunately, these magical techniques couldn't be cultivated by the spiritual dragon vein like the dragon transformation art. He could only practice them bit by bit. For the first time, Xiaohua longed to go into seclusion. A long seclusion where he could practice all the magical techniques. I'll accompany Xue Xue to see the sea. First, I'll help her build her foundation. After returning to the Imperial Thunder Sect, I'll casually find a place in the Myriad Thunder Valley to open an immortal's cave. I'll immediately go into seclusion. Damn it, this young master did not know which expert he had offended, to actually seal this young master's Naiwan palace. No matter how I think about it these 3 years, I can't remember anything. Presumably, my memory loss is related to this guy. Is it necessary? I used to be a mortal who didn't know how to cultivate qi. Even if my Naiwan palace was sealed, what effect would it have on me? What good would it do that guy? Xiaohua secretly clenched his teeth. He put the matter of dual cultivation with Xue Xue after building his foundation to the back of his mind. If I don't hurry up and raise my cultivation level, won't I still be at his mercy? Even when Senior Huang was at his peak, he couldn't open it. Then what kind of cultivation level is that? That's right, when I met the Empress that year, she seemed to have checked it too. Why didn't she say anything? Xiaohua thought again. I'm afraid it's because the Empress' cultivation level isn't high enough to open this seal. She didn't want to offend him, or maybe she didn't want to alarm that person again and put me in danger. At this time, Xiaohua took out the token that the Empress had given him. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1972. At this time, Xiaohua took out the token the Empress gave him and looked it over. At that time, the Empress said that if I built my foundation, I could help her with something. Now that I've built my foundation, I should repay her kindness. However, I have to bring Xue Xue along and help her build her foundation, so it's not too convenient. Let's wait until after this experience. Oh, also the space at the back of my head is different from a storage bag. It actually isolates the information from the tokens, communication talismans, tokens, and other items. Even if I meet the queen in the vicinity, the tokens and other items will not have any reaction. It is better for me to place these useful items in a separate storage bag. If I am really able to meet her, it will be fate. Soon after, Xiaohua organized all the things he needed, put them in the storage pouch, and tied it to his waist. Only then did he decide to practice the 2 spells first. Then he would study the characters of Confucian cultivators. The other spells could only be put aside for later. After finishing his arrangements, Xiaohua calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and immersed his divine sense into the jade slip. He silently read the earth condensation technique's formula word by word. 10 days later, Xiaohua's figure flew out of the cave. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, raised his head to identify the direction, and used the bright thunder escape to fly towards a certain place. He flew for another 10 days. When his divine sense saw a flourishing place, he unconsciously frowned and stopped. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out a jade slip. He immersed his divine sense into it and carefully looked at it. He looked around and muttered to himself, according to the message left by Xie Zhiqian from the Immortal Ascension sect, it should be here. However, this place is obviously a paradise on earth. How could there be such a rare spiritual herb like the heavenly een grass? Could it be that someone planted the heavenly een grass here? However, since the heavenly een grass is a miraculous alchemy item that can work together with thunder attribute materials, how could it be planted here? Since this place is still in the country of Shi, my Imperial Thunder sect is famous for thunder attribute spells. It's impossible that we don't know about this place, right? Xia Jiqian also couldn't have used this thing to invite Martial Uncle Zhenyi, right? Maybe. Xia Jiqian and the others have already left? Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. When he saw Xia Jiqian in Flame Forest Marsh, he promised to bring the jade slip to Zhenyi. However, Zhenyi had already died, so the jade slip naturally couldn't be delivered to Zhenyi. Xiaohua had only inadvertently seen the contents when he used a secret technique to break the blood-colored seal. However, since it was something planned by a Jindan cultivator, Xiaohua absolutely didn't participate in it out of curiosity. Wasn't the miserable situation at that time an absolutely good lesson? However, just as Xue helplessly handed over the jade slip containing the Ling Lei pill to Xiaohua, Xiaohua suddenly thought of this matter. Since the heavenly Yin grass was useful for Xue's foundation establishment, Xiaohua had no choice but to brace himself and come over to take a look to see if there were any opportunities. Of course, Xiaohua's heart was also perturbed at this moment. Cooperating with a golden core cultivator, he was definitely at a disadvantage. Last time, he had Zhenyi, a golden core cultivator, as his backing, so he dared to bargain with others. But this time he was alone, so he was definitely asking a tiger for its skin. However, that jade slip was given to Xiaohua by Xia Jiqian 4 years ago. Who knew if this matter had already passed? Let's go over and take a look first. If a senior has the opportunity to obtain the heavenly Yin grass, I also have to see what price I can pay to exchange for it, right? Xiaohua didn't want to let go of this rare clue, so he released his divine sense and carefully and slowly flew forward. After flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, there was still a field of flowers and plants in front of him. A light breeze blew past and bursts of floral fragrance brushed against his face, making Xiaohua feel slightly tipsy. This place. Xiaohua's divine sense swept past a few swaying flower branches, and he suddenly discovered some fluctuations of spiritual power. This seems to be a formation. Xiaohua had immersed himself in the Tao of formations these past few years, and his cultivation in the field of formations had greatly increased. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't have been able to discover it, but now he could easily detect it. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, he had come up with several possible ways to break it. This is strange. Why would there be a formation here? Xiaohua's divine sense locked onto the location of the formation, and he pondered. Xia Jiqian didn't say much. He only told me to come here to find him. With his unfamiliar friendship with Martial Uncle Zhenyi, he wouldn't easily divulge the location of where he was going. This is probably the place where they gathered in advance. Thinking of this, Xiaohua seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He stood in midair and respectfully waited, and he didn't hurry to use his divine sense to search around. Sure enough, after the time it took to eat a meal, a hurricane seemed to blow up where Xiaohua stood, stirring up the flowers and plants in the vicinity of 100 feet. However, those flowers and plants didn't fly into the air, but instead strangely sucked into the ground. Waves of tearing force appeared all over Xiaohua's body, as if they wanted to tear his body into pieces. However, Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to them and didn't pay any attention to them. He knew that as long as he left this position, these forces would immediately become real. If he stood still and didn't move, these forces would become illusions. Just as Xiaohua expected, although all kinds of forces appeared, as soon as they came into contact with his Taoist robe, they all turned into nothingness like a breeze blowing through the flowers and plants. Immediately after, from the place where the hurricane was sucked in, 2 rays of brilliance appeared like blooming spring flowers. 2 female cultivators dressed in beautiful clothes appeared on the left and right. These 2 female cultivators were both in their 40s, and their appearances were quite beautiful. Each of them held a flower branch in their hands, but the flowers on the branches were different. Hey, which sect are you a disciple of? Why are you so rash as to wander in front of my burial flower manor? The female cultivator beside Xiaohua, dressed in blue clothes and holding a plum blossom in her hand, scolded without any trace of politeness. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over them, and he knew that they were both in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. He didn't dare to be negligent, and he immediately cupped his hands and said, "I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, and my name is Xiaohua." Huh? A disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect? What are you doing here? The female cultivator on the right was dressed in blue clothes and held a begonia flower branch in her hand. She looked at the female cultivator on the left and asked curiously. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with an apologetic smile, "Let me tell you, fellow Taoists. I came here to find Senior Xie Zhiqian from the Immortal Ascension Sect." Immortal Ascension Sect? The female cultivator on the left was very eloquent, and she immediately asked, "If you are looking for the Immortal Ascension Sect, you will naturally go to Meng country. Why did fellow Taoist Xiao come to my burial flower manor?" This. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then slapped his hand and took out the jade slip from his storage pouch. He explained, "I have Senior Xie's jade slip." He said, "I can find him here, so I came." The female cultivator shook her head and replied, "There is only burial flower manor here, and there is no Xie Zhiqian. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please go back." So it's like that. Xiaohua's face showed disappointment, and he sighed, cupped his hands, and said, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist. I have disturbed you." With that, Xiaohua turned around and was about to leave, but the eyes of the female cultivator on the right lit up, and her face showed respect, as if she had heard an order, and she said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. When did you get this jade slip?" Xiaohua was happy and quickly said, "I saw Senior Xie years ago in Flame Forest Swamp." The female cultivator nodded and said, "Okay, let me see the jade slip." Xiaohua waved his hand, and the jade slip flew to the female cultivator. The female cultivator took it, and she used her divine sense to check it. After looking for a moment, she said strangely, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this jade slip should be for Senior Zhenyi, right? Why are you here?" Xiaohua's face showed a sad expression, and he said, "Alas, Martial Uncle Zhenyi died in Flame Forest Swamp, so I can't give this jade slip to Martial Uncle. Okay, since it is like this, I will thank fellow Taoist Xiao on behalf of Senior Xie. This jade slip, I will give it to Senior." The female cultivator waved her hand and put the jade slip into her storage bag. She said with a smile, "The disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect are indeed extraordinary. You specially came to report this matter, which surprised me." Seeing that the female cultivator took the jade slip without saying anything and said some words of admiration, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said awkwardly, "Since fellow Taoist can give this jade slip to Senior Xie, then Senior Xie must be in Burial Flower Manor, right? Can I personally give it to Senior Xie?" "You little brat," the female cultivator on the left sneered. "I already told you that Senior Xie isn't here. Even if Big Sister is willing to give you the jade slip, it won't happen today. If you want to personally give it to Senior Xie, then you should take the jade slip to Meng Country's Immortal Ascension Gate." The female cultivator on the right was obviously more gentle. She stared at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Does fellow Taoist Xiao have something to say to Senior Xie?" "Yes." Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I came here today for the thing in the jade slip." "Oh?" The female cultivator on the right raised her eyebrows and looked Xiaohua up and down again. She said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you've just entered the Foundation Establishment realm, so you should consolidate your realm. There are many useless good things, so you shouldn't covet them too much." "Alas, I'll let fellow Taoist know." Xiaohua smiled apologetically. "That thing is useful for Thunder Attribute disciples, but I have no use for it. I came here to ask for this thing for my dual cultivation partner to help her reach the Foundation Establishment realm." Hee. The female cultivator on the left laughed and said while covering her mouth, "What an affectionate person. Presumably, you two were already familiar with each other when you were in the Aura Refinement realm, right? Now that you've reached the Foundation Establishment realm, you still want to look for an opportunity to reach the Foundation Establishment realm for her and plan for a beautiful future? Fellow Taoist, you're wise." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "My master wants to find a female Foundation Establishment realm disciple to dual cultivate with, but I'm still thinking about my former junior sister. I can't forget the oath of eternal love, right? That's why I came here." "Good. Not bad." The female cultivator on the right didn't say anything, but the female cultivator on the left gave him a thumbs up. Once other people reach the Foundation Establishment realm, they either consolidate their realm or set their sights on female Foundation Establishment realm disciples. They're all thinking about their own future. There really aren't many people like you, who don't forget your old love. If Senior Sister doesn't help you, I won't. However, before she finished speaking, the female cultivator on the right immediately berated her. "Junior Sister, Chapter 1973. That's right, she didn't even ask what Xiaohua wanted, and just said she would help him. This female cultivator on the left was really straightforward. Senior sister. The female cultivator on the left smiled and said, "Little sister just wants to." At this moment, a voice as clear as an oriole and as gentle as jade sounded. "You two don't quarrel. Haidang, let him come in and talk." "Yes, manor lord." The two people's faces became serious, and they bowed and said in unison. Soon after, the female cultivator on the right, who was holding a begonia branch, waved the begonia branch. The many begonia flowers on the branch emitted a bright brilliance. Each begonia flower seemed to bloom. They separated from the branch and hovered in front of the female cultivator for a moment. As the female cultivator made a hand seal, they turned into several strange diagrams. Finally, as the female cultivator made a hand seal, they flew to her feet. Rumble. Like a hot spring, waves of flowers gushed out from the place where the begonia flowers flew to. These waves of flowers directly divided into 3 groups and flew to the feet of Xiaohua and the 2 female cultivators respectively. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please follow me inside." The female cultivator named Haitang stepped on the waves of flowers. At this moment, Xiaohua saw that Haitang was barefoot. On her white and delicate bare feet, her 10 toes were painted pink. "Please," Xiaohua retracted his gaze, slightly cupped his hands, and also stepped onto the wave of flowers. Then, the wave of flowers suddenly enveloped upwards, and thousands of spinning flowers surrounded Xiaohua, hugging Xiaohua as they fell towards the flowers and plants. And in the middle of the rotating waves of flowers, a strange brilliance flashed very faintly, and a flower that didn't exist suddenly appeared. Xiaohua, Haitang, and the others didn't notice it at all. In just a moment, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. The surrounding gorgeous flowers all disappeared, and a rather spectacular manor appeared in front of him. The manor was built on a plain and surrounded by hills that weren't high. As far as his eyes could see, it was dozens of miles in size. There were many pavilions and galleries inside, and there were also many rockery and lakes. However, Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't leave his body. It was probably restricted by a large formation. Xiaohua slightly raised his head again, only to see floating clouds in the azure sky above his head. Occasionally, a few birds would fly through the air, and the chirping sounds could be clearly heard. This formation is not inferior to the Sky Gate Mountain's water-cutting formation. Xiaohua thought to himself in awe as he slowly descended. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please." Haidang and another female cultivator landed beside Xiaohua and pointed at the several zhang tall gate of the villa not far away. "Please," Xiaohua returned the courtesy and followed Haitang to the villa. The gate of this villa was different from what Xiaohua usually saw. It was a semicircle about 10 zhang in size, like a semicircle formed by twisting some kind of strange vine. On top of the semicircle, there were all kinds of colorful flowers. Some were round, some were star-shaped, some were flat, and there were even strings of sparks. The 2 sides of the manor's gate were even more bizarre. Large trees were lined up side by side, like guards protecting the manor behind them. Although the gaps between these trees were large enough, Xiaohua knew that there was definitely an extremely powerful restriction in the middle. Buried Flower Manor. When Xiaohua walked closer, on the gate of the villa surrounded by vines, for big words composed of flowers of different colors suddenly flashed. It was very conspicuous. Buried Flower Manor? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly. Whether it was the ancient records of the Imperial Thunder Sect or Huang Yi's imprint, there was no trace of this place. Moreover, Huang Yi didn't mention the name of the place on the jade slip. He really didn't expect that there would be such a strange villa not far from Haoming City. The female cultivator named Haitang is already a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Their villa master should at least be a cultivator in the early stage of gold core, and even a cultivator in the late stage of gold core wouldn't be surprising. This kind of cultivation, this kind of power, I'm afraid it's second only to the 7 major cities. It's more powerful than any cultivation family. I'm afraid that the Lingpei villa I encountered before isn't even worthy of carrying their shoes. While Xiaohua was pondering, he had already followed the 2 into the villa. What he saw inside the villa was somewhat different from what he saw when he descended from the sky. After walking along the gallery formed by petals and vines for half a cup of tea's time, they arrived in front of an azure lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a faint white mist in the air. In the white mist, there was a small bridge that led directly to the lake. When they arrived at the small bridge by the lake, Haideng stopped and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I can't accompany you. Please go to Linlang Pavilion alone." "Many thanks, fellow Taoists." After Xiaohua cupped his hands and bowed to the two, he slowly stepped onto the small bridge. Soon after, he was in no hurry and slowly walked along the small bridge into the white mist. This small foundation establishment cultivator is somewhat interesting. The female cultivator on the left looked at Xiaohua's appearance and said somewhat strangely. Haideng tilted her head and seemed to be thinking about something. She asked, "Plum Blossom, do you think this cultivator called Xiaohua is too calm?" "He probably. It can't be called calm. To be able to cultivate to the early stage of foundation establishment, his temperament must be calm. Although he doesn't look old, he must have used a youth-preserving spirit pill. He can't be too young." Plum Blossom said with a smile, "Elder sister, don't you think the way he walked to Linlang Pavilion is too strange? In my impression, apart from Taoist master Yanhong who walked step by step, all the other cultivators, including some qi-refining cultivators, as long as they find that there is no restriction on the small bridge, they will use magic, fly, or shrink to show off in front of Villa Lord." This perhaps. Haideng didn't agree with Plum Blossom's idea too much. She said non-committally, "Perhaps he feels that there is a restriction on the small bridge, or he is afraid that using magic will trigger the restriction. Forget it, in the end, this is a small cultivator who is affectionate and righteous. If Villa Lord can help him, that would be the best. We will wait here." While they were talking, a flower basket flew out from the white mist and quickly flew in front of Haideng. Haideng extended her hand and took out the jade slip Xiaohua gave her. She placed it in the flower basket, and the flower basket quickly flew back. Xiaohua stepped on the small bridge and looked around while walking. Under his feet was the azure lake. Countless fish swam back and forth while swinging their tails. There were also some aquatic plants around the fish. When the breeze blew, faint ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. The aquatic plants also slowly swayed along with the ripples. The small bridge under his feet was also made of rattan bamboo-like plants. It was somewhat slippery and even had some moss. It looked like it had been there for a long time. "It is really strange," Xiaohua criticized inwardly. "This is obviously a cultivator's villa, but whether it is the villa's gate, walls, or this small bridge, they are all no different from those in the mortal world. There doesn't seem to be any restriction on this small bridge." While he was thinking, Xiaohua walked in front of the white mist. Inside the white mist, nothing could be seen clearly. He could only vaguely see that the small bridge was still extending into the distance. Xiaohua's footsteps were still steady. Without the slightest hesitation, he plunged into the white mist. Chapter 1974. However, as soon as his figure entered the white fog, he immediately walked out of it. Not only was the rich heaven and earth spiritual qi rushing towards him, but there was also a group of pavilions on the water in front of him. Rows upon rows of picturesque pavilions were lined up on the water's surface. Countless emerald green round leaves covered the water's surface, and thumb-thick rhombus stems were raised high into the air. Pink, light green, light blue, pink-white, vermilion, golden yellow, and other flowers of different sizes were floating around the galleries and pavilions, making Xiaohua feel a little dizzy. Before Xiaohua could even look around, a burst of ding-dong, like the sound of clear spring water, flowed into his ears. A wave of refreshing feeling instantly emerged from Xiaohua's mind, and actually flowed down along his meridians. Soon, the Jinyuan in his meridians completed a large circulation, and the amount of earth crystal Yao milk was actually more than twice as much as the one he had refined before. Excellent! Xiaohua was overjoyed and thought, this Manor Lord's cultivation is probably even higher than Martial Uncle Zhen Qing's. Unfortunately, it was only a single cycle. Although the zither music was pleasing to the ear and incomparably comfortable to listen to, it no longer had the effect of refining the earth crystal Yao milk. "Senior, this way please." A beautiful female cultivator walked out of the pavilion in front of Xiaohua and said with a smile while bowing. "Haha, thank you for your trouble." Xiaohua nodded and took a few steps forward. The pavilion before his eyes was actually changing like a kaleidoscope. Numerous beautiful and young female cultivators wore clothes that were embroidered with gold and jade, and they either held jade plates, spirit fruits, or feathered fans made from the wings of spirit beasts in their hands as they shuttled back and forth in the pavilion. Giggles and whispers instantly filled Xiaohua's eyes. The only thing that didn't change was the melodious zither sound that resounded from somewhere in the distance. Yet as far as his eyes could see, there was no trace of it. Xiaohua followed the female cultivator all the way forward. The female cultivators he met all avoided him and bowed respectfully, calling him senior. The female cultivators each had their own merits. Xiaohua was dazzled, but he still smiled and nodded slightly. He couldn't see anything in his eyes. If he forced himself to say something, it would be envy in his eyes. Needless to say, with the formation of the Burial Flower Manor, the middle stage foundation establishment cultivator, who went out to greet Xiaohua, and the beautiful female cultivators in the pavilion, Xiaohua knew that the manor lord of the Burial Flower Manor not only had an extraordinary cultivation, but also had an extraordinary background. He had cultivated for many years, but he didn't know when he would be able to reach such a height. But after thinking about it, it wasn't as if he didn't have such an opportunity. Let's take Tianmen Mountain as an example. Huang Tianle seemed to be entrusting him with all the arrays of Tianmen Mountain to him, so that he could repair them. It was as if he was putting Tianmen Mountain in front of him. Even if he was really just an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he could easily take over the Heavenly Gate Mountain. Well, taking a step back, he wasn't so shameless as to use the ambiguous relationship he had with Huang Mengxiang in his dream to take control of the Heavenly Gate Mountain, right? However, not only did he not act according to Huang Tianle's plan and Huang Mengxiang's dream, he instead helped Huang Mang and Huang Mengxiang reach the foundation establishment stage. He taught all of the formation repair techniques to Huang Mengxiang and left with a flick of his sleeves. Xiaohua didn't think of himself as a saint, and he was greedy for a lot of small favors. But to be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in controlling a sect or a family. He felt that it was a burden. It was far from being alone, or traveling the world with the person he loved, free and unfettered. Forget it. I guess this young master isn't that kind of person who is obsessed with fame and craves for luxury. Xiaohua thought clearly, and some of the admiration in his eyes disappeared. He only smiled and nodded, and his eyes were full of interest as he admired the scenery of the water. Xiaohua followed the female cultivator around who knows how many bends and walked past who knows how many unique pavilions. But from beginning to end, the elegant sound of the zither continued to linger in his ears, neither high nor low. Just as Xiaohua felt a little strange and wanted to raise his eyes to look ahead, a huge water screen appeared in front of him. On the water screen, he saw a school of unknown colorful fish leisurely swimming back and forth, as if they were in midair. "Senior, please." The female cultivator walked in front of the water curtain and didn't move forward. She smiled and said, "Senior, after passing through here, the Linlang Pavilion is in front. Forgive this junior for not being able to accompany you." "Hee, thank you, fellow Taoist." He cupped his hands and stepped into the water curtain without hesitation. Whoosh! The sound of water echoed, as if he was walking in the lake. Xiaohua even felt the pressure of the water around him, but his Taoist robe didn't have the slightest trace of water. Apart from an illusion, what else could it be? The water curtain wasn't short. Xiaohua walked no less than 10 steps before he came out of the water curtain. What greeted him made him stunned. Previously, he was used to seeing gorgeous waterside pavilions of different styles. He originally thought that the manor master's place would be even more dazzling, but the waterside pavilion in front of him was completely woven out of emerald green bamboo that was as thick as a thumb. However, when his gaze once again fell on the emerald green bamboo that was like amber, sparkling and translucent like jasper, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise in his heart, "Waterside orchid bamboo?" Xiaohua obviously didn't recognize waterside orchid bamboo. The reason why he was able to call out the name of this bamboo was because he had the inherited memories of the fire ape and Chao Li from the distant past era in his mind, as well as the inheritance of ghost cultivators from Huang Yi. How could a name that came from these places be easy to recognize? Damn it, this kind of distant past era variant is the best material to refine wood-type magic tools. Unexpectedly, someone used it to make a pavilion. If I didn't see it with my own eyes. Xiaohua sighed. It seems that compared to this Burial Flower Manor, Tianmen Mountain's Huang clan is like comparing a country bumpkin to generations of scholars. Xiaohua knew that this waterside orchid bamboo was not a simple bamboo. This bamboo contained rich wood-type spiritual energy that attracted a type of spiritual insect called waterside orchid. The waterside orchid was only the size of a baby's pinky nail and was emerald green in color. It liked the aura of waterside orchid bamboo the most, and also liked to attach itself to this bamboo. From the time a waterside orchid bamboo was born, it was unknown how many waterside orchids would attach themselves to it. And after these waterside orchids attached themselves to the bamboo, they would no longer move. Even after they died, their bodies would crystallize and become one with the waterside orchid bamboo. Therefore, waterside orchid bamboo was the best material to refine magic tools. In the distant past era, there were many famous wood-type magic tools that were refined from waterside orchid bamboo. It was also because of this that many almighty people used their various magical abilities to obtain these waterside orchid bamboo. This thing was like the mirage butterfly. It had long since disappeared from the Dawn Rain continent. If Xiaohua didn't obtain some memories from the distant past era, he would have definitely treated this strange-looking bamboo as an ordinary object. Since he knew the rarity of waterside orchid bamboo, Xiaohua had a bit of expectation towards the manor master of Burial Flower Manor. Presumably, he would be able to obtain the sky-een grass from this person. Unfortunately, although the Linlang Pavilion was right in front of him, the situation inside was blurry. Only as Xiaohua approached step by step did his field of vision gradually become clear. This was a pavilion that faced the lake on all four sides. It didn't look any different from what he usually saw. At the end of the pavilion, there was a female cultivator wearing plain clothes who was bending over and playing the 9-string zither. Because her head was lowered, he couldn't see her face clearly. However, her beautiful pitch-black hair that was like a cloud was coiled up high on top of her head. Along with the sound of the zither, her hair slightly trembled. Just like this, it was as if that trembling had grabbed onto Xiaohua's heart, attracting all of his attention to the female cultivator's body. The sound of "si" only lasted for a moment before Xiaohua realized that he had forgotten himself. He used God's guidance and felt a burst of coolness in his heart. He sucked in a breath of cold air and promptly shifted his gaze away, looking all around. There were only a few people in the pavilion. In addition to the female cultivator sitting cross-legged on a praying mat and playing the zither, there were 4 female cultivators who were slightly older. These 4 female cultivators were dressed differently. The colors of their clothes were also completely different. Some were light green, some were fiery red, some were azure, and some were snow white. It seemed to be somewhat in line with the colors of the 4 seasons. These 4 female cultivators all had smiles on their faces. Their gazes were fixed on the female cultivator in the seat of honor, as if they didn't notice Xiaohua's arrival at all. Late Foundation Establishment Realm. Xiaohua's gaze caught sight of them. His divine sense very naturally swept out. To his surprise, he discovered that the 4 female cultivators all had an astonishing cultivation base of Late Foundation Establishment Realm. Thus, in his shock, he promptly withdrew his divine sense and very cleverly stood with his hands by his side. He lowered his head and opened his ears, carefully listening. Xiaohua didn't know anything about music. The only bit of knowledge he had was that he had heard of Zhen Qing's flute. However, this female cultivator's zither sound was the same as Zhen Qing's flute. They were both extremely pure. Xiaohua could hear the high mountains and flowing water, the chirping of birds, and the hissing of insects from the zither sound. Even Xiaohua could almost see the scene of a cheerful yet distressed young girl washing her muslin at the head of the stream in the spring. Zheng, a light sound like a sharp sword cutting through the spring sun, broke the tranquility and gentleness. The zither sound was unexpectedly cut off. Xiaohua raised his head in astonishment. He saw the female cultivator's slender and white fingers trembling in the air. Below her fingers, a zither string was like a frozen snake that had withered to the side. Villa Master, the maid closest to the female cultivator, was also astonished and said in a low voice. Sigh, hearing the female cultivator's light sigh, that sound was so heartbreaking. Xiaohua almost wanted to turn into a zither string and let the female cultivator continue to play. Don't be so heartbroken. Following the female cultivator's light sigh, the female cultivator raised her head. Xiaohua's gaze very naturally swept upwards. The moment he swept his gaze, the corner of his eyes unconsciously twitched. This female cultivator seemed to only be in her 20s, but her appearance was truly pure and lovely. Xiaohua only saw her once and felt that she was like a celestial being. Xiaohua had previously seen many female cultivators, such as Sun Shu, Xue Xue, Hong Xiaoferi, Huang Mengxiang, and so on. He originally thought that Hongsha Fairy's beauty was the only one in the entire Dawn Rain continent. However, after seeing this female cultivator's beauty, he realized that the so-called Snow White Plum Blossom really had their own strengths. Chapter 1975. However, when he scanned her with his divine sense, he was even more astonished. This young female cultivator was actually at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. Chun Kuei, take the zither. The female cultivator waved her hand and said in a clear voice. Yes, Villa Lord. The female cultivator in light blue clothes on the left nodded and walked forward. She reached out and took the 9-string zither. She hugged it in a very natural manner and returned to her original position. Chiozan, light the incense. The female cultivator ordered in a low voice. Yes. A blue-clothed female cultivator on the right answered and walked to the side of the table where the zither was placed. She reached out and put down the fist-sized incense burner. Then, she carefully took out a light green incense burner and placed it in the incense burner. Then, she reached out and a true samadhi fire appeared in her palm. With a flick of her finger, she ignited the incense burner. Immediately, a wisp of faint green smoke rushed straight to the top of the pavilion. Then, like a small snake, it swam around the entire pavilion. A refreshing fragrance entered Xiao Hua's nose like a blooming epiphyllum. Good. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. Although Chiozan's Samadhi True Fire wasn't as pure as Xiao Hua's, it was still Samadhi True Fire. She actually used it to light incense. You're called Xiao Hua? The female cultivator asked softly. Her voice was as clear as pearls falling on a jade plate. Reporting to Senior, this junior is Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Greetings, Villa Lord. Xiao Hua's heart trembled and he quickly bowed. And, from what you said, you're looking for heavenly een grass? The female cultivator went straight to the point. What's the name of your dual cultivation partner? Junior's junior sister is called Xue Xue. She's a disciple of Sun Lei Palace. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and didn't hide anything. Junior sister Xue comes from Misty Mountain. She has a hidden lightning attribute constitution and needs heavenly een grass to stimulate her bloodline and build her foundation. And so she's a descendant of Misty Mountain. The female cultivator said thoughtfully. Misty Mountain has been very active recently. I heard that they've already taken Phoenix Ridge into their pocket. Ling Feiyun is very outstanding. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. How can Misty Mountain compare to Burial Flower Manor? I didn't expect the Manor Lord to take them seriously. Oh, is that so? A trace of a smile flashed in the female cultivator's eyes. Tell me, how can my Burial Flower Manor look down on Misty Mountain? This. Xiao Hua was somewhat at a loss for words. He could only brace himself and say, I've also been to the Misty Mountain, but it seems I don't have enough foundation. Senior Ling Feiyun only has a foundation-building cultivation base. Looking at the 4 sisters standing in front of the Manor Lord, all of them were in the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. Even if any one of them went to the Misty Mountain, they would be able to cover the sky with one hand. Manor Lord, how could the Misty Mountain compare to the Burial Flower Manor? Besides, the Misty Mountains are 2 barren mountains, and there's nothing good there. Just the ice orchid bamboo under your feet is comparable to the entire Misty Mountains, right? Hee hee, you sure know how to quibble. You even know about the Yulon bamboo. The female cultivator smiled and covered her mouth with her hand, looking extremely adorable. However, Misty Mountain has such a great reputation in the Daybreak continent. Have you heard of my Burial Flower Manor? What do you know about Burial Flower Manor? Xiao Hua said with a smile, Of course I didn't know before today, but after today, I'll definitely know. And I also know about the Misty Mountain because of junior sister Xue. Otherwise, I wouldn't know. The female cultivator nodded slightly. If you don't know about my Burial Flower Manor, why did you come here? My Burial Flower Manor doesn't like guests. If you weren't a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect, I would have already killed you and used you as fertilizer. No way, Xiao Hua said in a slightly exaggerated manner. Manor Lord looks very kind. How could you treat a junior like this? You think I won't? Seeing Xiao Hua like this, the female cultivator's expression suddenly changed. Her clothes slightly fluttered, and a force came from all directions of Xiao Hua, directly smashing towards him. Senior. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. The true essence in his body quickly circulated, and his magic power surged. He continuously rubbed his hands and used the earth shield technique. as expected of a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect. You have some skills. The female cultivator looked at Xiaohua's body that was instantly covered with a sturdy yellow-brown shield, and her eyes unconsciously flashed with surprise. However, relying on this alone, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to escape from my burial flower sect. Along with the female cultivator's mocking voice, the shield around Xiaohua's body broke inch by inch, turning into thick spiritual energy that scattered in the air. However, just as the female cultivator was about to cast another spell, a faint brilliance appeared around Xiaohua's body, firmly blocking the female cultivator's magic power outside the brilliance. A protective magic treasure? The female cultivator suddenly understood, and immediately used a bit of strength to withdraw her magic power. As expected of the rich and imposing thunder-controlling sect, a disciple who has just entered the Foundation establishment realm can have a protective magic treasure. I'm afraid ordinary disciples won't be able to. Many thanks for Manor Lord's mercy. Xiaohua slightly frowned, not understanding the Manor Lord's actions. He smiled apologetically and said, Junior is naturally a disciple of the thunder-controlling sect. I have an identity token to prove it. Take out the token and let me see, the female cultivator said without any trace of politeness. When Xiaohua took out the token, the female cultivator only waved her hand. A force that Xiaohua felt was irresistible appeared in front of him, and the token flew into the female cultivator's hand. You're indeed from the thunder-controlling sect. Moreover, you're Xiaohua from the thunder-shocking palace. The female cultivator waved her hand, and the token flew back to Xiaohua. Forget it. Let me ask you, what did Xie Zhiqian say to you? Did he mention anything else about the heavenly Yin grass? Xiaohua took the token. He understood that the female cultivator was probing him, and he carefully said, Senior Xie didn't say anything. That day, Junior was only following Martial Uncle Zhenyi to gain experience in the Flame Forest Swamp. Because Martial Uncle Zhenyi was chasing a spirit beast, Junior's cultivation was shallow, so Martial Uncle left me in a place to wait for news. However, Junior waited for a long time, but Martial Uncle Zhenyi didn't return. Junior followed the direction of the summoning talisman to look for him, and then met Senior Xie. Junior is only a Foundation establishment realm cultivator, so why would Senior Xie say anything? What did he say? Say it word by word. The female cultivator didn't give up and continued to interrogate him. Xiaohua's heart trembled. He didn't dare to be negligent and said Xie Zhiqian's words word by word. In the end, he said with a bitter smile, Junior knows that this matter has already passed for 4 years. However, because Martial Uncle Zhenyi died at that time, Junior's senior martial brother Xiang Yang brought his things back to the lightning-controlling sect. Junior didn't directly return. Therefore, it wasn't until a few days ago when Junior Martial's sister told Junior about the difficulties of Foundation establishment that Junior remembered Senior Xie's jade slip. As he said this, a faint blush appeared on Xiaohua's face. You came out with your Junior Martial's sister to gain experience in the Foundation establishment realm? The female cultivator asked with interest. That's right. Xiaohua nodded. Master always tells Junior who and what in the lightning-changing palace. Junior was annoyed by it, so Junior found an opportunity to come out with Junior Martial's sister to gain experience. Lightning-changing palace. When the female cultivator heard this, her eyes slightly narrowed. However, she immediately smiled and said, You're quite bold, actually eloping with Junior Martial's sister. Chapter 1976. I'm innocent, Senior. Junior only wants to help Junior Martial's sister build her foundation. If she builds her foundation, Master will have nothing to say and won't use this to threaten Junior. Xiaohua shouted. When Junior entered the Imperial Thunder sect, Junior Martial's sister Shui took good care of me. If I don't dual cultivate with Junior Martial's sister Shui, not to mention Junior's heart, even the heavens won't be happy, right? What a good, even the heavens won't be happy. The female cultivator was stunned, then clapped her hands and said, This sentence is actually from the bottom of my heart. Then the female cultivator asked, Who is your master? Senior, please know. It's the helplessness of Thunder Palace and Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua didn't hide it at all. Helplessness? The female cultivator slightly frowned and thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, I've never heard of this name. He's an early gold core stage cultivator? Senior, please know. Master is only in the late foundation establishment stage. Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, presumably, Senior doesn't know. The female cultivator obviously wasn't interested in the late foundation establishment stage. After thinking for a moment, she asked again, since you know that 4 years have passed, Xie Zhiqin definitely won't be here, and he won't use your Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. And even if he does use your Imperial Thunder Sect's methods, you, a Foundation Establishment disciple, are useless. What are you doing here? Xiaohua felt a bit strange and secretly said, do you still need to ask this question? However, he was still respectful and smiled apologetically and said, Junior naturally knows that Senior Xie's scheme has already passed. However, Junior still hopes to get lucky and came to take a look. If I can meet Senior Xie, or a senior related to Senior Xie, Junior wants to ask, if there really is the heavenly een grass that Senior Xie spoke of. Your tone isn't small. Even if someone has it, would they be willing to exchange it with you? What do you have that would tempt them? The female cultivator sneered. Everything in the world depends on action. If Junior didn't come because he knew there were difficulties, how could I be worthy of Junior Martial Sister? Xiaohua said without hesitation, even if there's a sliver of a chance, Junior will come and try. After saying that, Xiaohua formed several hand seals on his body. A brilliant light flashed, and the protective magic weapon on Xiaohua's body flew out and fell into Xiaohua's hand. Junior is willing to use his most precious protective magic treasure to exchange for the heavenly een grass. Not bad. The quality of your magic treasure is indeed not bad. The female cultivator looked at it and asked, if you don't have it here, are you going to Meng Country's Immortal Ascension Gate? Exactly. Even if I have to go through Mo Zhao Black Forest, I still want to go to Meng Country to take a look. Xiaohua said resolutely. AI, not bad. You really are a hot-blooded youngster. The female cultivator sighed. She looked at Xiaohua and asked, have you taken a face-retaining spirit pill? Which aristocratic family is he from? Seeing that the female cultivator wanted to get to the bottom of things, Xiaohua had no choice but to answer. He smiled apologetically and said, Junior isn't a descendant of an aristocratic family. Before I entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, I was an itinerant cultivator. Junior definitely hasn't taken a face-retaining spirit pill. I'm afraid it's because I was fated to take a face-retaining spirit grass when I was young that I took a face-retaining spirit grass. Childhood. The female cultivator chuckled. You mean when you were 17 or 18 years old? Junior doesn't know. Junior used to be a rogue cultivator, so I don't know much. Therefore, whenever I come across something useful, I will try every possible means to take it. That year, it was because of Junior Martial Sister Shue's help that I sent people to Imperial Thunder Sect. Junior doesn't dare to let Junior Martial Sister Shue down. Xiaohua quickly repeated his previous words. Sure enough, the female cultivator nodded and said, it's good to know how to repay kindness with kindness. However, you came to the wrong place. Not only is Xie Zhiqin not here, the heavenly een grass is also not here. Xiaohua already had a premonition, but he was still disappointed. He looked at the female cultivator and said pitifully, I don't know which senior has the heavenly een grass. If Fairy can tell Junior, Junior will be endlessly grateful. You didn't know my burial flower manor before, right? The female cultivator didn't answer his question. Xiaohua braced himself and said with an apologetic smile, Junior's knowledge is shallow, I really don't know. The female cultivator raised her eyes and looked at Chun Kuei. Chun Kuei said with a smile, Xiaohua, listen well. My manor lord's name is Chun Yi. If you receive benefits from my manor lord, don't forget this name. You little girl, who told you to speak so much? Chun Yi rebuked, but her face didn't show any anger. Chun Kuei giggled and didn't speak anymore. You all can leave first. Chun Yi waved her hand and said, Yes. Chun Kuei and the others were a bit shocked. They all glanced at Xiaohua and slowly walked past Xiaohua from both sides and left Linlang Pavilion. Xiaohua was also a bit stunned. It was only the first time he saw Chun Yi. Moreover, she was a young and beautiful gold core cultivator. Chun Yi's actions made him very puzzled. Linlang Pavilion was abnormally quiet for a while. Although there was a cool breeze blowing from time to time, the incense was still straight up, not affected by the cool breeze at all. The faint fragrance didn't become stronger because the incense had been burning for a long time. It seemed to always be faint, just like Chun Yi's faint eyebrows. Xiaohua, Have you always been in Thunderclap Palace? After a long while, Chunyi seemed to be hesitating about something. Then she asked, according to what I know, when your Thunderclap sect's disciples have just entered the sect, they all have to cultivate in Thunderclap Palace, right? Xiaohua blinked and nodded. Just as Manor Lord said, it's exactly so. However, this junior is a loose cultivator and is quite ostracized by others. Therefore, when I entered the Thunderclap sect, I went to a remote place to find a medicine garden and didn't listen to lectures in Thunderclap Palace. Oh, so it's like that. Chunyi was obviously a bit disappointed. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but stopped. After a long while, she seemed to be unwilling to give up and asked, Xiaohua, how many times have you been to Thunderclap Palace? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly. Looking at Chunyi's appearance, it was obvious that she wanted to inquire about something. However, thinking about his pitiful understanding of the Thunderclap sect, even if Chunyi searched his soul, he couldn't possibly say anything, right? Therefore, Xiaohua calmly said, if Fairy Chen has something to ask, there's no harm in saying it. This junior is only a foundation-building disciple of Thunderclap Palace. As long as it doesn't involve the sect's secrets, this junior can answer anything. Actually, if it really is a secret, does Fairy Chen think that this junior, a loose cultivator, would know? TCH, Chunyi rolled her eyes at him and said with obvious shyness, if I want to know the Thunderclap sect's secrets, would I still need to ask you? AI, forget it, Chunyi sighed. Her bright eyes looked at the misty lake and said, tell me everything you've seen and heard in the Thunderclap sect. If you accept my goodwill, I'll tell you the whereabouts of the heavenly Een grass. So simple? Xiaohua was stunned. You don't care about anything? You only need to say it. Just treat it as relieving my boredom. Chunyi turned her neck and said indifferently. If it was someone else, they would definitely be happy. It was just a trivial matter, so he could just say it. However, Xiaohua was different from others. Most of the matters in the Thunderclap sect were secrets. He didn't dare to casually say anything, even if it was something slightly related. Many intelligent people might be able to see through it. What if Chunyi continued to ask? Wouldn't Xiaohua have to tell even more lies to cover it up? However, with the current situation, Xiaohua couldn't not say it. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua smiled and said, if Manor Lord likes it, this junior will tell you everything about how I entered the Thunderclap sect. And speak. Chunyi's voice was still indifferent. Thus, Xiaohua vividly described how he and Xue Xue entered the Thunderclap sect together. Naturally, Xue Xue became the main character who saved him. She was incomparably brave. At this moment, Chunyi didn't show any reaction. She only listened quietly. Xiaohua panicked when he saw that Chunyi wasn't interested. He pondered for a moment before he began to talk about the Feather Immortal Gathering. When Xiaohua mentioned that Ancestor Zhen Qing was leading a team to the Feather Immortal Gathering, Chunyi's eyes lit up and the corners of her eyes twitched. However, her body was still lazy and Xiaohua didn't notice it. Soon after, Chunyi's ears started to listen to Xiaohua. When Xiaohua saw that Chunyi was interested in the Feather Immortal Gathering, he naturally didn't hide anything. He explained everything that had nothing to do with him. It took him an hour to finish speaking. When Xiaohua was done, his mouth was dry. He looked at Chunyi anxiously. Chunyi's face was filled with joy. She waved her hand and said, Dongjin, bring a cup of spiritual tea over. Not long after, Dongjin came over with a jade plate with a cup of spiritual tea on it. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Dongjin. Xiaohua smiled. He took the cup of spiritual tea and drank it in one gulp. Then he placed it back on the jade plate. Dongjin wasn't like Chun Kuei. He didn't give Xiaohua any face. He took the jade plate and left. The spiritual tea turned into a strand of refreshing spiritual energy and merged into Xiaohua's meridians. The previous irritation disappeared. Hee, that Ancestor Zhen Qing of yours is quite interesting, Chunyi said with a smile. He's already in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Seeing that Chunyi had a question, Xiaohua hurriedly smiled and said, yes, Ancestor Zhen Qing was already in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. I haven't seen him in all these years. I think he's already in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. I hope so. Chunyi shook her head slightly. You're only in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. There's still some distance between you and the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. How would you know how difficult it is to cultivate the Golden Core realm? We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Zhen Qing might not have made any progress. Ancestor Zhen Qing is such a good person. He's naturally protected by the heavenly Tao. Xiaohua said with a smile. I was able to advance to the Foundation Establishment realm. Is it also thanks to Ancestor Zhen Qing? Is it? Zhen Qing is a golden core realm cultivator. Why would he guide an aura-refining disciple like you? Chunyi asked curiously. Could it be because of your outstanding performance at the Feather Immortal Gathering? Or, I know. You saved that female cultivator called Sun Shu. Manor Lord is indeed wise. Xiaohua praised. Ancestor Zhen Qing felt that I had helped him. Not long after I returned to the Imperial Thunder sect, he gave me some of the insights he had when he was condensing his golden core. Meddlesome. Chunyi sneered. How can the insights of a golden core realm cultivator be compared to the insights of a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator? This Zhen Qing only wants to return the favor. I'm afraid he'll make a mistake. Chapter 1977. Fortunately, I'm safe and sound. Xiaohua said with a smile. I'm very grateful to Martial Uncle Zhen Qing from the bottom of my heart. Let me see the jade slip. Chunyi said without any trace of politeness. Xiaohua hesitated. This. Manor Lord, the jade slip is with me, but there are some secrets of my Imperial Thunder sect inside. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for Senior to look at it. Erase the secrets of your Imperial Thunder sect. Chunyi said without hesitation. I just want to see the core condensation heart of your Imperial Thunder sect's golden core cultivator. This. Xiaohua hesitated. That day, Zhen Qing told him not to spread it. Although he didn't make him swear, how could he take it out so easily? You only need to take out the jade slip. I won't look at your so-called Imperial Thunder sect's secrets, and I'll tell you the whereabouts of the heavenly Een grass. Chunyi said coldly. I'm also a golden core cultivator. Your martial uncle Zhen Qing is also a junior in front of me. What's there to be afraid of? Manor Lord, you're really forcing me. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He was really at his wit's end. I promise I'll only look at it myself. I won't let anyone else see it. And I won't spread it. Chunyi said with a smile. Won't spread it? How could it be that easy? Xiaohua thought about his solemn vow that day. Now, he knew that it was easy to make a promise, but it was really difficult to do it. Sometimes a hard oath was a good method. Martial Uncle, Junior is untalented. I'll return to the Imperial Thunder sect and ask Martial Uncle for forgiveness. Xiaohua said in his heart, Manor Lord, can you swear a hard oath? And you won't spread it? Of course not. Chunyi refused without any trace of politeness. This is a condition for you. What does it have to do with me? Forget it. Xiaohua thought about it and really didn't want to give up such an opportunity. Even if he went to the Immortal Ascension sect, whether Xie Zhiqian would see him or not was two different matters. Xiaohua felt that he should be flexible now. With that, Xiaohua took out the jade slip and erased everything related to Taoist Master Lu Peng, leaving only Zhen Qing's pill condensation experience. Only then did he pass it to Chunyi. You're a tactful person. Chunyi laughed. However, you've gone back on your promise to your martial uncle. Sai, there's no other way. Xiaohua spread out his hands. For the sake of Junior Martial Sisters Foundation building, I'm willing to bear the punishment of breaking my promise. Once I return to the Imperial Thunder sect, I'll ask Martial Uncle Zhen Qing for forgiveness. Chunyi no longer paid attention to him. She only immersed her divine sense into the jade slip. In such a short period of time, she actually spent the time it took to eat a meal. If Xiaohua didn't know that she was a middle-stage gold core cultivator, he would definitely think that she was comprehending the secret method in front of him. However, right when Chunyi withdrew her divine sense and raised her hand with the intention of returning the jade slip to Xiaohua, Chunyi rolled her eyes and took out another jade slip with a flip of her hand. She closed her eyes for a moment before tossing the jade slip to Xiaohua and said, "This experience of core condensation is beneficial to my cultivation, so I'll take it for now. Take this jade slip. It'll be of use to you when you condense your core." Villa Master. Xiaohua took the jade slip and said in surprise, "This? What is this?" Chunyi unceremoniously took the jade slip and said, "Since you've already shown it to me, why can't I keep the jade slip? It's just the difference between 90 steps and 100 steps." Seeing Chunyi put the jade slip away, what could Xiaohua say? He could only put away his own jade slip with a crying face. In his heart, he was thinking about how he should explain it to Zhen Qing. However, Chunyi's actions naturally caused Xiaohua to be suspicious. But before he could think too much, Chunyi said again, Xiaohua, actually, I also don't know the whereabouts of the heavenly Yin grass. Ah. Xiaohua was shocked. Senior, what do you mean? Junior took the jade slip and, cough cough, Chunyi revealed a displeased expression and said indifferently, wait for me to finish speaking. Xiaohua was indeed angry and could only smile apologetically. Junior was impatient, Senior. Please don't blame me. And Chunyi nodded. Actually, even if you went to the Immortal Ascension sect and Xie Zhiqian was willing to see you, he wouldn't tell you the whereabouts of the heavenly Yin grass. Because or rather, we didn't even go. Ah, it can't be. Xiaohua was flabbergasted, but then his face revealed a hint of joy. He said, this was something that happened 4 years ago? This junior thought that seniors had already returned. Who knew that you still hadn't gone? Humph, what do you know? Chunyi said coldly. It's only been 4 years. When we went to look for spiritual herbs, it took more than 10 years just to prepare. Don't talk about this. The location is. Moreover, it's a very important matter. What is 4 years? Chunyi's words were vague, and she didn't say the location. Ah, you've already prepared for 4 years, and it's still not ready? Xiaohua was surprised. Although he had prepared for several adventures, it definitely didn't take this long. Chunyi looked up at Xiaohua as if she was thinking about something. She said casually, this matter has been prepared for many years. Xie Zhiqian went to the Flame Forest Swamp to look for the last item. It should have been prepared 4 years ago. But why hasn't there been any news for 4 years? It's because I'm not the person in charge, so I don't know. Xiaohua frowned when he heard this. Seeing this, Chunyi said with a smile, don't worry. Although it's just a guess, it might be inside. If it's really there, I'll take it out. You can use your protective treasure to exchange it with me. I won't let you down. AI, thank you, Senior. Xiaohua bowed and said, everything depends on Senior's guidance. No need. Chunyi waved her hand. Your protective treasure is also not bad. It's the same value as the heavenly Yin grass. And I still have to tell you in advance. If it's not there or I can't take it out, our deal can't be done. Yes, this junior understands. Xiaohua looked at Chunyi's young face. He knew that she was an old woman who was hundreds of years old. She couldn't be like him and recklessly stand up for some inexplicable matter. Then Junior will take his leave. When there's news about the heavenly Yin grass, I ask Senior to send a message to the Imperial Thunder sect. Or Junior will come here to find Senior after training. Xiaohua bowed and said, wait for my message. Chunyi said with a smile. Xiaohua felt uneasy in his heart. However, seeing that Chunyi didn't welcome him to Buried Flower Manor, he could only reluctantly nod and say, I hope Senior will remember this matter. You brat. Chunyi immediately heard Xiaohua's tone. She sneered and said, how can a golden core cultivator's words not count? If you're willing, you can come here to find my Buried Flower Manor after training. Chapter 1978. Junior doesn't dare. Junior has offended Senior. Xiaohua panicked and hurriedly apologized. Chunyi waved her sleeves and ordered, Dong Jin, bring 3 cups of snow wine and invite Xiaohua to drink. When Xiaohua heard it was spiritual wine again, he hurriedly waved his hand. Senior, thank you for your kindness. Junior doesn't like the taste of spiritual wine. Humph, how could I take advantage of you? When Chunyi called him old, Xiaohua felt awkward. However, he understood that Chunyi took Zhen Qing's jade strip and felt burdened, so she used the spiritual wine to repay him. As she spoke, Dong Jin, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, held a jade tray in her hand. There were 3 jade cups the size of fists on the tray, and they were filled with spirit wine that was almost transparent. She had yet to drink it, but a cold and intoxicating fragrance wafted into her nose. This snow wine is one of the 4 great spiritual wines of my Burial Flower Manor. If female cultivators drink it, they'll always be youthful. What about male cultivators? I don't know its effects. However, it definitely won't intoxicate people. Chunyi said with a smile. She looked as cute as a little junior sister. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He smiled apologetically and said, can Junior bring this spiritual wine to junior sister? No. Chunyi waved her sleeves. It's for you to drink. All right. Xiaohua was helpless. He could only reach out and pick up the jade cup. When his fingers touched the jade cup, a cold sensation pierced his finger bones. Good heavens. It's so cold, but the spiritual wine didn't freeze? Moreover, if it enters the stomach, won't the 5 viscera and 6 bowels all turn to ice? Although Xiaohua thought so, he didn't dare to be negligent. He raised his head and poured the spiritual wine into his mouth. Then he wrapped it with his true essence. Xiaohua felt an incomparably cold stream enter his stomach. Then, it turned into countless streams that flowed to his limbs and veins. In an instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly used earth expansion to slowly refine the ice-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the spiritual wine. When the spiritual energy was completely refined, a feeling of breaking out of a cocoon and seeing spring and winter appeared in his meridians. It continuously spread to his limbs and bones. After several breaths, it stopped. Then a lively feeling rose in his lower dantian. "How is it?" Chinny asked with a smile. "Is it comparable to your jade slip?" Xiaohua looked inside his body for a moment, and with a smile on his face, he said apologetically, "This is indeed the famous wine of Burial Flower Manor. Junior will be exempted from half a month of bitter cultivation." "Humph, it's good that you know." Chunny snorted. "Why aren't you drinking it?" "Yes," Xiaohua replied and drank the 2 cups of wine separately. At this moment, Chun Kuei hurriedly walked in and said somewhat fearfully, reporting to Manor Lord, "This servant has bad news." "Okay, go ahead." Chunny was obviously in a good mood. She raised her eyebrows and said, "This." Spring Kuei hesitated a little. "The youth-retaining grass in the spring garden." "Ah? What's wrong with the youth-retaining grass?" Chunyi's eyes widened when she heard this. She said angrily, "Hurry up and tell me why you're stuttering." Plop! Chun Kuei knelt down on the ground and said loudly with her head on the ground, "Manor Lord, please understand. It's all because this servant was not strict enough. That youth-retaining grass seems to have been contaminated by poisonous saliva. I'm afraid it won't work." "What? Useless thing." Chunyi was furious. She stood up and waved her hand. "Papa!" She slapped Chun Kuei's face twice. "When did this happen? Why did you only come to report now? I've always treated you well, and you're also the head of the 4 servants. Isn't it because the youth-retaining grass is in the spring garden? If anything happens to the youth-retaining grass, I'll immediately take your life." "Manor Lord, please understand. It's about what happened just now." Chun Kuei, who was only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, didn't dare to resist. With a bitter face, she said in a low voice, "This servant also just received a report from a servant. Moreover, my Burial Flower Manor hasn't opened the restriction for a full 5 years." Chunyi's cold and angry gaze swept over Xiaohua. Xiaohua, who had just finished drinking the spirit wine, felt Chunyi's gaze. With a helpless expression, he said with a bitter smile, "Junior can swear that I absolutely have nothing to do with this matter. Junior also doesn't dare to leave the manor right now. Let's wait until Senior's matter comes to light." "Humph." Chunyi coldly snorted and said, "You better have nothing to do with this matter. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret going against me." Seeing Chunyi's face change in an instant, Xiaohua's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. There was only panic on his face. "Xiaolan." Chunyi slowly walked out and ordered, "Take Xiaohua away and arrange a place to rest. Have someone take good care of him." "Yes, this servant understands." Xiaolan, who was dressed in red, no longer had the previous smile on her face. She replied very fearfully. After Chunyi quickly left Linlang Pavilion, Xiaolan turned her head and said, "Come with me." "Yes," Xiaohua responded, and also followed Xiaolan out of Linlang Pavilion. There were many waterside pavilions around Linlang Pavilion. They all seemed to be places to rest. However, Xiaolan didn't stop. She only took Xiaohua out of the restriction and went along the small bridge to the lake. On the shore, Haitang and Plum Blossom weren't there. Xiaolan also didn't send any communication talismans. She only stood there for a moment. Immediately, 2 female cultivators in the early stage of foundation establishment quickly walked over and bowed. "Greetings, my lord. This is the manor master's honored guest. You must treat him well. You are not allowed to walk around the manor as you please." Xiaolan coldly ordered. "Yes, this servant understands." The 2 female cultivators' faces were slightly shocked. They both bowed and answered. Afterwards, Xiaolan ignored Xiaohua. She turned around and walked towards the other side of the lake. Xiaohua, on the other hand, followed the 2 female cultivators in another direction. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, they arrived in front of an exquisite pavilion. The female cultivator didn't open any restriction, but just pushed the door open. She raised her hand and said, "Fellow Taoist, please." "AI, thank you, fellow Taoists." Xiaohua naturally knew that Burial Flower Manor was within a formation. This small pavilion was disdained to set up another restriction. After Xiaohua entered the pavilion, the two female cultivators didn't leave. They stood on both sides of the pavilion in silence. Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan the entire pavilion. He didn't find anything strange, so he sighed and sat down. He was clear in his heart that he wasn't in a cage right now. It was better for him to obediently follow Chen Yi's arrangements. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape suspicion and might even lose his life here. First, it was eldest senior apprentice brother's Thunder Beast inner core. I had no choice but to seek out Uncle Master Zhen Yi. I risked being killed by a golden core cultivator at any time to fight for it. Fortunately, I had Uncle Master Zhen Yi as my backer, so others gave me some face. At that time, I was only a little chi refinement cultivator, so I was able to get some scraps. And eldest senior brother can be considered to be lucky. In the end, this Xiao picked up a loophole and helped eldest senior brother obtain the inner core. This time, for Shui, I had no choice but to come to this Burial Flower Manor that I've never heard of. This female cultivator named Chen Yi is actually at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Even Xie Zhiqian is willing to be her lackey. I'm afraid I won't be as lucky as last time. I have to be careful about everything. Once Chen Yi finds out who the culprit is, I'll leave as soon as possible. Once they find the heavenly Een grass, I'll just exchange my protective magic treasure with them. However, those who can tamper with Burial Flower Manor are certainly not ordinary people. How could Chen Yi find the culprit so easily? I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to leave. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if Shui has already arrived at Haoming City? I'll just consider myself unlucky and cultivate. I'm afraid there won't be any results even after 8 to 10 days. However, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, just an hour later, the two female cultivators guarding the door pushed open the door and entered. They faintly said, "Fellow Taoist, please follow me to Mujing Garden. The Manor Lord has something to ask you." This is bad. When Xiaohua heard Chen Yi call him over, he naturally knew it wasn't good. The youth-retaining grass, tainted by the poisonous saliva, must have something to do with him. If it wasn't related, Chen Yi definitely wouldn't have thought of him. Sure enough, after the two female cultivators left the pavilion, walked across the lake, and arrived at a bamboo garden surrounded by a gurgling stream protected by layers upon layers of great formations. Xiaohua saw many female cultivators of varying cultivation levels standing around the bamboo garden. Most of them were at the aura refining realm, and each of them held their breaths and condensed their qi. Without waiting for Xiaohua to approach, an early-stage foundation establishment female cultivator blocked the three of them and said in a low voice, "Junior Martial Sisters, who is this? How can he approach Mujing Garden?" One of the female cultivators took out a command tablet and answered in a low voice, reporting to Senior Martial Sister Tao Hua. "This is a cultivator who entered my Burial Flower Manor today. The Manor Lord sent a message asking him to come in for questioning." Oh, Tao Hua took the command tablet, looked at it for a moment, and handed it back to the female cultivator. She nodded and said, "Wait a moment." After she finished speaking, she clapped her hands, and a flower branch appeared in her hand. On it, thumb-sized peach blossoms were about to bloom. Tao Hua urged her magic power, and the peach blossoms on the flower branch broke free from the branch. They spiraled in the air and gradually converged into a large peach blossom. Soon after, they flew back into the bamboo forest behind Tao Hua. With a whoosh, a burst of fragrance, the bamboo in the bamboo forest slowly separated, and a small path appeared in the crisscrossing light and shadow. Tao Hua looked at Xiaohua and coldly said, "Fellow Taoist, please follow me." "Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist." Xiaohua's expression didn't look good. Tao Hua raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiaohua with some astonishment. However, she didn't say anything and turned around and stepped into the small path in the bamboo forest. The small path in the bamboo forest was actually very long, and there were many forks in the path. After walking for a while, Xiaohua came to realize that this bamboo forest was definitely a maze. It seemed that Chen Yi really treasured the beauty-retaining grass. This treasure of hers had a problem, and it was because of Xiaohua's arrival. The deeper Xiao Hua went into the bamboo forest, the colder his heart became. After walking for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, in front of a thin bamboo that didn't seem to have an exit, the peach blossom swayed, and his figure rushed into the thin bamboo, disappearing. Xiao Hua sighed. He could only brace himself and walk in. Chapter 1979. Xiao Hua only felt a slight blur in front of his eyes, as if he had passed through a restriction. When he raised his head to look again, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Originally, Xiao Hua had already felt that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was abundant in Burial Flower Manor. It was the first time he had seen something like this in his life. However, when he set foot in Mujing Garden, he knew that he was wrong. Not to mention the refreshing air that assaulted his face, the abundant spiritual qi of heaven and earth was abnormally lively. His eyes were filled with the brilliant spring scenery, the joyous cries of birds, the flowing water of a small stream, the lush flowers, the emerald green, and the hundreds of flowers competing in beauty. It made him feel as if he had walked into another world. Damn it, the spring flower is named after spring. The Mujing Garden that she is in charge of is naturally dominated by spring. This place uses great magic power and illusions to create a spring scene. Then, summer, autumn, and winter, aren't they all different places? This Burial Flower Manor. How many secular people are envious of this place? Xiao Hua didn't dare to use his divine sense too much. He only used his bright eyes to look around. And, in Xiao Hua's eyes, all kinds of spirit grasses were divided into two categories. One was those that existed in the space, and the other was naturally those that didn't exist in the space. Although Tao Hua didn't turn her head to look at him, her divine sense had always been paying attention to the back. Seeing Xiao Hua's astonishment, she had long despised him in her heart. She slightly swayed her hips and brought Xiao Hua through a field of spiritual flowers that looked like morning glories. They arrived at a place where a small stream crossed. She stopped and bowed, saying, "Manor Lord, this servant has brought this fellow Taoist here." Humph! A sharp, cold snort sounded from the other side of the stream. Then, on the other side of the stream, where the space was, there was a slight distortion. It was as if a layer of gauze was lifted, revealing a jade-like medicinal field. "Xiao Hua, come in." Chen Yi's voice sounded. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly walked into the medicinal field and saw that it was about 1 mu of land. The ground was emerald green, and it was filled with the best quality water-type spiritual stones. Around the water-type spiritual stones, there were several piles of yellow soil. In the soil, there were several thin and weak-looking spiritual herbs. The spirit grass was not even as tall as a palm. When it pulled out a few slender stems from its roots, it looked no different from ordinary grass. However, at this moment, the green slender stems of the spirit grass were covered with pitch-black fine lines, as if it was stained with ink. Beside the spiritual grass, Chen Yi's face was ashen. Her eyes seemed to be about to spit fire as she stared at Xiao Hua. Beside Chen Yi, Chen Kuei was kneeling on the ground. Her eyes were red and her face was pale. Xia Lan and the others were also standing behind Chen Kuei, their eyes flashing with fear. They did not have the calmness of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. There were also 3 or 4 older female cultivators beside him. They were all at the late stage of foundation establishment. At this moment, they were all frowning as they looked at the spirit herb. Occasionally, they would whisper to each other, but their eyes were filled with confusion. Not far from the spirit herb, a female cultivator dressed in pink robes was lying on the ground. Her limbs were curled up, and she was clearly lifeless. Bitter. Xiao Hua quickly withdrew his gaze and obediently walked in front of Chen Yi. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Manor Lord. I wonder why Manor Lord called this little one over?" Chen Yi's gaze coldly swept over Xiao Hua, as if she wanted to see through him. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she asked, "Xiao Hua, do you know Sun Qian?" "Sun Qian?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He blankly shook his head and said, "Junior does not know Sun Qian. I have never heard of such a name." "Swear a hard oath," Chen Yi said without any trace of politeness. It was as if she would immediately search Xiao Hua's soul if he did not swear a heart oath. How could Xiao Hua dare to be negligent? He hurriedly swore a vicious heart oath. Only then did he smile apologetically and said, "Manor Lord, Junior really has nothing to do with this matter. This is the first time Junior has heard of Burial Flower Manor, and I am also a small foundation establishment cultivator. How could I dare to covet this? Beauty-retaining grass? Chen Yi's heart stirred. She asked, when you were a loose cultivator, did you take this kind of spirit grass? Do you have any impression of it? Where did you take it? Good, let Manor Lord know. This junior really doesn't have any impression of it. If Manor Lord didn't remind me, how would this junior know that this is the beauty-retaining grass? Xiaohua bitterly smiled. This beauty-retaining grass is no different from ordinary grass. Manor Lord. At this moment, the whispering old women stopped talking. One of them walked forward and said, "Forgive us for being incompetent. This is a mixture of several kinds of beast poisons. It was originally a mixture of poisonous saliva that was specially used to deal with cultivators. I don't know what it was mixed with, but it actually had an effect on the beauty-retaining grass. Moreover, this poisonous saliva seems to have no effect on other spirit grasses. It seems that someone has been plotting for a long time. Although we can detoxify the poison, those detoxification methods may not work on this mixture of beast poisons. If there is an accident, the beauty-retaining grass will definitely not survive." Elder Mu, how confident are you? Chen Yi's expression became even more gloomy as she whispered. This. Elder Mu turned his head and exchanged glances with the others. He bitterly smiled and said, "I'm afraid there is not even a 10% chance." "You wait." Chen Yi was obviously anxious. She was about to get angry, but when the words came out, she restrained herself. "We have failed Manor Lord's trust." Elder Mu's tone became gloomy again. "We study the spirit grass technique, mostly on how to grow and how to reproduce. Even when we detoxify, it is only with attribute poison. Beast poisons are really rare. Therefore, we did not dare to try. Promise." "Forget it. That bitch has been dealing with me for many years. She already knew that this beauty-retaining grass is the root of Zonghua Manor. She deliberately wanted to destroy this spirit grass. Her methods are not inferior to yours, so I don't blame you." Chen Yi looked around and saw the 5 beauty-retaining grasses in the medicine garden. She waved her hand and said, "I still need to rely on you to detoxify the poison. You all should study it carefully first. In the end, if there is really no way, then try again." "Yes, we will continue to look." Elder Mu bowed and said. But when she turned around and looked at the female cultivators who were also elders, she still had a helpless expression on her face. In fact, there was even a hint of excitement in her helplessness. Xiaohua listened on the side and his heart unconsciously moved. His eyes turned a few times and he was a little hesitant. He naturally thought of the secret detoxification method that he occasionally learned from Tianmen Mountain's Huang family a few years ago. However, he had only used it on people and had never used it on spirit grass. Moreover, if he spoke now, Chen Yi would probably be suspicious, right? However, if he did not speak now, when the poisonous saliva penetrated even deeper into the beauty-retaining grass, even the method of fighting poison with poison would not work, right? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Chen Yi coldly say, "Come, take away this bitch's corpse. She has no reason to put it here and dirty my eyes." "Yes," Dongjin responded. With a wave of her hand, she took the female cultivator's corpse lying on the ground and quickly walked out of the medicine garden. Chen Yi's gaze fell on Chen Kuei again. Chapter 1980. Lowly servant. You can't even do such a small thing properly. How dare I treat you so well? Chen Kuei hurriedly kowtowed and cried, "It's all my fault. I was careless. I only thought that nothing would happen in the past few decades, so..." As she spoke, she was already choking with sobs. Her forehead was already bleeding from the hard spirit stone. "Humph, you only regret after something happened." Chen Yi said angrily, "What were you doing earlier? If the beauty-retaining grass can't save her, you lowly servants of the Spring Division will die." "Yes, I know." Chen Kuei kowtowed again, blood flowing down her face. "It's all my fault. The other sisters have nothing to do with the beauty-retaining grass. Please spare their lives." How many spirit stones are their lives worth? Even if they die 10,000 times, they can't be compared to my 5 stalks of beauty-retaining grass. Chen Yi said coldly. Chen Kuei still didn't dare to stop kowtowing. More blood flowed down her face. "Villa Master." Xiaohua thought for a moment and bowed. "Junior has something to say." "Is it possible?" What? What did you think of? Do you have an impression of that slut?" Chen Yi coldly glanced at Xiaohua. Her gaze almost pierced through Xiaohua's body. All right, Villa Master knows. Junior really doesn't know Sun Qian, let alone have seen her before. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. However, Junior knows a secret method to cure poison with poison. What? You can cure the poison of the beauty-retaining grass? Cheni said unexpectedly. The 5 elders of my burial flower manor didn't dare to say anything. Yes, Junior also doesn't dare to confirm. Xiaohua said embarrassedly. Moreover, this secret method has only been used on cultivators. It has never been used on spirit herbs. However, since it's a secret method, it can be tried. It's better than being helpless. But what? Cheni frowned. But Junior has scruples in his heart. I'm afraid Senior will misunderstand Junior. It's already premeditated. Xiaohua really couldn't escape, so he could only calmly say, Humph, it's good that you didn't say it. Now that you say it, there's really such a possibility. Cheni sneered and said, if you didn't come to my burial flower manor, my 5 beauty-retaining grass would be fine. But when you came, they were tainted by the poisonous saliva. Moreover, you have a ready-made antidote. How can you not make me think this way? Sai, that's right. This Junior knows as well. Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, but if I don't detoxify the poison now, after a long time, there won't be any medicine that can cure it. Junior should also. That's right. Chun-Yi sneered. Since even Chun Kuei couldn't survive, how could you? That would be a joke. Xiaohua didn't have the time to resent his bad luck. He cupped his hands and said, then this Junior was also forced into a corner. I can only force myself to try. And how confident are you? Chun-Yi looked at Xiaohua from head to toe and asked. Junior is not as knowledgeable as the elders. I only have a rough understanding of spiritual herbs. Xiaohua shook his head and said, moreover, I'm not good at using poison or detoxification. I'm just trying my luck with that secret technique. I don't have any confidence at all. Then you should stand aside first. Chun-Yi sneered. How could my burial flower manor's beauty-retaining grass be the grass that you tried? Xiaohua didn't expect Chun-Yi to flatly refuse, and his face was very embarrassed. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Chun-Yi looked at the elders who were whispering and asked, Elders, how is it going? In my opinion, if we don't make a move now, I'm afraid the beauty-retaining grass will be hopeless. Yes, we will make a move now. Elder Mu slowly nodded and said, this little friend's method of fighting poison with poison is quite novel. However, I don't dare to try it. That method is really dangerous. Either it succeeds or it fails miserably. After saying that, Elder Mu clapped her hand and took out a thumb-sized jade bottle from her storage bag. She grabbed it with her hand, and a ball of light red jade liquid flew out from the jade bottle. Then, with a flick of her hand, the jade liquid flew above the beauty-retaining grass. Sisters, Elder Mu lightly reprimanded, just do as I said just now and follow the steps. Yes, we will listen to Fellow Mu's instructions. The 4 of them softly responded. Fellow Shui and Fellow Chen, go first. Elder Mu instructed. 2 of the female cultivators stepped forward, each extended their left palm, and their hands slowly formed an extremely complicated seal. When their hands became extremely heavy, they opened their mouths and a trace of dark red blood essence flew into the air. Go! The 2 female cultivators flipped their hands, and the seal was precisely on the blood essence. The blood essence turned into 2 small nets and fell on top of the jade liquid. The jade liquid trembled for a while, and 30% of it separated from the jade liquid and fell on top of the blood essence net towards the beauty-retaining grass. A light sound, like hot water falling on snow, actually produced a burst of pitch-black smoke. Good, Fellow Mo, Fellow Min, quickly. Elder Mu was overjoyed when she saw this and immediately urged. The other 2 female cultivators also didn't dare to be negligent, and did the same thing. Sure enough, a layer of smoke flew up, but this time it was clearly much less. Seeing that there was still 30% of the jade liquid left, Elder Mu had already formed a seal and hid it on top of the jade liquid. However, before the jade liquid fell on the beauty-retaining grass, the beauty-retaining grass trembled for a while. The pitch-black veins that had faded just now suddenly became darker, and there were a few strands of yellow in the pitch-black veins. Bad, Elder Mu blurted out. She rubbed her hands again, and waves of magic power hit the jade liquid. Unfortunately, when the jade liquid landed on the beauty-retaining grass this time, not only did it not create a layer of smoke, but the black color of the beauty-retaining grass became even darker. It was even worse than before. The leaves of the beauty-retaining grass slowly drooped down, gradually turning yellow and black. It was obvious that it could no longer live. Villa Master. Seeing this, Elder Mu was a little dumbfounded and explained, "I and the others. I'm afraid it's beyond our power. This mixed poison is too strange. The detoxification method can only remove one layer, but it can't remove the other layer, and it may even add fuel to the fire of the other layer. I say no more." Chunyi's face was extremely ugly. She stared at the dying beauty-retaining grass, and her eyes flashed with malice, as if she was about to lose control of her emotions. Xiaohua. Almost at the same time, Chunyi opened her mouth. "You go and try." But Xiaohua hesitated. He was afraid that if he couldn't detoxify it, Chunyi's anger would be all over him, and he would lose his life in an instant. "Hurry up," Chunyi said fiercely, "unless you don't want to live now." Looking at Chunyi's fierceness that was stronger than her pressure, Xiaohua shrunk his neck and didn't dare to say anything. He quickly walked to the same beauty-retaining grass in the distance, and with a wave of his hand, he took out a bottle of green python's venom from the space. "What is this?" Chunyi's voice followed. "Green python's venom." Xiaohua didn't dare to hide and quickly answered. Chunyi snorted and didn't comment. Seeing that Chunyi didn't speak, Xiaohua closed his eyes and calmed his heart. He grabbed a drop of venom from the jade bottle, and then, just like how he detoxified the cultivators on Tianmen Mountain, he divided it into 9 drops and used a secret technique to put them into the beauty-retaining grass. Although Xiaohua couldn't use his divine sense to observe it like how he detoxified the cultivator's poison, he had detoxified so many cultivators' poisons, and he also saw Elder Mu and the others' detoxification just now, so he had some idea in his heart. He stared at the appearance of the beauty-retaining grass, and his divine sense also wrapped around the beauty-retaining grass, carefully observing the changes of the beauty-retaining grass. As expected, the poisonous saliva was really complicated. Just as Elder Mu had predicted, one poison was within another, and one poison was a counter to the other. If he were to use antidotes, he would end up in the same situation as Elder Mu. The antidote would always rush towards the incendiary material of the other poison. However, Xiaohua's method of using poison to restrain poison was just right. No matter what poison it was restrained by the green python's venom. In addition, the secret technique was indeed somewhat mysterious, and the results could be seen in minute details. The cereal poison in the beauty-retaining grass could be said to have been detoxified in Xiaohua's hands. On the surface of the beauty-retaining grass, the pitch-black color was constantly changing, and every time it changed, the pitch-black color was reduced by a bit. When the 9 drops of the green python's venom were used up, the pitch-black color on the beauty-retaining grass was already cleared. Although it was still slightly gloomy, it was obvious that the beauty-retaining grass was alive. "Great!" Chunyi couldn't help but clap her hands and say, "Xiaohua, you've done a great service." Alas, Xiaohua smiled bitterly, straightened up, and said with an apologetic smile, "As long as Manor Master spares this junior's life. Don't doubt this junior's intentions." Ha ha ha, Chunyi laughed. "You're just a little foundation establishment. What intentions can you have? Why would this old one be afraid of your intentions?" "Yes, as long as Senior understands." Xiaohua somewhat understood. "This junior will continue to work hard and detoxify the remaining 3 stalks." "Good. If you succeed in one try, I will reward you handsomely." Chunyi nodded, and the faces of Chun Kuei and the others were also filled with joy. Needless to say, their lives were saved. Xiaohua wiped the sweat on his forehead with his hand. He wasn't tired, but he was afraid that there would be an accident. Xiaohua's heart tightened. Soon after, in less than 2 hours, the poison of the other 3 stalks of beauty-retaining grass was detoxified by Xiaohua. When all of the poisonous saliva was cleared, Xiaohua let out a long breath, bowed and said, "Manor Master, this junior was fortunate enough to not disappoint you." "Good." Chunyi waved her hand and said to Elder Mu and the others, "Wait and see, how is this beauty-retaining grass?" "Good, Manor Master will know." Elder Mu's face was slightly red, and she said in a low voice, "Previously, fellow Taoist Xiao was the first to detoxify the beauty-retaining grass. This old one and the others have already seen it. Although it hasn't returned to normal, it's no longer a big problem. Now this old one and the others don't dare to do anything more. After a few days, let the beauty-retaining grass recover by itself, and use some methods to imbue it with spiritual energy It should be able to completely recover. Good. Chun-Yi looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, your merits make up for your faults. It can be considered as complementing each other. Many thanks for Manor Master's kindness in not pursuing this matter. Xiaohua let out a long breath. Chun Kuei, clean up the dead beauty retaining grass. I want to reactivate the array here. In the future, without my Dharma tablet, no one can come in at will. Chun-Yi waved her hand and ordered Chun Kuei. To be continued. Chapter 1981. Yes, this servant will do it right away. Chun Kuei's face showed joy as she immediately got up from the ground and said. Xiaohua's heart moved as he cupped his hands and said, Villa Master, since this face-retaining grass is already dead, can you give it to this junior? This junior also wants to see what the poisonous saliva is. This. Chun-Yi was somewhat hesitant as she glanced at Elder Mu. Elder Mu slightly nodded, indicating that the face-retaining grass had already lost its vitality. Even if Xiaohua took it, it would be useless. And it's rare for you to have such thoughts. How can this old one not satisfy you? Chun-Yi waved her hand and said with a smile, Chun Kuei, give the face-retaining grass to Xiaohua. Yes. Chun Kuei knew what Chun-Yi was thinking. She took out the beauty-retaining grass from the yellow soil and didn't give it to Xiaohua. Instead, with a wave of her hand, she cut off the part that wasn't in the soil and gave it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua saw that Chun-Yi was so vigilant. He bitterly smiled as he took it and put it into his space. All of you leave. Chun-Yi's divine sense swept through the medicine garden as she coldly ordered. Yes. Everyone didn't dare to be negligent as they all retreated from the medicine garden. Xiaohua stood in front of the bamboo forest as he watched the bamboo in the bamboo forest continuously change. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth also changed a lot along with the movement of the formation. However, Xiaohua currently had a deep understanding of formations. Just from the changes of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he could already faintly perceive the power of the formation and some traces of it. After a meal, Chun-Yi came out of the bamboo forest. Her face had already recovered the innocence that Xiaohua had when he first saw her, and even a little shy. Let's go. If I'm not wrong, if Sun Qian comes to Mujing Garden again, she will definitely be discovered by me, hee. Chun-Yi said as she waved her hand. Xiaohua, you also come. Yes. Xiaohua didn't dare to disobey and followed Chun-Yi and the others to Linlang Pavilion. Come, Xiaohua. Chun-Yi waved her hand and said, this time, you were able to save my buried flower villa's face-retaining grass, so I can't not toast you 3 times. As she spoke, Chun Kuei and Dong Jin also took out 3 fist-sized jade cups and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, this matter is all thanks to you. Let me toast you 3 times on behalf of the Villa Master. Xiaohua extended his hand to receive it, then bowed towards Chun-Yi. Many thanks for Manor Lord's generous gift. This junior was also taking a risk, but I was actually breaking out in a cold sweat earlier. Chun-Yi smiled faintly. She looked very pure and lovely, far less terrifying than when she was angry earlier. After Xiaohua finished drinking the 3 cups of spirit wine, which was quite different from the Snow Jean spirit wine from before, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, it must be because the heavens have taken care of Manor Lord's usual benevolence. Knowing that something would happen in the manor today, this junior was specially sent here. You really know how to talk. Chun-Yi covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. Since the youth-retaining grass is fine, it can be considered that Junior's grievance has been washed away. Xiaohua continued, Junior still has some matters to attend to. When I have the whereabouts of the heavenly Een grass, please send me a message. Don't worry about the heavenly Een grass. I will definitely keep an eye out for you. Chun-Yi said with a smile, however, that protective magic treasure of yours. Speaking of which, I don't really like it. Didn't senior previously. Xiaohua was somewhat flabbergasted. He didn't know why Chun-Yi went back on her words. I suddenly want to make a deal with you. Chun-Yi said with a smile. Xiaohua frowned, and a bad feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, Chun-Yi quickly uncovered the mystery. Your secret technique of fighting poison with poison is pretty good. I feel that it's more suitable than any protective magic treasure. You might as well use that secret technique to exchange for the heavenly Een grass. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. As long as senior can find the heavenly Een grass, this junior can use this secret technique to exchange with senior. I want to get the jade slip of the secret technique right now. Chunni said with a smile, or you can stay in my burial flower manor and wait for me to find the heavenly een grass. Otherwise, without this secret technique, I don't have any confidence. This. Xiaohua was really in a difficult position. Firstly, he was somewhat afraid of this female cultivator whose mood was fickle and unpredictable. Secondly, this female cultivator seemed to be somewhat greedy. He had a lot of secrets, and this secret technique of fighting poison with poison was nothing. If she discovered something, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to leave Burial Flower Manor. However, if he were to take out the secret technique for nothing, it would make Xiaohua's heart ache. Moreover, Chunni didn't have full confidence in getting the heavenly een grass. If she couldn't get the heavenly een grass in the future, how could he get back the value of the secret technique? Forget it. After pondering for a moment, Xiaohua sighed cautiously. Lord Manor is a golden core stage senior, so this junior definitely believes in you. This secret technique. Junior will give it to senior in advance. I hope senior can gather the heavenly een grass as much as possible. As Xiaohua expected, Chunni beamed with joy and waved her hand. Look at what you're saying. Why would a golden core stage cultivator like me care about your secret technique? How about this? You can stay in my burial flower manor for the time being. When I find the heavenly een grass, I'll trade with you. There's no need. Xiaohua hurriedly and sincerely said, this junior sincerely wants to give this secret technique to senior. If I didn't give this secret technique to senior in advance, I'm afraid senior won't do your best. Nonsense. Chunyi's small nose slightly wrinkled, and she scolded with a smile. Just based on that jade slip of yours, I won't do my best. At this moment, Chunyi frowned slightly, and her eyes slightly raised, looking to the right of Xiaohua. Huh, could it be? Xiaohua was shocked, thinking that Sun Qian, who Chunyi mentioned, had appeared in Glittering Jewel's pavilion. However, soon after, a gust of wind blew past, as if Chunyi had used some secret technique, and the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered. Invite fellow Taoist Zhu in, Chunyi said softly. Soon after, Chunyi waved her hand, and a brilliance flew out from her sleeve, dispersing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. She smiled at Xiaohua and said, your luck has come. What do you mean? Xiaohua didn't understand, but he had a premonition in his heart. Fellow Taoist Zhu Qinghe of Meng Country's Su Yan faction is also one of the participants of this operation. He suddenly came to my burial flower manor this time, and I'm afraid it's related to this operation. Chunni explained with a smile, you can leave first, don't be in a hurry to leave. Wait for me to welcome fellow Taoist Zhu, and see if it's time for the operation. If so, you can leave after I get the heavenly een grass. Ayo, that's great, thank you senior. Xiaohua was overjoyed and he bowed to thank her. You're welcome, Chunni said with a wave of her sleeve. However, just as Xiaohua was about to leave Glittering Jewel's pavilion, Chunni shouted, Xiaohua, you are leaving just like that? Oh, Xiaohua was stunned, and then he smiled bitterly in his heart. This Chunni, where does she have the bearing of a Golden Core Realm senior? The heavenly een grass. I'm afraid it's hard to count on it. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Calm to vote. You're tuning in to the Bli Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.